Hey everyone, it's Nikki Rowley, CEO and founder of Luxurious Web Design and the instructor of the Wix Master course. First and foremost, I want to thank you for purchasing the Wix Master course. But second, your purchase shows your dedication to education, and through showing my profile, you can see mine. My credentials are what I've achieved, but just like you, I'm continually learning, which is why this Wix Master course will be continually updated so you're always up to date with Wix designing best practices. Thank you so much again for purchasing, and I look forward to seeing you in the next lesson. As a complement to the introduction, I wanted to go over the benefits with all of you in alignment with what you will experience post completing the Wix Master course. The first is that this is a fully interactive course with access to resources, tips, and tricks that will hopefully streamline the designing and the development process for you and your team so you can learn Wix in just one day. The second is that I am the agency owner of Luxurious Web Design, and I've personally created thousands of websites for industries and individuals within B2C and B2B enterprises, and thus I have a keen eye for design, but also the tips and tricks to work on Wix. The third is that my organization is a Wix partner, so we have access to the what's and the when's for Wix in terms of new releases and changes. But then also, in addition to that, we are Google partners as well, so we're no stranger to marketing. And so for the feedback in which we provide in this course, it will be from the perspective of objectiveness, not only subjectiveness for design. And so what that means is that it's going to be strategicness in how we develop websites so it can be optimal in the way in which it's found and then used for your targeted audience. Fourth, I'll keep the videos up to date so you're not looking at outdated videos while trying to navigate on an updated Wix platform. Fifth, you will save tons of money by doing your website yourself. Sometimes you may find that hiring an agency could be too big of an investment. And so with that being said, you may want to take an attempt at designing the website yourself. And this course will allow that to be hopefully as least as cumbersome process as possible, but making it to where you've also minimized the learning curve and you can find developing on Wix easy. And then last, if you do need any service or support after you've made your website or even in the process of curating it, my organization can help you with quick fixes, website redesigns, full website designs, graphics, logos, and also online marketing coupled with search engine optimization as well. In this lecture, we're going to cover having a website plan. Don't consider this a prerequisite to having a website, but more so a complement. Therefore, you have a strategy for your website and you're optimizing the ways in which you can stay organized. The first thing is to identify the goals of having a website. You're not limited with the goals, but yet this ensures there is a level of intention that you have when you're thinking of creating a website. The next thing is understanding the types of websites that exist based off of your goals. And then third, we have the design. Contrary to belief, your visuals should not only be based off of your personal preferences, but it's thinking about the targeted audience that would be using the website and the design that they would be most receptive to. And then lastly, you have the functionality. This is usually better understood when you break it down into steps. Should they go from the home page to services to then filling out the contact form? Or is it that they go from the home page to your store and then they add a product to the shopping cart? All of this is considered a workflow or something that's baked inside of the user journey, and there is functionality that you can have integrated in your website. Therefore, your user can use the website based off of your envisioned workflow. The next thing is going to be your website wording. And this is where you have an opportunity to be able to be descriptive as you're telling your story, as you're giving the audience an opportunity to learn about the process, about what they're getting, especially as you're thinking about how detail oriented you sometimes have to be about services, as well as sometimes when you're writing information associated with a product. All of this is your wording, and in this day and age, you can use artificial intelligence or AI to help you. This is integrated inside of Wix already, and you can also use third-party tooling such as ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini to help you with creating your wording as well. Lastly, here we have your website media. So if you do have photos and videos, you can absolutely upload this into the website. But if you don't have media, Wix does provide a lot of this, and there are also third-party providers as well. The most important thing is that if you're not supplying your own photos and videos, you're still being proactive about identifying the type. Are you going to use photos of nature? Are you going to do videos of human interaction? These are things you can absolutely plan ahead for. Therefore, when it's time to use the media, you understand the direction you would like to go in regarding photos and videos. So starting off are your website goals. Now, please understand you are not limited to the number of goals that you can have. So with that, definitely list out all of the goals that you have in mind, but then also being descriptive too. That is incredibly important. And so for here, we see awareness and interest, and we also see conversions. So if you put down awareness and interest, and let's say if you had a service-based business, awareness and interest could be you see looking at data on your website within Wix, there are a number of people who are reading your process page. So they are now aware of your process. You also see that there is a strong amount of viewership associated with the number of people who are spending time on the pages regarding services because you have videos there. That is a really good way of seeing if your audience is aware and interested. It's looking at the amount of time they're spending on your website, but by being descriptive and saying, I want them to learn about our process, I want them to learn about our services, that is a good descriptive goal as opposed to just saying awareness and interest. The next thing here are conversions. So getting your visitors to do what you want them to do. Buy a product, sign up for a newsletter, download a white paper, scheduling an appointment, or filling out a form. All of these are conversions and they are measurable, meaning you've gone back after the fact and you have seen that these actions have been taken. Again, it's very good to be descriptive, but also you can set up quantitative goals too. So let's say if you get 100 views on your website, you could say the goal is to have a 2% conversion rate. So out of every 100 views you get on your site, 2 people convert and fill out a form. Those are the types of things that we do want to think about when we're being descriptive about conversions versus with awareness and interest, where you might not be looking at the numbers from that perspective. With conversions, you absolutely can, and Wix does provide a lot of that data to you. So again, you're not limited with the number of goals that you could have. The most important thing is that you're being descriptive, and where possible, you're measuring it as well. So then that funnels us into the type of website that you need. So if you are someone and you said, all I need is awareness and I'm interested in people simply taking the time to learn about me because they're interested, an informational website may suffice. But also we have others as well, such as an e-commerce website, which is where you're selling things, or a blog website as well, which would be routinely updated. The reason why we make that distinction between an informational website and a blog website, which is blog centered, or even sometimes having an informational website with a blog, is typically speaking with a blog, you know it's going to be regularly updated. If you have a business website, you might not have a need to touch the website, let's say, every month. So with a blog, it is good to have some information there saying it's going to be updated routinely, so please come back. So we consider this to be another type of website because you'd be providing that information to set the expectation with your audience. And then lastly, here we do have a landing page website. This is where all of the information is pretty much on one page. These websites are a bit longer, so this allows people to scroll through and they're going from section to section. But this helps you with planning because there are different things that you can get from Wix based off of the type of website you're going to have. With an informational website, you might not need any other type of functionality because you know you're only sticking to the basics. With an e-commerce website where you know you're going to have a store, you would add in Wix stores. This gives you the ability to have a shopping cart and collect payment. So thinking back to how we talked about website functionality, that is, of course, functionality that you would need and that your users would use to purchase a product. Then you have your blog. There is a Wix blog bit of functionality that you can add in that allows you as an administrator to be able to create ongoing and routine content that you're going to publish to your website. So these are the types of things to keep in mind as you're thinking about the type of website, because then the next thing is identifying how you want your website to look. And again, this should not only be based on personal preferences, but thinking about the targeted audience and the design they're going to be most receptive to. This is inclusive of the colors and making it to where it's user-friendly. This is thinking about if the text can be read. It's also making sure the colors are complementary. Also, it's looking at the layout. Do you want something that's more boxed in or something that's more full width? Also, looking at the page quantity, because then those are the numbers of pages you have to design. Also, it's the functionality. So in addition to informational pages, it's designing the blog, a store, a portfolio, an application, and more. The branding, yes, does include the colors, but branding specifically, thinking about your brand, whether it's you as an individual or a business, how do you want to showcase your logo on the website? Of course, it's very common in the header in the top left, but there are also opportunities across other parts of the website, in the footer, across other parts of the pages. All of this is you thinking strategically about making sure your user understands they're on your brand's website. And then lastly, it's looking at example websites you like. Now, Wix does provide templates. And what this means is that you do not have to start from blank. You can start from a template, which is a pre-designed website, and you can change out their content for yours. And so even if you don't choose to take this method, you can still look at it for reference. And there are other websites as well that have templates, such as ThemeForest, but you're not limited to these two websites. There are a lot of other examples out there available on the web that you can leverage as a reference for design. The next thing is your website's functionality in addition to the informational content. Now, the best way of looking at this is from a process-oriented perspective. And so, as an example, step one could be they go to your homepage. Step two is that they land on your services page. And then step three is that they realize they'd like to work with you, so they need to book time. And you would need a scheduler. And the functionality is Wix bookings, because this allows you to have a schedule where someone can book time. The second scenario is someone goes to your website, they land in the store section, and then they purchase the product and they submit the order, and then it goes to you. So then as the administrator, you can fulfill it. This is a Wix e-commerce functionality that is within Wix stores. Another example is someone lands on your website and they immediately know they want to work with you, so they need to be able to fill out a form, and you could use Wix Forms. And then lastly, someone goes to your website, they see that you are offering a subscription model, so they need to be able to pay, so then they can access members-only content. This is Wix subscriptions as well as Wix members. So all of this is an example of functionality in addition to information, but you're not limited to this. There are a lot of other opportunities, such as having a portfolio or having a blog. The most important thing is that you're taking a proactive approach by thinking about all of the functionality that you're going to need. Therefore, you're leveraging Wix, and you're doing so in a way to where you're selecting the right respective functionality based off of the capabilities that you know you need to have. We are now going to talk about website wording. The way you write a novel or an essay is not the same way that you would put together your website wording. You want to make sure that your wording is well received, understood, and comprehended by the users on your website. And the best way to do that is to consider these 6 points here. The first thing is to use familiar words. You want to make sure that the wording you're using is well understood by all levels of knowledge. With that, if you have any word that an individual might not know, whether it's an industry-specific word as it pertains to a service, or if you feel as if that it's something that just has to be said, don't hesitate to define that word or that service. The second is to keep your wording short and to the point. I know we have a lot to say, but sometimes a lot of wording could be overwhelming. It is good on a website to be descriptive, but sometimes we have to put that into the form of a concise description, or we have to formulate lists. Sometimes we have to use other documents if they want to read more, and then you can also create other pages to where if they are interested in a particular topic, they can go to that page to learn about that. Third is keywords. Now this is a tad bit different because usually we're writing based upon what it is that we want the user to know. But with keywords, you're writing based upon what users are going to search for. And what a lot of individuals use are Google, Yahoo, Bing, and other search engines to find services and products and businesses. So with that in mind, you want to use wording in your website that these search engines will index to find your business. An example is you're a seafood restaurant. And if the only wording you've used on your website is restaurant, it will be hard for someone to find you under, let's say, Houston, Texas seafood restaurant. You would have to use that specific phrase or a combination of those words in being able to be found. So always take mindful note of the phrases and keywords that individuals might be typing in to find a provider of your service or to find a business like yours. The fourth thing is using lists and steps. It's always great to see a systematic flow of step-by-step instructions to doing something, or showing a list of items, or showing a list of services. This is always great so an individual can see everything together, but yet they know there are more. Fifth is extremely important, and this is knowing your audience, taking mindful note of who you are trying to gain interest from. So for instance, let's say you create organic cookies. You would want to know that in the organic industry, users who are going to websites like yours are looking to see a list of ingredients. They're also looking to see how the products are created. Those are helpful tips to understand that those are some of the words that you might want to use on your website. So definitely know your audience and know your market. And then 6, make sure that you're building trust. It's always great to keep factual information right there on the website. If you do have to cite sources, don't hesitate to do that. You wouldn't want to have statistics from 15 years ago that individuals still feel as if that are factual today, and they are not. You wouldn't want them to cross-reference and find out that it's something different, so always try to make sure your information is up to date. And again, if you have to put a source, don't hesitate to do that. The next thing are website wording ideas. Now, you don't have to keep what you're trying to say limited to a specific page. So if you wanted to, let's say, have introductory content not on the home page, but also on a services page or a contact page, you can do that. These are just some ideas if you do need assistance with identifying what you might want to put on a certain page. These are a lot of the different categories that I've seen a lot of my clients utilize, and this is typically what I find on these pages, so you guys know. Photos and videos on your website is extremely exciting, and that's because these are the two elements that users notice first as they're going to your website for the first time. And with that in mind, I definitely understand why, as you're designing your website, you want to be mindful and you want to be strategic with what you're putting on your website. You have about 3 options for photos and video usage. The first is using stock images and stock video footage. And what this is that for stock images, they're pre-photographed, and for videos, pre-recorded videos that you can use on your site that represent your business. Wix has tons of images and videos for free, so go ahead and check those out before you go to a paid provider. But if you can't find what you need there, you can go to Google and type in free stock images to see if you can find something else for free. But then if you can't go ahead and find anything there, you can use shutterstock.com or bigstockphoto.com, and they have millions of images that you can use. If you need icons or buttons, you can go to iconarchive.com, and that is also a great and free resource. Second, you can take the photo and video footage yourself, utilizing a camera and also taking mindful note of the different tips that I'm going to talk about in a quick second are going to be great because you want to make sure that the photo comes out high quality and clean cut. And then third, you can always hire someone to take photos for you. This can be costly, but With that in mind, you're always guaranteed to at least have a custom photo that no one else has, and most likely it will be high quality. Now, if you do decide to take photos and video footage on your own, these are some great tips to keep in mind. The biggest tip is to take a lot of photos, so at least you have a lot of options to choose between at the end of your photo session. So first of all, lighting is everything. Make sure you try some photos inside, some outside, some with the flash, some without the flash. Also, take some photos up close and some far away. This is great especially for a product, and even more so if you don't sell the product in stores and they're looking at it on your website. You really want the user to be able to see the detail in the product. Also, trying different angles is fantastic. Also, for backgrounds, that's great. If you are going to take a picture of a product, sometimes having it on a white or blank background is a great idea, so the background is less distracting from the product. And then taking a lot of photos, as I had said before, and then of course you can hire somebody. That is a really good option if after several photo sessions you haven't been able to get quality photos. I would say photos are extremely important because of the fact a user comes to your website and they typically see photos first. If the photos are not necessarily high quality, they may not think the site is reputable. If you have products for sale, they might not buy them. So really make sure you're taking the time to invest in taking good photos, having them taken, or finding them somewhere online. Next, we're going to talk about logos. So logos are another type of an image, but this is something that typically business owners will have created, or they'll try to create it themselves, but essentially a logo is what represents your business. So if you are familiar with the businesses such as Nike, or let's say Toyota, or Chick-fil-A, these businesses all have logos. You see their logo on the signage and you affiliate that logo with their business. And the same thing is quite important if you are a business owner, because you want to have something that the users, or better yet, your customers, can attribute to you and only you. So it gives a great first impression when you have that logo. It also allows you to better brand yourself because you have one. Your competitors also have it. And then if you have a great high quality image, it allows you to stand out, and they can only then inquire about all of the other quality services or products that you may have to offer. So if you are in need of a logo, you can contact my business for one. My email is listed here. But if you do not decide to go with my business, I of course would still recommend that you have one created. It is extremely important, and as individuals see your business grow, they'll always be able to attribute that image with you. When you're signing up for Wix in 2024, you're going to have two options on the platform. The first option is to use the Wix editor, and the secondary option is to use Wix Studio. Now, this course is to support using the Wix editor, and this is the classic version of Wix. Wix Studio is rather new, but either of these options would be good. It would just be that you would need to sign up for the Wix Studio course if you were interested in using that as an option. The Wix editor is a simpler platform and ideal for beginners. You're going to have a lot of functionality and a full range of templates, as well as design options that you can leverage without any coding experience, that's going to get you to a finished, wonderfully designed and crafted website. Wix Studio is great for anyone who's managing multiple websites and working on various teams. This is more of an enterprise solution, but another benefit here is that you also have the option to add in code. So if you are interested in inserting more of the customized options that are provided through code, this would be an ideal platform. There are also some other benefits of using Wix Studio, but rest assured you can still achieve, again, a really great website using the Wix editor. You have now reached the fun part, and that's getting signed up for Wix or signing into your existing Wix account. Even if you already have an account, don't worry, you can follow along still, just to ensure that you did everything correctly. If you are signing up for a new account, you will click here on Get Started, and if you have an existing account, you will click here on Login. Right here, we're going to click on Get Started, and once you click on that, you have three options for creating an account. One is to create an account using your email. You will put your email address in twice, and then you will put in your password twice, and then you will click on sign up. The second option is to sign up using an existing Gmail email account. And the third option is to sign up using your Facebook account. So what we're going to do is we're going to sign up using our email account. Once you have your email entered in twice and your password, you will then click right here on sign up. Once you've clicked on sign up, you might get prompted to confirm that you are not a robot, and then you will click on sign up again. Once you've done that, you'll give it a second, and then you're going to be asked several questions. Now, if you are interested in following along with this, you can, or you can click right here on the bottom right on to skip, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, the next thing is you have several options in terms of what it is that we're going to do next, and that is going to be ensuring that we select first that we're going to continue with Wix as opposed to Wix Studio. Now, they didn't explicitly call out here Wix Editor, but when you click on continue with Wix, this means that you are interested in using the editor, and that is what this course is going to train you on, and that's how to use the Wix Editor. So we will click right here on this, continue with Wix. And then the next thing is you have an option to go ahead and try to get you to what it is that you're looking for in terms of that ideal website by using a chat, which is leveraging AI, artificial intelligence, or you can set up without AI. If we click on Start Chat, you can see here you're going to be asked a series of questions, and you will simply answer these questions, and this will give you the ability to be able to get closer to a design that you're looking for. This is an AI assistant that Wix has integrated. So with that, at the bottom, also you can rephrase the question, you can click on Help Me Answer, you can skip a question, or you can also do End Chat and Continue. What we're going to do is we will click right here at the top right on End Chat and Continue. And once we've done that, then you'll have the option to enter in the type of website that you want to create. Now, when you do this, this is going to give you a pre-filtered in list of themes that are specific to the industry. So if you clicked on consultant, it would show you consulting themes, or if you clicked on restaurant, it would show you restaurant themes. Another option is also if you click on right here, skip at the bottom right. And once you've skipped through all of this, then it's going to give you a comprehensive overview of everything. And this is a really good way to start just to know what your options are. Okay, and so what I've done is I've skipped through all of those options, and then it's going to ask me what I would like to call my website. So I'm going to call it right here my business name, okay, and then I'm going to click on continue, okay, and then the next thing is I can click on several goals that I have, and then I will click on continue. And then if you wanted to add in some apps, you can do that, but don't worry, you can also wait on this. So we're going to click on skip again. And then right here, you can continue to dashboard. And so what this is trying to do is it's trying to get you, again, filtered in more so options in alignment to more so saying, hey, what is it that you're looking for? And it's trying to show you specific information catered to that, okay? Now, the next thing we're going to do is we will click right here on Design Site. And when we click on Design Site, this is then going to give us the ability to allow Wix to create a website for us using a site builder, which is, again, leveraging artificial intelligence, or you can pick a template. When you pick a template, this usually works out a lot better because it's giving you a lot more options to select between. So we're going to click right here on Pick a Template. And so right here, you can see there are a lot of different options, and this is ultimately what I want all of you to be able to take your time with to find a design that aligns best to your taste and interest, okay? And also your industry. Now, don't be deterred by, let's say, some of the themes or templates that you see in your related industry. You can technically click on any of these and see what they look like, and you can update it to where you could make it specific to your use case within your organization for, of course, why you want a website. So right here, these are all of the templates. So with that, if you click on all of the templates, it'll show you the exact same thing. You can sort by recommended, newest, or top templates. You can also click on blank templates as well, and blank means that you're interested in starting from some type of framework right here, but notice that you don't have anything filled in terms of photos or videos. If you're interested more so in conceptualizing how things can look, it's better if you move forward with obviously having a look at some of these pre-designed types of themes. So with this, as an example, it says best match. So I'll click right here on view. When you click on view, it's going to share with you how it looks. So you can, of course, get started using it by clicking on edit this site, but we're not sure yet. So we're going to click right here on X, and all you're going to do is scroll down, and you can have a look at how this theme, also known as a template, looks. Okay. And of course, if this looks good to you, you can click on edit this site. If you're not sure yet, you'll go back to templates and you're going to rinse and repeat this process. You're going to scroll down and we're going to do it again. This is for an AI company, and you're going to click on view and you're going to have a look at this one as well. Okay, looking at the home page looks very nice. You can also click right here on the top and you can change pages to see how this looks as well. Okay, and then again, you can go right here back to templates. This is a process where you're going to have to take your time, because if there is a pre-designed template that has all of the bells and whistles that you're looking for, then you'll want to use that and you'll go through the process of editing that. But of course, if not, you can start from blank. So again, take your time. There are 67 pages, so you have a lot of options available to you. Definitely make sure you're going through the process of sorting, and also you can use this at the top, and this is giving you access to more of the categories. So remember, at the beginning part, we saw that we were being asked a lot of questions. All that was trying to do was to get you to this, but it's usually good if you start with something like this, because then you're seeing everything, and then by using this menu navigation, you can kind of drill down from there. So I went ahead and clicked on event and portraits as a category. Same process. You're simply going through to find something that's related to your industry that you might like. Now, when you are ready, let's say if you wanted to move forward with this, you would click on edit, or again, if you wanted to do blank template, you would do the exact same thing. You can view it and edit. So let's say we're going to move forward with the minimal layout. We would click right here on edit. You can do it at the overview level when you click on edit, and what that's giving you the ability to do is to take that design and it's taking you into the editor mode. Okay, and the reason why you want to go into the editor mode is because you said, I'm interested in this design and now I'm ready to customize it and make it mine. So once you have selected what it is that you want, you would have clicked on edit and you'll wait for the editor to load up. This is common and I want you guys to see it. It normally can take around 15 seconds for the editor to load up, so do not be alarmed in any way whatsoever. But once you've clicked on edit, you will then be taken into a screen that looks like this, where again, artificial intelligence is at your service, where you can allow AI to write your site content. If you're interested in doing this, you'll put a few details about your site. You'll name the type of site that you have. And of course, this will be the name commonly of your business, or if it's for yourself, you'll name it after you, and then you will generate site text. Again, this is AI generation, where it's trying to help to fill in the content. So please feel free to use this as you'd like, but if you're not interested, you will click on the X. Okay, and once you've done that, you will then see here in the back end you are in the editor. Now we're going to do an overview of how to use the editor in the next few lessons, but for right now, all you're wanting to do is you're wanting to say, hey Wix, I'm interested in using this design. So all you will do is click right here on publish to go live with it, or if you're just wanting to make it a selection, you will click right here on save and you're going to give it a name, which is your URL. Okay, and you're going to click on save and continue. That's it. You would have gotten into the editor, you would have clicked on save, you identified what that URL needs to be, and you're done. And again, the reason why you did this is because you want to make sure that it's saving. So then when you go back to Wix again, okay, I'm going to click on Wix.com, all right. When this loads back up and it takes you back to the main dashboard, this will be listed under your sites. That design that you've selected, whether it's blank or whether it's pre-designed, it's going to be again under your site. So I clicked on business name, and right here, this is your site. If you had multiple, you would go to all sites, and then what would happen is all of your sites would be loaded in here, but right now you just have one. So if you are interested in creating multiple, then you would click on create new site here, or you'll click the drop down on all sites and you will create new site. But again, this design that you selected is now here, and then when you're ready to edit this specific site, you'll click right on select and edit site, and it will take you into the specific dashboard for that applicable site, and then you have a lot of other settings that are related to this site. And then to design the site, to get back into the editor mode, you would click right here on design site. In this lecture, we're going to do an overview of Wix Workspaces. And this is a centralized hub within the Wix platform providing tools, resources, and access for managing and building your websites. Now, by default, anytime you add another website, it's going to be within that exact same workspace. But don't hesitate to create multiple workspaces. And you may say to yourself, well, why would I do this? Well, as an example, if you have a business with multiple teams, you may want each team to have their own respective workspace. And for that team's workspace, they may have sites only assigned to that respective team or department. So, right here as an example, this is one workspace. All I do is I click right here at the top, right next to Wix Studio, and you'll see two workspaces. This right here is our business's workspace, and then beneath it, we have a new workspace. But in this example, we could have this be at the top, team 1, then at the bottom, team 2, team 3, and so forth. Think of this as another way of staying organized and breaking out the websites and also differentiating features. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to click right here on Create a Workspace. And from here, I can then go ahead and I can name it something such as team 3, and then I can upload an image, and then I can click right here on Create Workspace. And when we do this, it's creating a separate environment for this respective team. Now, when you look over to the left, you see Discover. So of course you can discover as much as you'd like, but more importantly at the top it says Create New Site. Then here on the left, this is where all of these workspace sites would live, apps, templates, custom apps, and a lot more. And when you get beneath earnings, you can also click right here on Team, and you can go through the process of inviting your team members. So think of it as a way of breaking out the differentiating resources. So for this particular workspace, you would invite these individuals, and then for another workspace, you would invite another group of people. Beneath Team, you're going to see Settings, and under Settings, this is where you can make those adjustments that you originally set up. You can change the name, you can change the image, you can also change the URL, and more importantly, you can delete it if you no longer need it. Now, one common question is, I can't find my site. Well, you'll click right here and you'll want to double check and make sure you're in the right workspace. So we have Team 3, new workspace, and then we'll go back to our primary workspace that we were in before. And then here, you're going to see Sites. This is where all of the sites live. And so with that, you can click on Manage View. You can use the filter next to all sites. You can use the filter here. And more importantly, you can search as well. This is a really good way of organizing your sites and then also being able to search through your sites once you have them. So now that you've signed up for your Wix account and we've started by creating the first entity of our website, we're now going to take a look at a few hosting plans to assign to your website. Now, if you've already created a Wix website and you are under the free plan, you would still want to make sure that you're going through this particular lesson because of the fact that you are going to want to upgrade the site, and we'll go over the reasons as to why as well. So, to make sure that you're upgrading the correct site, you would go here to the top left, you would click, and you would simply scroll through to make sure that you have the right site selected that you are interested in upgrading. Every particular site that is assigned to your account has the opportunity for being upgraded. Now, don't worry. If you are creating a site, and let's say if in the instance you assign a hosting package to one site, yes, you can easily move it over to another site. But for the point and purpose of this lesson, we are going to assume that the hosting plan that we're assigning is for the site that you are interested in creating, and that will be live to the public. So, the first thing that you'll want to do when you are under the correct website's respective dashboard area is by clicking here on Compare Plans. It will open link in a new tab, and then you can begin comparing plans. Now, the great thing is that right now, Wix does have several sales. Now, the thing about the sales are that they come and they go. They're not always the exact same offerings. So if you do see a sale, definitely take advantage of that. And so you're going to have a look here at 3 different options. And you might be asking yourself, okay, which one do I pick? There are website plans, business and e-commerce plans, and then enterprise plans as well. So the most common plans are going to be your website plans. This assumes that you're going to have a website and you do not need to have e-commerce functionality, which means that you will not have the need for a store. So right here under website plans, we're going to start by taking a look here between Combo, Unlimited Pro, and then VIP. So you can look right here on the left and you can see the differentiating features, and by looking at the check mark, that will denote if those features are available and assigned to that particular plan. So let's start at the first, custom domain name. You always get that. Free domain name as well, removal of Wix ads, SSL certificate, quite common. So when we start looking at Pro and VIP, we start picking up these additional features, such as a professional logo, social media logo files. Also here we get some ad vouchers starting with the unlimited plan, video hours as well. You don't always have to worry about the video hours because of the fact if you are, let's say, interested in having that particular video hosted on YouTube or Vimeo, again, you don't have to worry about that. You can just have it hosted there and you can embed it on your website. And then a really important feature to pay attention to would be storage space. So as you're thinking about the allocated storage on your website, this represents the amount of storage that you're going to be given to house your photos, your videos, and then any of the other additional content. And so if you are not going to have a large site, meaning that you're not going to have, let's say, hundreds or thousands of photos and videos and things of that nature, then you could obviously sign up for a lower plan. I would say to be on the safe side, take a look at that unlimited plan just because you're going to get 5 gigabytes of storage as opposed to 2. But the good thing about storage is that if you ever do run out, then you can always upgrade your site for more. So this is not one of the moments where you have to commit to one plan thinking that you would not be able to get more. You would be able to. I would say that if you already do know that you're going to have a lot of photos, a lot of videos, things of that nature, definitely go ahead and take a look at that VIP plan. All right. Site Booster app, this is something that comes with VIP Pro and Unlimited, isn't something that you have to have. Same thing with Visitor Analytics app. I would say for Google Analytics, that would definitely represent what you're needing in terms of data. Events calendar, same thing. You don't necessarily have to sign up for that. It really is a tool to help you to stay organized. And then there's customer care as well. So there is 24/7 customer care for all plans. It's just if you have signed up for the VIP package, then you would get that priority customer care. Okay. So also right here, there's See Business Plans. We're going to go ahead and click on that. And now we're right back up here at the top on tab 2. For business and e-commerce, this really represents if you are going to have a store. So we're going to scroll down and take a look at these options here. Being able to get payments online, recurring payments, selling on social mediums, and then selling on marketplaces as well. This is going to come with these affiliated plans listed. Also, same thing as it was for the regular plans where we're getting a custom domain name, removal of Wix ads as well, and then customer accounts, we can have those representing memberships. And then here are a few other additional features. They do assume because you are going to have a store, you would need that additional storage. So with that being said, notice that that smaller plan being Business Basic starts at 50 gigabytes. So that is a really good option, especially considering that they know you're going to be adding in a lot of photos to represent your product, listings, and offerings. Okay, here it shows for your actual e-commerce platform part of your site where you're going to get unlimited products, abandoned cart recovery, essentially meaning someone has left the website and then they've abandoned the cart and then now you're sending a notification to invite them back. Subscription. So the really big thing here is if you're wanting someone to subscribe to something on your website, meaning that it could be gift boxes that's going to be filled with products each month, or it could be, let's say, something related to services. You would not be able to do that with Business Basic. You would need to make sure you have unlimited or VIP. Also, multiple currencies. Another thing here, only offered for unlimited and then also VIP. Automated sales tax as well. It's saying that you're getting a certain amount of transactions each month. Advanced shipping, same thing. Drop shipping, if you need that, that is available up to a certain amount of products for unlimited and VIP. Also product reviews, and then there is a loyalty program as well. You can of course click on here to show all features, to scroll through and look at these. You can simply just click on that downwards arrow to see what comes with it. I would say this really is going to be up to you to identify, hey, is this something that I'm going to use? Is this something that I need? Now, a common question that a lot of people have is, hey, I'm interested in having a scheduler where I charge for an appointment. Do I need to get an e-commerce plan? And if you do intend on collecting payment through Wix, then the answer for that question would be Yes, because of the fact that that's what you're using as your point of sale that's going through your website. If you were to sign up for an external scheduling tool that would collect payment via that medium, then you would not need to sign up for Wix for that. And I know that's a very common question that I get asked, which is around the service actual payment related to websites and capturing that information. So the last thing here are going to be your enterprise plans. Your enterprise plans pretty much are comprised of everything that we went over just now in terms of those differentiating features. And if you are interested in learning more, you can request a call. This is something where Wix wants to connect to you. They want to understand your business needs. They want to ensure that you have the tools and everything that you're looking for. I would say that it's a really good call, especially if you know it's going to be a bigger business, just to have an understanding as to all of those offerings. But of course, if you'd like, you can scroll down here and you can learn a little bit more about those enterprise plans, okay? And here's also another form to fill out for requesting a call. So for the point and purpose, we are going to go back here to website plans, and we know that we're going to start off with what we created in terms of that theme and template and progressing with that website. So we're just going to click right here on the combo plan for select. All right, now once you've picked a plan, either the business e-commerce one or the regular website plans, you have several billing cycle options. You can do 3 years, 2 years, yearly, or monthly. You will be able to save more money by signing up for a bigger commitment, because notice that the price per month is going to decrease as you increase the length of the term. So with that being said, please keep that in mind as you are signing up for a plan. Now, the more common option for a lot of people is yearly, especially if you're not sure if you're going to keep the site, but if you already know that you will, you can go ahead and sign up for that 3-year. Once you go ahead and click on 3 years, you'll click on go to checkout. Then you'll have several options for payment. So there are some saved payment methods on file, which I have obviously hidden. And so then you have the other option in terms of methods. So really all you're doing is signing up by putting in your credit card number, your name, and then also if you have PayPal, you can do that as well. It is asking for some additional invoicing details. And once you have all of that entered in, you can click right here on Submit Purchase. Now, at times, people do have inquiries around what about getting money back? What about refunds, cancellations, all of those differentiating types of things? I would say it is important that you read your terms of use. Go ahead and click on that and familiarize yourself with what you are signing up for. I could say that it's always good just to read what those contractual obligations look like prior to clicking on Submit Purchase. So if this is your first time remitting a payment to Wix, please make sure that you are aware of what those are. Currently, as you can see here, there is a 14-day money-back guarantee. Please make sure that you're cross-referencing that in the terms of use as well. And once you've looked through that, then you're ready to go. In this section, we're going to review how to get familiarized with the Wix platform. Included in this is doing an overview of what to expect when you log into Wix. Second, doing an overview of the Wix editor. And then third, getting started with building the website. So let's begin. Once you have selected a blank template or a pre-made template, when you relog into Wix again, you're going to see all of your websites. So typically speaking, if you only have one website, when you go to My Sites, it'll take you directly to where we're going to go now. But if you do have multiple sites, which is common because you may have several businesses or you might have tried out Wix using different templates, what you'll have to do is you'll hover and then you will select which site you would like to edit. Always be careful of which site you're editing, because typically when you start from something that is blank, you may find that there isn't an overview here on the screen showing you the design. But once you've designed these sites, you're going to see the actual pictures of the website. So we're going to click directly on here for Test 2, select an edit site, and we're taken to the next screen that looks like this. Right here, we have Test 2, we have the role, me being the owner, and then you see the site here. If you wanted to go directly to the Wix editor, you would click here on Site Actions, and you would go right here to Edit Site. This would invoke the Wix editor, and you could start immediately with making changes to the site. But it is also important to understand what we have here on this page. Right now, you're in the Dashboard section. So going back to Site Actions, you can edit your site, you can view your live site, You can also rename your site, which if you have a domain name connected, you really don't have to worry about renaming it. But for the purposes of having kind of like the site in a test version, if you are going to share this URL, you might want to go ahead and rename it. You can duplicate your site, which is great if, let's say, you wanted to test something out, but you didn't want to do it in the actual site that's public. You could, of course, duplicate. You can transfer your website to another account, which will take the website and it'll move it to another account where there's a separate login. You can add a contributor, which will give someone the opportunity to have a permission inside of your site, either being an editor or a viewer. And then you can, of course, move your site to the trash. Lastly, there is an opportunity to create new site. But if you remember on the previous page, there were 2 sites listed that we had, Test and Test 2, and then next to it, you could still create a new site there. So those are your site actions. The next thing is, it shows you your domain name. Currently, there's nothing connected, but if you did want to connect your domain, you could go ahead and click that. Right here, it shows you the website plan you've signed up for, so of course you can compare plans. Mailbox not connected, but you can purchase an email. And then, of course, for the Ascend plan, you can also compare those plans too. Now we're going to scroll down just a bit, and it's showing you the steps that you have, which are pretty much preliminary to getting your site live. So it's saying connect your domain, getting found on Google, and getting ready for business. Now, these aren't steps that you have to go through in no way whatsoever. This is just Wix putting together kind of a plan to give you an overview of what you may want to have. So all of these are suggestions. Scrolling down here to the bottom, there are some tips from the Wix blog. And I really like this because it is a blog that's hosted via Wix, and they always have new and fresh content. So if you'd like to check this out, all you have to do is click on See All, and over time you can read more of the articles that they have released. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we'll go right back up here to the top. And before we get out of the dashboard view, I did want to point out one thing, which is you can always use the search here at the top, and you can put in tools, apps, or help. And this is going to be at the top regardless of if you move from any section over here to another. Okay? So the next thing we're going to do is we will go to customer management. And what this deals with is if you have a form on your website, if anyone has submitted a message via the form, it is going to show up over here. Also, if you have anything via a subscribe form, you'll also see this here under inbox. Another thing is there is a bell icon at the top, so anytime you receive any notifications for submissions, you're going to see that there. The bell icon will also give you other notifications as well, so no worries there. Contact list. This is going to show you, again, anyone that has contacted you, but to actually see the message, it's always best to go directly into the inbox. Now, it's great because these contact lists will give you the ability to export. So if you ever wanted to use another provider such as MailChimp, you could, of course, export all of the different emails that you've collected, and then you can import them into another tool. To do this, you would, of course, filter by right here, customers, contact. It really just depends on the different lists that you have. And then you would go to more actions and you would export them out. You also have the option to import, which means if you have an email list, let's say via your email provider, or if you've used another tool, you can of course import these in the inside of Wix. The next area we're going to is manage. I will click on automations. This is where you will identify what automations you want to go out to the customer, let's say when they go ahead and fill out a form. So if you'd like to thank the visitors for contacting you, if you would like to also, let's say at the time of when a user signs up as a member on your site, if you want to invite them to subscribe, all of these are options to you, and it's related to things that automatically should go to customers once they have taken a certain action on your website. The next thing are workflows. This isn't something that you have to have, but it's a good way of looking at the steps for, let's say, when a lead is created, when someone's contacted you, when a price quote has been sent, invoice is sent. This is a really good way of staying organized, and it's also a way of identifying steps. All you have to do is click on new, and then you would add the information beneath these particular sections. Right here are tasks and reminders. This is a great way for you to, of course, stay organized. You don't have to use Wix as a tool for tasks and reminders. This is just a great option because if it's a task related to your website, it can stay directly in the back end of your website provider, which is Wix. Right here are site members. So anyone that is signed up as a member on your website, you will see it listed here on this page. This is a database of your members. So usually an individual will sign up on your website to become added as a member, but you can of course go ahead and add them yourself once you have added that members area, and this is that area to do that. Right here for getting paid, there are price quotes and invoices. I'll click here on price quote and we'll allow this to load. And you can go ahead and create your first price quote, and then if you would like to create an invoice, you would go to the invoices section and you would create an invoice. Now some people have questions, which is, do I have to do this here? And the answer is no. If you have another provider like Square or Stripe or PayPal, you can generate invoices there. But again, if you are collecting leads via the website and you feel as if by using Wix it keeps everything together, you could of course send out invoices and quotes here, and there are many options in these sections as well, so don't hesitate to check these out. Now we're going to go back to main menu and we are going to go to marketing tools. Now this may be a bit premature for some of you guys because you're not done with your site yet, but it doesn't hurt to familiarize yourself with where the specific items are. So under Marketing Home, this is an overview of marketing as a whole. So first it says get found on Google. This is related to search engine optimization, and this will take you through the steps of being found via search engines. You can also create an email campaign, promote on social media, and of course you can integrate more tools. One thing I love about Wix is that it has its own newsletter system, so once you've collected email addresses, you can send out emails as well. You can of course share a social media post. You can make a promotional video, and it says here all of the marketing tools that are available to you. So for you guys, you're going to have to, of course, identify what your customized marketing plan is. A lot of people feel as if that because you go through these steps, it means you're automatically going to be found, but you have to do some research on best practices in your industry. And then of course, if you have something that's different about your business, maybe what may be a good way of going about marketing that particular feature, or really whatever it is that's going to have you stand out. So definitely take some time doing the research, and then of course you guys can leverage these tools when you're ready to get started with marketing. Going back here to the main menu, we're now going to go to settings. So I'll click directly on settings, and all of this is related to your website. So of course, take some time to get to know these areas as well. This is your plan that you have. You can upgrade. You go to domain name. You can connect your domain name or manage it. It does say your site is published, so if you ever want your website to not be live, you can unpublish it. You have your site name, your site address. Site history is great, and I'll tell you why it's great. It's because you can always restore your website to a previous version. So if you've made a mistake and then you've clicked on publish and you've exited out of the editor, it's not as if that you can click on undo. So you can go to restore previous versions, and what you can do is you can see what the previous version was and you can restore it to that point of time, which of course would undo that mistake. So over time you'll see all of your revisions, things that you've published, saved, and of course starred. These are the ones that you've starred as a version, and when you click on it, it'll show you to the right that version of it, and then you can restore it to that point in time. Going back over here, there's general information. This is where you can put in your contact email, name, and location. Your favicon is what you're going to see right here on the tab in a browser. Social media for sharing preferences. Roles and permissions, which is different than members. Some people get confused. Your members, as we went through under customer relationship management, were your members for your site. These are your customers. For roles and permissions, these are the roles and permissions for your site. So if you do remember under site actions, when we were on that dashboard, you can add a contributor. All of your contributors and your pretty much admins are going to be listed here. So you can always add a new contributor by clicking on add, and then of course you can identify which role you'd like them to have. Don't forget to put on that email, and then you send out that invite. Okay, so now we're going to go back to overview. We're going to scroll down a bit, and then the next section is search engines. So we of course went over marketing, but of course you can click on manage to see what you have as far as being found on search engines. Okay, these are just a few more options. It is important to make sure that this right here toggle is enabled to be found in search results. For some of you guys, if you're looking in search engines after you've gone to the marketing steps and you're like, I can't be found, it might be because your SEO status is not enabled. So always come over to SEO under overview and settings to make sure that of course you have that set for enabled. Right here, this is where you can update your analytics. So if you'd like to use Google Analytics, you can do this. This is what's going to show you guys what you have on your site in terms of traffic. You can manage this by adding in a new tool. And then the last thing under overview is what we have for HTTPS and SSL. So there are a lot of questions around SSL. Why do I have to have this? Should I have it? And the real answer to that is yes, you should, because if not, you may find that at the top of your browser, it says the website is not secured, which means you do not have an SSL certificate. SSL stands for Secure Socket Layer. It's very technical, but really it's just adding another layer of security for your site. I would strongly recommend it, especially if you are collecting payments on your website. So you can, of course, click on that, and then it says this is secured. But if it is not, you guys can go to the process of learning more and identifying where you can get that SSL certificate. Now, one thing I do have to point out is that if your domain name provider is outside of Wix, if you have it with, let's say, GoDaddy or Network Solutions, you may have to purchase it there. So always make sure you're taking the time to understand securing and obtaining an SSL certificate. Next section is general information. This is where you're going to put in your contact information. You're putting in your email, your phone, fax number if you have that. Scrolling down, you can put in basic information about your website, your favicon. You know how to add this, of course, too. This is what's at the top right here on the tab. And then you can put in your location and your regional settings as well. Right here under premium subscriptions, this is the next section under settings, you will see your subscriptions. So with Wix, you can have a general subscription where your website is just upgraded. And let's say if you're going to have an informational website, that's great. But if you're going to have a store, or if you're going to have booking on your website and you use Wix Booking, you of course are going to want to go ahead and check these things out here as well to make sure that you have the right things purchased and you are aware of when they are eligible for renewal. You will also receive these notifications via email too, so don't worry about checking back here. It will always pretty much tell you when you have to renew your plan. The next things are your domain names. If you do have a domain name provided from Wix.com, great. You'll have the ability to connect. If you don't, then you can, of course, connect one you already own, and it will take you through steps, and then you can buy one too. Going to mailboxes, you can purchase an email, so you can go ahead and connect your domain name and get your email squared away. Accepting payments, yes, you can accept payments via any of these providers down here, PayPal, Alipay, Manual, and the Square Card Reader. You have more SEO settings. You also have a few social settings as well. You have notifications, which is important because you, of course, may want to identify how you're being notified. So typically speaking, you're going to get a lot of emails, but you can have desktop notifications too. You can also get notified via mobile, and of course, you can identify what you want to pop up on your dashboard. I would say in general, it's best to leave it. Just, of course, if you're afraid that you're going to miss anything, at least you have that right here. And via this bell icon, you'll see a lot of these notifications. And then, again, these are roles and permissions. Right here, we have under production tools, release manager. So right here, this is how we deploy a new version to your site. And generally speaking, you don't have to do this. A lot of people, they just go ahead and they save their changes directly in the Wix editor, and then they just take a look at how it looks. But for some of you guys, you may want to deploy it and to kind of test it out before you go live to your audience, so you can go to the process of having releases. And all of this is taking one version of your site, testing it out, and this is before you go to production, which means that you're going live with those changes. For some people, this is confusing, I have to be honest with you, but for people that are a bit more technical, and for those that really just want to do a lot of QA testing, this may be beneficial to you. We already went over tracking and analytics. We do have some inbox settings, so you guys will be getting some notifications around inbox, which is what you have received directly via your customers. So they could have sent a message or they could have subscribed to something, and you may want to, of course, put in some settings around how this also shows up for you. So when you do get this notification, how do you want it to show in your email inbox? We have integrations, and we also have notifications. And then we already went over quotes and invoices, but here you can put in some settings related to that. So this is all in reference to when you send out a quote or when you send out an invoice. Okay? And this is what we have all under advanced settings. We're going back to main menu, and then the last thing is apps. So via Wix, you have the opportunity to add in a variety of applications. A lot of these are provided directly via Wix. Wix Forum, Wix Chat, comments. You can, of course, type in different options as well, such as gallery, and you can see you can get a Wix Pro Gallery, Wix Photo Albums, and so forth. And what I'm going to start with is just the Wix Pro Gallery. I'll click it. You can see an overview of it. It shows you a demo, features, reviews, and so forth. But this is how you would add apps in, and of course you can just search by the category. Some of these are free and some of these are premium, which means there is a cost affiliated. So as you guys are finding that you want to add in additional features to your website, go ahead and check this out via the app market. Now, in another lecture, I am going to go over the app market in depth, so I won't do it here. This is just an opportunity for you guys to also see where it is kind of like in the overview side of Wix as opposed to going into the Wix editor. Now, one thing that is very important is manage apps. Even though in the Wix editor you might have gone on and added in the app there, you of course want to see what you have installed, because if there is a cost that is affiliated, it might be better for you guys to see it as an overview view here to know if, let's say, you'd like to upgrade a particular application, or if you'd like to cancel and or stop that payment for that application. So checking out under manage apps in addition to your premium plans is a really good way of seeing what your operational costs are for maintaining your website. Now we're going to go back to main menu, and we're going to go back to dashboard, and I believe we are now ready to go into the Wix editor. We're now going to get started with editing your site. We've gone through the process of signing up for your Wix account. We've also identified that we're going to use the Wix editor over Wix Studio. We've also gone over the dashboard, and now we want to jump right into the Wix editor so we can start customizing our website and getting you closer to going live. The first thing you want to do is you'll want to ensure that you're going to jump into the editor for the right site. To do that, next to the Wix icon, you'll click right here, and you will go to all sites, and you will select the website that you want to edit. If you only have one website, then by default you will see the check mark next to that applicable site, and then once you've confirmed that we're going to edit the right site, you will then click right here on Design Site. When you click on Design Site, that will take you into the Wix editor, and if you did select a theme or if you started from blank, then that is what you will be taken to. Okay. So the first thing is we're going to get familiarized with everything that is at the top right now, and that is horizontally. A lot of these things are related to your settings, but it is important for you to know what all of these are, so please bear with me. The first thing is preview. This is what you'll click on to preview your website before it goes live. When you click on publish, this means that your website can be seen by the public, and if you're not ready to go live yet, then you'll click on preview to see how those changes look. Or if your website is live and you have made changes, you'll want to see how that looks, of course, prior to making that again available to the public, so you will click on preview. You can click on preview here on the drop down under site, or you can click on preview here, right here at the top right. Okay, now going back to site, there's now get feedback, and what this is giving you the ability to do is to take a link to your website and you can share that with individuals prior to going live. It could be those within your organization, could be friends and family, but this is giving you the ability to be able to get that collaborative feedback, and everyone who is interested in giving you that feedback, they will click on that link that you send them, and then they can provide you with their commentary. The next thing is publishing. This is when you want your website to go live, or when you want to go live with your changes. You can click publish here in the drop down under site, or you can click publish here right there to the right. Okay. The next thing is release manager. This is when you are managing different site versions. There's a thing called release management, and this is something specific to IT or information technology, and it's when we're saying we are ready to take a change or series of changes that we've made, and we're going to go live with them by releasing those as a part of a release. So if you are interested in setting up a release management schedule for when you're going to iteratively roll out changes, you would click on release manager. The next thing here is site history. This is a really good feature again because you can go back to previous versions of your website, and if you ever need to restore your website to a previous version, you can do that. This is why if you do make a mistake with Wix, you don't have to worry. You can always restore it to a previous version. Right here, there's also create new website. You can do this on the dashboard side, or you can do it in the inside of the Wix editor, but this is creating a brand new website. This is not doing anything related to the existing website that you are editing. You do have the option to duplicate your website, and this is a great feature because what you're saying is hey, I want to take this website as it is, and I'm wanting to duplicate that, which is making a copy. The next thing here is transferring your site, and this is when you can transfer your website to another Wix account. Okay, so you're handing over ownership. Here is when you're moving your website to the trash, so you're trying to get rid of it, but don't worry, once it's in the trash, you can always take it out of the trash to restore it. The only way that you can't bring your website back is if you deleted something that was already inside of the trash. Here is my dashboard, which will take you back to the dashboard, and then this is where you can exit the editor, or you can click the X at the top right of your screen. Right here, we're now going to go over your settings. Now, if you've not connected your domain name, this is an area that you can do that in. Here is getting a mailbox, so if you are interested in having an email inbox, you can do that here. Here is where you can upgrade your site, and this is upgrading you to another type of hosting plan, or if you did not sign up for a hosting plan yet, you can do that here from the editor side. You can click upgrade here under settings, or you can click upgrade here at the top right. Okay. Going back here, this is getting found on Google. So this is taking you through the Wix SEO wizard. So Wix has already pre-configured a flow of ensuring that you're going through the different steps that they have identified to ensure that you're being found on Google properly. One of the most important things to think about regarding SEO or search engine optimization is you don't want to write your website from the perspective of what you want to say, but you want to write your website based on the keywords and phrases that individuals are going to be typing into Google. Therefore, you can be found. The next thing here is your favicon. A favicon is what you see in your actual browser as a tab. Notice here, you can see we have two tabs open, and on both of these tabs you see this white square. This is your favicon. Commonly you are going to want to take something out of your branding package that has your logo, and you're going to want to make that favicon if one was not created for you. Here is some business information, so this is where you'll enter in some information about the website and about your organization as a whole. This is social share. So if you were to take your website and if you were going to share it on social media, you want something specific that may need to show up. This is where you do it. So let's say you put that URL on Facebook, or let's say you put that on LinkedIn. You may want an image to show when you've shared that, and this is where you would set that up. Here are marketing integrations such as Google Analytics and Facebook Pixels. A lot of this can be accessed via the dashboard, but as a reminder, it's here as well. This is roles and permissions. It is important that you do a good job of ensuring that you don't have too many administrators that have access to your website. So this is where you will go forth and set up different types of permission sets. Accessibility. This is where you're making your website more inclusive. So if someone does have a visual or let's say a hearing impairment, you can make your website accessible by following these steps. Here is where you can make your website mobile friendly. Another option is getting outside of this is there's a mobile icon right here, and this is when you switch to the mobile editor and you can edit your site over here on this side as well. Okay. Here is image sharpening if you are interested in editing your photos. Now, this is not the best editor. You will still find that there are a lot of external tools and softwares that you can leverage to edit your actual photos. But if you are interested in using the internal tool within Wix because you don't have a lot of changes that need to be made, you can definitely do that here. Here's where you have privacy and cookies. So this is ensuring that you are GDPR and CCPA privacy compliant. So if you are collecting any information from anybody on your website, you will want to ensure that at a minimum, you do have a privacy policy on your website. Here is where you can make your website multilingual. So if you know your demographic speaks various languages, you will want to ensure that they can obviously use your website in that respective language, and this multilingual tool allows you to have several versions of your website supporting those respective languages. Here is an error page, which is 404. What happens is if someone puts in your website URL and a page does not exist, so www.com, whatever your website is, / and they enter in a page that is non-existent, this is the page that they will be taken to. So you can customize that to your choosing, but more than likely you are going to want to make it say 404 so they are aware of what it is, and it's that this page does not exist. Right here, this is developer mode. Now, for the point and purpose of this actual course, we are not going to drill down into how you can use code to design the website, because the idea of a lot of people using the Wix editor is that you get to avoid using code. But the good thing is for all of my coders out there, if you did want to code on your website, you can turn on the developer mode. You will need to turn it on in order to use that code, and to do so, you would click on turn on developer mode, and you have several options. You have your actual specific coding for your pages, so you click on the actual page that you want. You have your master page for your JavaScript. You have your public and your backend code, so your public for your JavaScript and your backend, which is your server-side code. You can search within your code as well. You have coding packages that you can install from npm. And then here you have your databases that you can create. You're creating a collection or you're adding in an external database. And then you have your developer tools as well, including your monitoring and your logs and a few other options as well. Now, for those of you all that do not use code, do not be deterred. The best thing to think of this is that it's an additional piece of functionality for if you do need further customization, you can hire a developer to go in and turn on to make sure that you have what you need on your website. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn off the developer mode, and now all of that has gone away. Okay? Now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to click right here on hire a professional. And what this means is that you've gone through this course and you're like, oh my goodness, this might be a little bit too much for me, and you want to hire a professional. Yes, you can hire our organization, Luxurious Web Design, or you can hire a professional through the Wix Partner actual tool, and we are Wix partners as well. So with that being said, do not hesitate to hire a professional for anything that you get stuck on, or you might want to have a professional do the entire website. The next thing here is help. This is a really good piece of functionality that Wix provides, because if you are stuck on a piece of functionality, you can obviously go through these respective areas to get yourself closer to your answer. The first thing is you can search within the editor. Another thing is they have an editor help center. This is where you will type in something to see if you can find your answer. There are video lessons, so of course you can stay tuned alongside within the inside of this course. There is an editor tour that will take you through the actual features in the inside of the editor, which is what we're doing right now. There are some keyboard shortcuts, so if you aren't using your mouse, the keyboard shortcut will allow you to use different keys on your laptop. Here again, this is where you can connect your domain. You can get found again in search engines using this. There are some new releases. I do recommend staying up to date with what's going on within the inside of Wix, because like many other types of softwares and tools, they're always releasing new features. And of course, if there's something that can allow you to optimize your website or your business, you do want to ensure you are aware of it. So please make sure you stay up to date with what's going on within Wix. But of course, you can leverage on our organization to do that as well. Here are terms of use to be familiarized with that, and also the privacy policy too. So with that being said, that's everything horizontally in the top left, and right here at the top right, this is all everything that we went over again except save. But upgrading allows you to upgrade to another plan, or if you don't have a plan already, you can obviously get signed up for your hosting via this area here. There's save. So if you're not ready to publish your changes to go live, you can click on save. Also, you can click on preview, and this is where you preview the changes that you've made prior to going live. And to go live right here, you will click right here on publish. All right. Now, going down to the next line, we're going to click on page, and this is how you navigate between your pages. You click on the drop down and you click right here on the respective page, or you can click on manage pages, and it will actually open up this icon here on the left, and you can click on the respective page that you would like to edit. Okay. The next thing is you can switch between your actual desktop and then mobile. Now, the most important thing to remember about the Wix editor is that you have two options in terms of responsiveness. And responsiveness means that your actual website is going to be shown differently based on the device that someone is using. Now, one of the biggest issues people have proclaimed about the Wix editor is that, hey, it's not responsive, meaning that your website is not automatically resizing itself according to the device that somebody is using. The most important thing to think of is that when you are designing in the desktop mode, you're also designing for laptop, you're also designing for TV, and you're also designing for tablet when the actual screen is held horizontally and also held vertically. This is the biggest issue with the editor, and it's that when someone is using a tablet or an iPad and it's held vertically, so upright, right, in the vertical position, there are issues in terms of sometimes your site is too wide. This is why sometimes people decide to turn on the grid lines in the inside of the actual Wix editor. And what I mean by that is when I go over to tools, and if I turn on grid lines or off, right, what ends up happening is that when I turn on grid lines, you could see these lines that are shown here, okay, vertically, which are little dashes in between the lines. And it's basically saying anything that's on the outside of that runs the risk of not being seen on a tablet that is held upright in the vertical position. So with that being said, some people still design outside of the grid lines because they know if someone is using a tablet, they're just going to turn it horizontally. But if you are someone that is really keen on making sure that no matter what, somebody can see it, then you are going to want to make sure you design within these grid lines. Another thing is you can also turn on rulers, okay? And your rulers will allow you to see here pretty much everything in terms of your sizing again. So you're not going to go past a certain point here outside of that grid line, still looking at the grid line as a guide, but your ruler is giving you information specific to your sizing. So please make sure you are aware of that if that's something that you're interested in doing, okay? Now, the next thing here is you do have the option to undo your changes, and you can also redo your changes. This is a really cool thing because if you make a mistake, you always do want to be able to undo those changes, and if you need to redo, you can do that as well. Here is your zoom in and out feature. I love this feature because sometimes you want to see things at a zoomed out view. So when you click on it, you can see everything comprehensively kind of together in terms of how it looks. And then when you click on it again, it brings you back into 100%. So this is a really good feature to see everything collectively, especially if you're wanting to see the flow of your design as you are putting things together. Okay. Now the next thing here is we're going to make our way back to tools. So when we click on tools, you do have the option to have a toolbar, and you also have the option to have layers. So what a toolbar is okay, I'm going to click right outside of this, is you do have several options. When you hover, you can copy something, which is an actual element in the inside of your page. You can paste an element. You can also duplicate an element, and you can delete an element as well. Another thing is you can arrange, meaning you can move elements in front or behind each other, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and actually click on something so you can use this here. So I click on it, and then now I can arrange it, moving it in front or moving it behind something. And then you have the option to align something vertically or horizontally. And you can also adjust the sizing. Now, a lot of people don't really use the toolbar, and the reason why is because of this. If when I do click on an element, I can always right click. And when I right click on it, I get a lot of options as well, meaning I can copy and paste, which is the most common thing. I can duplicate it as well, and I can also delete something. I can arrange it when I'm able to bring it to front, move it forward and so forth, and I can also overlap items as well. So if the toolbar is kind of in your way, don't worry. You can click again on an element. You can right click on it, and you get a lot of that same functionality. Going back to tools, you then get layers. So layers means you're able to see things that are layered, meaning something is on top of something that's on top of something else. Meaning I have a gallery right now, and I have words on top of the gallery. And the gallery may be on top of a strip or a section. And that's exactly what we have here. We have a section, the gallery's on top of the section, and the wording is on top of the gallery. So you can see here the actual section then you have the gallery, and then you have the wording. So this is showing you all of the different layers and components that you have. This is a really good feature because as you're adding more elements over time, you may wonder where something is and you're like, oh my goodness, I can't find it, but this is going to share it with you. So then you can just click on it and there it is. It found that element. That's the best feature about your actual layers, is that you can easily find something within your respective area. Okay? And we've already gone over your rulers and grid lines, and you can also snap to objects as well, meaning you're going to want to go ahead and hold something in place within those respective parameters. All right? Now here you have search. Now the great thing about search is that if you are interested in finding something, all you have to do is search and it will search for it within the editor. So as you all are getting acclimated, do not hesitate to use the search functionality. And that is all of your horizontal actual information that we're going to go ahead and say that we've completed. But yet now there is more that we have to get acclimated with, and that is vertically. This is when we're getting into the actual design competencies of the actual editor. So right here on the right, we have add elements, and elements are all of the different pieces of functionality that you can add into your actual editor, and also actual assets as well. So we're talking about wording, you have your text, we're talking about images as well. You can upload images or you can use something free from Wix. You can add in buttons. You can add a strip, which is where you pretty much design your website using strips, where you say, hey, this is the background that I'm going to use for this area, and then you add other elements on top. You have decorative content as well, which is a lot of vector art and also some shapes. You have boxes, which are more so smaller confined areas, but you can add in different shapes here. You have galleries, so you have pro galleries and grid galleries if you're interested in showing and featuring a lot of different images and videos. You have your menu and anchors, so your menu is your primary navigation. You can have some sub navigation as well using drop downs, and you can also have anchors, meaning your sections are going to be dropping to certain areas, meaning, hey, I put together a landing page and I'm using navigation that says take me to section 1, 2, 3, or 4. That is what an anchor is. You have your contact forms and a variety of other forms that you can use, and you also have Google Maps here and chat. You have video and music you can add in. Interactive, which is really cool. So if you guys are interested in adding in slideshows or light boxes, which are also pop-ups. You also have some other types of boxes as well with animation. Okay. You also have some tabs as well that you can use. You also have some hover repeaters. So when people hover, they see certain things. You have your actual page bar. So if you're wanting to go from one area to the next, you have an actual list as well. So if you're trying to show collections of information, you can embed code externally. So you can embed HTML. You can also embed another website using iframe. You can also add in a custom element. There's video here, audio, and advanced features, and also animation too. Here we have social. So if you guys are interested in adding in your social icon, so if someone can get access to your Facebook, your TikTok, or your Instagram, this is where you do that. You have payments. This is not the same thing as an e-commerce store, but if you do have a button that you want someone to click on to make payment, this is where you would do that. You also have input. And input is when you're interested in collecting a bit of information. You can also do this through the form. You have CMS, which is your content management system. This is where you are using the actual Wix database. So you have a preset of information and data. Think of it like a grid of information, such as if you were to put this inside of Microsoft Excel or another type of just way of holding in a bunch of data. This is what we call a collection. And then from that collection of data, you then may want to do certain things in terms of creating more pages, which would be dynamic pages. So you have the option there. You also have the ability to add in a blog. You can also add in a store. You can also add in Wix bookings. You can add in Wix events too. You can add in community, which means that you're going to use the Wix members functionality. And then you also have My Designs. My Designs is when you say, hey, I like this design that I designed here in this section, and I would like to use it again in another section, which is very common, so you have a bit of continuity. Okay? Here is what we call our sections. And sections are pretty much very similar to strips, but a section is saying, hey, this is what I'm interested in terms of my actual layout that I want in a certain section, and then you're going to add in elements on top of that. So right here, as you're designing your pages, you're going to be adding in sections. So you're going to be adding in some of this predefined information if you so choose. So you can do gallery, team, whatever you'd like, or you can add in a blank section. And all you're doing is you're saying, hey, blank section, go ahead and add this, as I just did, into the inside of my actual page, and then you would add on top of that your respective elements. So that is what a section is. You're building your page with sections of content, and then you're adding your elements on top of that. And as you guys go through certain websites, you'll notice that you're getting sections of content, and then what is within those sections are the different elements that you see here. Again, as a reminder, you do have your pages, but to be a little bit more specific with pages, you'll click the circle icon next to a specific page, and you can click on settings for that page, and you have page information, you have the layout, you can hide the header or the footer on any respective page, you have permissions as well, everyone can see it, only those who have a password or for those who are members. You have SEO basics. Well, SEO again is search engine optimization. You enter in that title and that information that shows in Google. You have some advanced SEO settings and also social sharing as well. So if you did want a certain image to show when you share that page, you can do that here. Dynamic pages, this again is what gets created when you do decide to, let's say, have a collection of data and you're wanting that data to create more pages for you. So there is a difference between regular pages and dynamic pages because your dynamic pages are coming off of your subsets of data. So if you have like a database or something of that nature. Most people don't have databases as they're getting started because that could be a little tricky. But if you were interested, you would have the ability to do that as well. Okay, so kind of going back here, when you click on those three dots, you have the SEO basics, social share. You could change the page background. You can connect to a content management system. You can rename the page, you can duplicate it, you can copy it, hide it, meaning the page is still there, but in order for someone to access it, they have to click on a button or you can share that link with them, but it's hidden from the menu, and then you have the option to delete the page as well. And those are your options regarding your pages. Here, when we click on this, this is when we're getting into your actual branding for your actual website. So you can set this up. Now, this is an area that a lot of people skip over because you're like, well, when I get into actually adding in the elements, I'll change the color there. But if you set your theme ahead of time, this actually makes your life easier. So what we're going to do is we'll click on energetic as an example, and then what will happen is all of the colors will change based on what I've clicked on. So notice to the right, things are changing a little bit based on me changing the actual theme of the actual website. Okay, and you can go forth and you can change this as much as you'd like. Okay, and you can go back and you can click on change theme as well. And when you change theme, it just takes you back here and you can obviously change the colors. So what you're doing when you do this is you're essentially doing all of this here. So first thing is you can change your color themes, base colors, and your accent colors. Branding is very, very important with a website because you do want to ensure there's continuity. Think about when you go to big corporate websites like Target, or when you go to, let's say, maybe a Walmart, or if you go to British Petroleum as a website. All of these websites have a color scheme. And one good example that I tell people is if I decided to take you and I put you inside of a very big store that everyone's familiar with in the country that you live in, and if I did not show you the sign on the outside, how would you know that you're in that store? You would know because of the colors that they've used and the different types of signage and things of that nature. All of that feeds into your branding, and you do want to make sure that you have continuity within your branding, using similar fonts and also using very similar colors as well, which is why you also want to make sure you hire someone professionally to put together your branding if you're not able to do that yourself. But here's where you set your base colors and also your accent colors as well, and this is what will be shown throughout your website, and it'll be a lot easier to use these colors as you need. The next thing is your text. You have different headings. H1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of these are the different types of headings that you'll have in your paragraph. And so all you're doing is you're saying use this font and make this the actual size that I need. And you'll set that up there. Page background. You can obviously set it up using colors, image, or video. That's where you'll do that. And then the last thing is page transition. So as you go from one page to the other, what type of animation do you want? This is where you set that up. And that is your site design in a nutshell. You do, again, want to take this seriously because you do want to make sure there's continuity. And to do that, you go through site design. The next thing here, this is your Wix app market. This is where you leverage further functionality that Wix has that Wix is going to call Wix blog or Wix store, but there are other types of functionality as well outside. So you can use right here marketing tools. You can use other things to sell online. You can drill down into all of these simply by clicking on whatever it is. The most important thing to be aware of is that if you're interested in using anything provided via Wix, you would click on Wix Business Solutions and you're going to see everything available from Wix. So if you need Wix Store, you add that in, Wix Bookings, Wix events and tickets, and you can simply do this by going in through the app section of the editor. Okay. Next thing here is My Business. This is when you're setting up the information related to your specific organization. So with that being said, you're going to see everything related to forms and payments in here. So you can add new forms, you can add in manager subscriptions, you can add in view more templates. All of this is related to your organization because all you're saying is hey, when someone fills out a form, I want to manage the submissions. Hey, this is going to be a call to action that I want someone to go through the process of filling out. And you can also add in more applications. Everything that you add in is going to be shown here related to your business. All of your business information will be able to be accessed via this section here. Next thing here, when you click on that, these are all of your media. So as you are uploading photos and videos into your website, if you wanted to access them all at once, this is where you would do it. You would click right here on media, and you can scroll through to get to the applicable section. So you have all of these videos and photos available to you, and you can also upload your own by clicking on upload, and you can also edit through Photo Studio. That's another cool feature as well. Again, there are more advanced tooling available external to Wix where you can edit a photo such as Photoshop. But again, if you're trying to do something simple, you can click right here on Photo Studio. Right here, when you click on this is your content management system. So again, this is when we're getting into data, where with that data, you're interested in creating dynamic pages within Wix. So you're trying to make more sub pages with that data. That is what this is. Okay. And then right here, what I just clicked on is a new tool, and this is called AI tool. So using artificial intelligence to try to bring more so of a streamlined approach to creating your website. Do not hesitate to use this. It is new, but it is very fun. So you can create text for a page by clicking on this here, and it's going to give you the ability to enter in information so it can create that text for you. Okay. Another feature that you have available to you is, of course, using section creator and also more text creation as well. So when you click on it, all you're noticing is that it's saying, hey, give me information, and based on the information that you're putting in, it's then trying to create content for you. Same thing for the section. It's asking you information, and then it's trying to create that information for you. Definitely, once you do this, it'll give you in response back what it feels as if that is best for you. But even once the AI tool has created this content, yes, you can still edit it. And that's the most important thing to remember about AI, is that artificial intelligence is trying to do it for you. But if you do need to tweak it, you can still definitely do that on your side as well. And right here at the bottom, this is layers. We already went over how to get to layers, which is when you click on tools, and then you obviously click on layers. But a quicker way to get to that is by clicking on the bottom left. And that is your Wix editor in a nutshell. I know we've gone over a lot of content, but stay tuned as we get into the next few lessons, because then we're going over the specifics of how you can design your website. Now that you're acclimated with where everything is in the Wix editor, it's now time to get comfortable with using it. And these are 3 tips to make that happen as seamlessly as possible. The first thing is you want to design your pages section by section. It's very easy to get overwhelmed when you're having to think that you have to design an entire page with a lot of content. One good way is by taking it section by section. If you click here on the zoom out functionality, you're going to notice that here on the home page we have 3 sections. The welcome section is at the top. When you scroll down, the about section is in the middle. And here at the bottom, we have our feature section, which is that 3rd section. And so what you would do is you would design the welcome section first. You would then do the about and then features. This is giving you the opportunity to break it down area by area. And this ultimately gives you the opportunity to also present some versatility in your design. I'm going to take you here to a live website, and this is ExxonMobil's website. Right here at the top, you have a slider area, and this is also a video at the same time, but this is section 1. The white area that shows that dollar amount here, this is section 2. The blue area is section 3. The featured topics is 4. Your Our Commitment section is 5. And then this last section here is 6. So one of the most important things to keep in mind is that you see versatility in each section between using photo backgrounds and different colors, but ultimately this was designed section by section. And that's what you want to do while you're using Wix. The next thing, as the second tip, is going to be understanding that while using the Wix editor, a lot of things that you add on top of your sections are drag and drop. If you click here on this element, such as text, you can take this text and move it into the header. You can actually also move it into the next section below. And so as this is a really cool feature, because you're not limited with where you can move things, it's very important that you are taking your time and you're not moving too fast. Notice this. I'm moving around really, really fast, but when you move slow, this gives you time to align, and it also gives you time to make sure that the placement is correct. That's one of the most important things about drag and drop, is you want to make sure things are balanced. Notice here that this is now in the center of the page along with the title and the contact button, and also it's centered with the next section below. Definitely take your time with drag and drop. Now the third tip is every single thing that you have on your website is going to be clickable in the edit mode. And what I mean by that is this. Right now, when I click on sections, notice that options pop up for me to edit the section. When I click on text, notice that options pop up for me to edit text. And as you're getting acclimated with using the Wix editor, if you're not able to find something, it could be that you need to click on that actual element to see what pops up. So right here, when I click on section, there it is, change section background. That's a common thing that a lot of people are looking for, and it's that I want to change what I see in the section. Also here, when you click on text, if you were to click on edit text, notice that then you're going to see other options that pop up, such as your fonts, as well as you can make it bold, italicized, underlined, and so forth. This is going to be a process that you go through incrementally, and it's ensuring that you're allowing all of those options to pop up when you're editing a component of the website. Even here, when I click on Wix Pro Gallery, now I can click on Manage Media. I can also click on Settings. You will have to go through this as you're going again through the process to see if the options that they're giving you are actually going to lead you closer to what it is that you're looking for. Such as for the gallery, you may say, I don't want a slideshow. I want a collage, or I want a grid. And because you clicked on settings, that allowed you to find it. So don't hesitate to click on those options that pop up, because a good 9 times out of 10 for that specific element, it's going to give you access to potentially being able to make the changes that you're looking for. We are now going to create the header, the footer, and the menu, which serves as your navigation on your website. Now your header is at the top of your website, and this is in this area here. And then at the bottom of your website, this is the footer. And when we look at our menu, this is the section here, which represents the navigation that is taking us from page to page. Now, commonly speaking, your header and your footer, as well as your navigation, is what is going to be seen on all pages. So you definitely do want to get into the frame of mind of thinking, what is it that my users might be interested in seeing on all pages? And so what you can do is right here to the left, you can click on Add Elements, and you can add in any of these respective types of assets into your header or your footer to make sure that your users are seeing the right information. So you can add in a text block, such as if you're wanting to showcase contact information. You can add in an image. You can also add in a button, which is very common. And of course, there are a lot of other things as well that you normally add into your pages, but that you can also add into your header as well as your footer. Now, the first thing here is that you might be interested in hiding the header and the footer, and you might ask yourself, well, why would I do that? Now, based on how some individuals are interested in designing the website, there may not be a need for a header or a footer across the website, or at least on one page. And if you are interested in hiding your header and footer, you click on Pages and Menu, you click on the circle, you click on Settings, you go to Layout, and then you click on No Header and Footer, and as you can see, the header and the footer have gone away. And then to bring that back, you'll click on the circle again, you click on Settings, you click on Layout, and then you click back on Standard, and then of course the header and the footer have returned. And so now we're going to jump right into actually editing the header. Now, of course, that we're identifying that we're going to use it because it's not hidden. And so the first thing is you're going to click right here on the header, and then you can click on the pencil icon called Quick Edit. And Quick Edit is going to allow you to change the background first. So you can click right here on Change, you can change the color, and you can click on whatever color you'd like. If you did set your theme colors, then you can click on one of those colors. You also have the opportunity to do a gradient, meaning that you have 2 colors. And then right here you have a fluid gradient, which means that you have 4 colors. And so with that, there's a lot, of course, that you have available to you. And as you can see to the left now, we've changed that to a gradient. But then, of course, we can always change it back. Okay, and then also, again, you can change it to an image or a video. The next thing is that you have some settings for your search bar, so you can click on settings. Right now the placeholder text is search. You can also show results suggestions, and also you can show trending items as well before a user starts. Here next to strip background you see change, and so you can change the color and the image and also the video here. Scrolling down a little bit more, you see paragraph, which is site name. For many of you, you won't be using a text block, but instead you will be using your logo. So with that, you could of course change image. You can click on manage menu as well for the horizontal menu, and you can take a look here. And so if you did want to hide something, you could click on the circle, and then from there you could hide from menu. When you hide something from the menu, this is simply hiding it and it's not deleting the page. And then of course the last thing is the button, which you have the option to click on settings for that button. You can change that actual text. You can also change it to an icon, text an icon, or nothing. All right. And then of course you can change the link by clicking on the link icon, and this is where you will identify where that button goes. Quick edit is a really simple way of editing every single thing that you've added into your header, but remember first you have to add in those respective elements. Now you might be thinking, okay, what exactly do I want to add into my header? A really good way of coming up with this is by looking at competitor websites or notable websites of notable brands. So the first website we're going to go to is Target.com. Target is an e-commerce website, so they have a store. So if you have a store, this could be a good example to have a look at. The first thing is that their header is broken into two sections. The red section at the top, which is the top bar, and the white section here. You could see their logo first. You could see they have several menu options in terms of categories of products, deals, which represent sales, what's new, pickup and delivery, a search bar, signing in so people can check the status of orders, and also a shopping cart to see what a user has added to their cart. And then in the red area, this is information that they felt as if would be very important for a user to know. This is an example of an e-commerce website. The next website that we're going to go to is jimadler.com. And Jim Adler is a lawyer's website. They're not selling products, but they're selling services. Here you could see that they also have two sections of their header by first having the logo to the left, and they have two lines for their menus. The first line is all of their pages that they felt as if somebody might be interested in clicking on. And then at the top, they have blog, locations, contact, the ability to change the language, which is very, very important. If you already know that you're going to have speakers of another language on your website, social media icons, and their call to action, which says free consultations, and then of course there is a phone number. So definitely you can go through the process of typing in different websites to have a look at those headers, but the most important thing again to think about is going to be what is it that your users are going to need to see as they go from page to page. We have branding, we have a menu, we have a call to action, and we also have a search bar. Now, before we move on to the footer, there's one last thing here for your actual header, and it's your header scroll settings. And what this is that it's saying, hey, I want my header to scroll with the site, or I want it to be frozen. Scrolling with the site means that when I am going from the top to the bottom, the menu is simply going to be at that top, and then when I want to get back to the top, I have to scroll back up to gain access to the menu. The great thing about having it when it is frozen is that then as you are scrolling, what will happen is that that header is in place. So now as I scroll, notice that it's not going anywhere. And this is a really cool feature to have. Therefore, if someone wants to go to another page quickly, they can do that. They simply can click on About, or they can click on Gallery, no matter where they're going on the website. Okay? So now we're going to go back to Editor, and we're going to make our way into the footer. Now, there is a lot of ambiguity at times around what should be in the footer because we're not always really sure, because we ask ourselves, well, why somebody would need to see this in the footer if it's already in the header? This is commonly going to be an area where you're going to put more so snippets of information such as quick links. So if you had a, let's say, website that had 20 pages or 50 pages, you might want to put the popular links at the bottom. You can also put a newsletter sign up. You also can put your branding again. You can add a button here as we have done. When you click on the link here, that button goes back to top. So if someone's at the bottom and they need to shoot back to the top quickly, they can do that. And then of course, the same thing for the header is that you can always go to your add elements and you can add in whatever it is that you'd like. Now at a minimum here, this is a really good thing to have, which is 1, your privacy policy, 2, a menu or quick links, and then 3, a button to get back to top. But what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at our websites again. Back on the Target website, if you scroll to the bottom, having a look at their footer, they have a newsletter sign up. They have some quick links as well, such as About Us, also help, which is a very popular thing for stores because, as you know, customers may need help to find out what's going on with shipping or delivery. They have their stores information and also services. This is a lot of information, but it is important to see because at times you'll want to gain an understanding as to what all of your options are versus, of course, you not seeing enough. So this is a good example here for a store. Now going over here to the Jim Atler website, again, where they are selling services, we're going to make our way to their footer, and they have a newsletter sign up. They have quick links here on the left. They have practice areas in the middle. They have some social media icons. They have some offices as well. And then they have some information here at the bottom. This is another good example of what you could do for your footer in terms of providing that additional information. Now, a lot of the information, yes, is already on the website, but think again, hey, they've reached the bottom of the page. What might they be interested in seeing? And this is their take on that. So now going back to the website, very similar to what we did for the header, there's also going to be the option to do quick edit for your footer. And so right here we click on quick edit. And the first thing is that you can change the actual information in that text block. You can click on manage menu again. It's the same menu horizontally, and you can also change the button. And so when you have clicked on the footer, you also will see there's the option to change footer design. And when you do that, you can click right here on customize design, and then you can change the actual formatting of that footer. So you scroll through and you see all of the options. Some of these have lines in it, some of these have shadows in it, but once you've selected what you've wanted, then you can change the color. So you can change the background to something else. You see how it's changing. Center area, notice how it's changing to something else. You can also add a border. You can change it to where the corners are a little bit rounded on the border, and you can also add in a shadow as well, which is what we currently have added. And that is how you go through the process of editing your footer. Now we're going to talk a little bit about navigation. Now, commonly speaking, your navigation is going to live in your header and your footer, but at a minimum, you're going to want that navigation to be in the header, and that is because that's where commonly users are going to look for it. So with that, to add in a menu, you click right here on Add Elements, and then you make your way down here to Menu and Anchor. Okay, so we're going to click on that. And so the first thing is that you're going to click right here on horizontal menus. This is the menu that goes left to right. When it comes to vertical menus, this is what's going up and down. Horizontal menus are very, very popular, and this is what we already have on the website. So the first thing is we're going to click right here on horizontal menu, and you first see the option to manage menu. And what this means is that then you're seeing everything that's already on the menu. You can click the circles and you can rename it to something else, and you can also hide it as well. And so when you're hiding it, again, you're not deleting the page, you're simply saying, I don't want this page on the menu. The next thing here is going to be navigate. When you click on navigate, this is actually going to take you from page to page, so you're not making any changes whatsoever to the menu. This is simply taking you to another page on your website. The next thing here is the gear icon, which represents your settings. So with that being said, we do have advanced settings on in terms of you being able to see a little bit more of more so of the information in terms of manage menu and navigation. But if you wanted to reset the menu, you can definitely do that as well. So if you click on reset menu, this then gives you the ability to be brought back to something that you had before. But if I click on settings again, you see here, now it's saying set as advanced menu. And when you set as advanced, all this is doing is that it's giving you the opportunity to make some of the changes here under manage menu that you normally would make over here under pages and menu as well. Okay. The next thing here is your layout. So you can identify if you want the text to be left aligned, center, notice how it's changing, or right aligned. Commonly, you're going to want to make it centered. All items are the same size. You can do that. Or items fill the whole menu. You can do that as well. Left to right is the common direction, but you can do right to left. And then if your menu is quite long, you may want to identify, let's say, a word that shows, such as click on here to show more, or just the word of more. Okay? The next thing is going to be design. This is really important because, of course, we want this to align to our theme. So right here, when we click on Customize Design, you have several options. The first thing is Fill Color. So if you do have an actual drop-down, this is where you change the color of that drop-down. You can change the corners around if you do have some framing here at the top. So you can change the design to be something more of like a button, or you can allow it to be text as it is right now, and that is at the first option. Here we have shadow, which is where you can apply a shadow, which happens when you do have actual framing around your actual menu. You have text as well, which is really important. And so to change the actual base color, you'd simply click on that, and then you can change the color. Notice how it's changing right now in the menu. You can also scroll down a little bit, and you can change the font as well. And so right now I changed it to something else. Notice how it changed to that other font that I added in. Okay. And then if I were to scroll down just a little bit more, I can also change the font size. I can type in a number, or I can scroll from left to right. So with that being said, I'm going to scroll, and you can see here how it's now getting larger and then it's getting smaller. I can bold, and I can also italicize. The next thing for hover is when someone hovers over the menu, what color do you want them to see? So when they hover, it could be gray, it could be pink, it could be whatever you select. And then once the menu is clicked, this is where you click on that actual menu item, and you're going to want to define that color as well. Now, one thing to note is that for your menu, for regular, hover, and clicked, it's going to be the same font, but you can always change the color. It's also going to be the same size, but again, the color is where you're going to notice those distinctions. And then here is where you have spacing, so you can change the spacing as well for your menu. Now going over here, you can also add in some animation. And so I normally do not recommend this for menus, and that's because this is what people are using for navigation. So you definitely don't want something bouncing in or floating in, because somebody may quickly want to go from page to page, and you don't want to have anything in place that could hinder them from doing that. So with that, those are your options for your horizontal menu. Now we're going to make our way back over to menu, and we're going to have a look at vertical menus. So vertical menus again are what you see that go from top to bottom. We're going to take the vertical menu and we're going to drag it onto our actual page. Now when it comes to a vertical menu, this is a little bit different because this always does not live in the header. And the reason why is because it's a very tall type of menu to have, and it could take up a lot of space in the header. Therefore, people normally add it to the left, or they add it to the right of the website. What we're going to do is we're going to move it over here to the left. Now, the most important thing is making sure that as somebody is scrolling, the menu is actually moving with them. So the way that you do that is you right click on this here, and then you're going to pin to screen. Once you pin to screen, you're going to identify where you want it to be. So we're going to say we want it here a little bit in the menu. And when it's pinned, it means that when somebody is going to use the vertical menu, then when they scroll, it moves, you see here in the background, but that menu is in place. This is a very important thing to remember when you're using the vertical menu, because you will need to ensure that this is pinned, okay? And when you click on that pin icon, you can always unpin it as well, and you can move it around again. Now the next thing is the same thing for horizontal menus. You have manage menu and navigate. You also have settings as well. You have the same thing in terms of your layout, except now it's saying item alignment, left, center, or right, and you can choose how the submenus open. And then when you get into design, you have the exact same thing as well for your design, and you also have the same option in terms of your animation. Now going back over here, we're going to click on add elements, and now we're going to get familiarized with anchors. And so an anchor is when you add in the functionality for your users to be able to drop to a specific part of a page. Now normally when you are going to say yes, go from one page to another, it's taking them to the top of the page when they're going to, let's say, from the home page to the about page or to the contact page. But an anchor says, hey, take me to this specific part of this page. So what I just added in was an anchor here, and what I added was anchor 1. And what this is saying is that, hey, I want to be dropped to this specific part of this page. And so with that being said, there are sections in the website that you could drop to, but you actually might want to drop to the middle of a section or a quarter of the way of the section as well. And so one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to look at how we can actually link to an anchor once we've added it. So now that the anchor is added in, I do highly recommend taking it, holding it down and dragging it to get it to the exact location first. Then when you still have the anchor selected, you can click on settings and you're going to name it. Naming your anchors will give you the ability to be able to say, okay, I know exactly where this is going to be. So I'm calling this welcome 1.1, okay? And then with that being said, you can click on the actual URL, but you normally don't have to worry about this. And that is because when you name it correctly, when you then have a button that links to it, or when you add it to the menu, it's going to know what it's linking to because you've named it. So to add an anchor to the menu, you click on Pages and Menu, which is the page icon here to the left. You click right here at the bottom on Add a Menu icon right here, and then you're going to click on Anchor. And then what you do is you say, okay, I'm on the home page first, and then you click on Where, and we're going to link to Welcome 1.1, and you're going to click on Done. So then notice we have Welcome 1.1 that we now have on our menu. And this is very important because what you want to ensure is that you have the opportunity to be able to link off of the menu to this respective anchor. So now that we have this on our menu, you can see right here for Welcome 1.1, we're then going to click on Preview. And when we click on Welcome 1.1, notice that it drops to the exact area where Welcome 1.1 is, okay? And so with that being said, another option is that you can link to an anchor from a button. And so when you have the button added, you click on Linked, and then you go to Section or Anchor, and then right here you identify the page, and then you're going to identify the anchor, which again would be Welcome 1.1. And when someone clicks on it, it will take them to that respective area. Now we're going to make our way back to our actual menus again, okay? And so with that being said, we have that anchor added in, and then now we're going to add in an in-page menu. And so an in-page menu is what we're going to go ahead and drag here to the right. And so what this says is that, hey, I want to be able to have navigation for all of the sections and all of the anchors on this respective page. It's a little bit different than your primary navigation, which is taking you from page to page, or that's taking you to the areas that you've added in, such as sections and or let's say your anchors manually. But this is everything in the inside of your page. So we click right here on Manage Menu first, and you can see it has top of the page, your Welcome section, which is this section here in white. It also has About, which is your About section here. It also has Welcome 1.1, which is this anchor. It has Welcome, which is this anchor, okay? And then, of course, it has the About anchor as well. Your anchors have the actual anchor icon, and your sections have that kind of that horizontal icon there. You scroll down, you have your features as well, okay? And then also at the bottom, you have your footer. So with that being said, when it comes to your in-page navigation, what you do want to do is uncheck any of the things that you do not want in that in-page navigation. So as you can see here, the circles are increasing as I'm selecting, and then as I deselect, okay, you see that they're going away. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to click on Preview, and notice here as I click on it, okay, it's going to go to secondary areas. So that was the second and third area, fourth, but remember, this is kind of like a little lesson here. Remember what we did to that vertical menu? What do we need to do here? Okay, if you thought about pinning it, that's exactly what we need to do. You right click on it, and then you're going to pin to screen, because what this is going to do is it's going to say, hey, let me make sure that this is in place. Therefore, when I'm using it, I don't have to worry about this thing not being accessible. Notice now as I'm scrolling, it's still in place. So when I click on it, it's dropping to these respective areas, okay? And that's because I pinned it in place on that actual menu, and I have my anchors and I have my defined sections. So that is how you would add in an in-page menu, and that is how you would actually set it up. Now we're going to unpin it, okay? And so this gives us the ability to move it around again. And so now we have the option to define the layout, text alignment, left, centered, or of course, right justified. We can click on design. And with customizing the design, you have a few options here in terms of fill color. So this is when you're actually going to change those dots that you see. All right. You have the option to change your text to a different font and also size. And then you can do clicked as well, where you can go ahead and click on clicked. And now you've changed the color of that actual navigation. And that is how you go through the process of changing that design. Now making our way back over here, when we click on add elements, and then we're going to click on menu again, we now have a site search. So we already have site search added in, but I'm going to share with you guys how this works. When you add in an actual site search, what happens is that you're adding in first that search bar, okay? But then when someone is going to type something into that search bar, it's going to take them into a search results page. By default, this page is hidden. And the reason why is because there's no need to have it on the menu, because someone is only going to get to this page once they've decided what it is that they want to type in. And you definitely want to make sure you have a defined page, because if somebody types something in, and let's say there are 15 results that show up, it needs to be listed under search results. You've got it. So the first thing is that when you click on your search bar, you can adjust your settings. So we looked at that before. You can also manage search results, which takes you to this page. You can change the layout as well. So you can do no button or with button. You can change the icon alignment, text alignment as well. You can also change the design, so you can change the color. Notice here you can kind of see it changing in the menu as I'm hovering. And you can also customize design as well. All right. I would not recommend using animation, because this is one of those pieces of functionality where you do not want animation creating issues where someone is not able to use it as easily. And so right here, when we click on search results, we're going to click on settings. And when you click on settings, it's going to give you several options for your search results. When you click on settings, you can do, hey, choose to show in search results and edit what is displayed for other pages. You can click on the pencil icon, and right here you have the other pages label. You can also turn that off or on. You can show hidden pages, so meaning, hey, regarding your search engine optimization, site visitors can search for pages that are hidden from search engines. You can also click this on or off. You can also reorder as needed. You have the display options, so with that, you can show search bar and results page. Okay, you can enable all for results. And also another thing is that you can do the process of saying, hey, results found, number of results in terms of search term, number of results, or just search term. Here you have layout, left, center, and right, number of results per page, and you can also have that page navigation bar as well. And the last thing is your design. Very important area, because you may want to change how this all looks. So you can change the actual border color. You can change right here the text. You just click on paragraph 2 and you can change the font and the size. You can also change the icon by clicking on the color. Going back, you can change the results menu, same thing. You can click on paragraph 2 to change the font and the size, and you can also change those colors. And then you have search results, exact same thing in terms of the branding, in terms of colors, and the same thing for your respective buttons. So with search, the most important thing to keep in mind is that you need a search bar that somebody can use to actually search for something, and then you need a search page that is going to return the results back to them based off of what it is that they searched for. We're now going to go over designing sections on your website. And as a refresher, your sections are different areas on your respective pages. One good way of seeing all of your sections is to click on 100% to zoom out to 50%, and so you can see all of your sections easily this way. Right here, this section is called Welcome. Scrolling down, this section here is called About. Scrolling down again, this section is called Features. And so what this is giving you the ability to do is to design your website section by section, and it's also providing you the opportunity to have balance in design. So you could make this section white here, this section here could be white but you have a different kind of layout, this section here could be gray. It's totally up to you in terms of your design, but by doing it section by section, it won't be overwhelming. And also you can design the background of these sections, therefore you're presenting a lot of versatility in terms of what people see visually. So now we're going to zoom back in. Okay, and so one of the first things is that we're able to always change the order of our sections, meaning if you wanted this welcome section here to be brought down, you could move section down. And then you'll notice that that about section is now at the top. We can zoom out to see that again, and this is a really good view, especially if you have a lot of sections, to see what happened here. And see, now that about section is at the top and that welcome section is now down. You can also do this while you're zoomed out as well if that's helpful, and we can go ahead and swap that back. So now we're going to zoom right back in. And so here we're looking at a zoomed in view of the section. And so one thing to keep in mind is that you do want to design the background of your section first, and then you want to add your elements on top. So you can add in all of these elements here. And so with that, we're going to first start off by, again, designing our section. So when you click on your section, first you have the option to change section background. So you can change the color, and you have several options. You can keep it at a solid color. Notice how that's changing in the background. You can do a gradient as well. You simply click on the left or the right, okay? And then you click on that color and you can change it to whatever you'd like. Notice now we have the color changed. Then we can do fluent gradient, which is allowing you to go through the process of changing the color to whatever it is that you'd like. And then you can do this for 1 out of the 4 colors. Okay. And then now we have that background changed. All right. And the next thing is that you can always change it to an image as well. You can upload an image by clicking on upload media, or you can use something free from Wix. So we're going to go ahead and change this to an actual beach town. You click on it and you change background, and now the background is changed to an image. Now, a common scenario when you're adding in an image or a video is that that background could be too dark or too light. So you can click on settings, and then we're going to change the color behind image to black or white. Very common thing to do. And when you make it black, then you're going to drag this up here, and now it gets darker, and then I would make that text white so I could see it a lot better. Another option is that I could actually make it white, and then notice here how it's getting a lot easier to see that text. So again, this is a common scenario when you're adding in images and also videos, and it's that it's either too dark or too light in the background, and you need to go ahead and add a layer to it, therefore you could see your text a lot better. And here is video. So you can click on video here, and you can also upload a video from Wix, and you can go ahead and change that background. Now, one cool feature here is once you add in a video, you can click right here next to settings on play, and notice it's moving in the background, so you can see how that video looks without you having to go into preview mode. All right. Now, the next thing is that you can also do quick edit. And quick edit allows you to not only change the background as we've done, but also for all of the elements that you've added in, you can quickly edit these as you need to. So paragraph here, title here, button here. This is a really good feature. Now, the next thing is we're going to scroll down and we're going to make our way into this section. And so because this is a pre-designed section by Wix, when you do decide to click on your actual quick edit, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click right here on quick edit. When you go over here to layout, you're going to have several options available to you. And again, that's because it's been pre-designed by Wix. So right here, here's the current layout. But when we scroll down, we see a lot of other options as well, which is really, really nice. And it's going to provide you with a lot of versatility in terms of design. So I'm going to go ahead and I can click on that. And notice here to the left, that section is now changed to a completely different design. So I'm happy with that. And then now I'm ready to work with this section. So when I go ahead and click on this, because I'm dealing with, again, a pre-designed section from Wix, I can, again, yes, change the strip background, but also when I click on layout, I have the option to add in some columns. So right now this is centered, but if I click on add column, it's going to add in some additional columns. I can also click on manage column, and I can manage each column by column. So when I click on it, I can click on change column background, and then what I can do is see here in the inside of this row, now I have it broken down into 2. And if I want to, I can go right back here over to my manage columns, and I can add in a 3rd column. So this is providing a lot in terms of versatility, in terms of my options. And again, that's because of pre-designed sections. But now let's go over how we can add in new sections. Right here you hover, and it is the actual horizontal that you're seeing here, rectangle. You click on it, and you're going to do add section. So when you're adding in a blank section, this means that you're going to add in something that you're going to design. But a really cool thing is that you can always add in whatever it is that's already been pre-designed. This makes your design work a lot easier because Wix has already put together a lot of options. And you can break it down pretty much area by area, about, gallery, team, contact, features, and don't be overwhelmed by the fact that you may see something categorically in an area and you're like, oh my goodness, this is only for features. It doesn't have to only be for features. You can use it for whatever it is that you want it used for, right? And so let's say as an example, you're ready to add something in. All that you would do is you would take this and you would go ahead and you would click on it, and it automatically adds it in. So right here, notice now you have that additional about section added on top here, and this is what it is that we have added in. And if I wanted to, I could change the direction, okay, or the order there of where it is. So now it's right beneath that section, okay, and it's above the features section. So with that being said, you'll go ahead and click on that, and all you have to do is get right into the mode of editing it. So you can click on quick edit, and then you can go to layout, very similar to what we did for the other section, and you can go ahead and you can select another design as you see fit, or you can start working with the elements that are on top. Now, if you wanted to, while you are already in the Wix editor mode, you don't have to go over here to section to click on it. You can actually click on add section here, and it's actually going to trigger this to open up. Therefore, you don't have to worry about doing this each time. Now, you might have noticed that there's a thing here called AI Creator. And when you do AI Creator, what happens is that artificial intelligence is trying to create an actual section for you. So if you go ahead and click right here on the type of section, let's say contact, you could say, hey, it should include contact information. So with that being said, you can go ahead and you can put in your contact information. So info@site.com, you could do 1-800 number, whatever it is that you see fit. And then you're going to go ahead and click on create section. Again, this is AI trying to automatically create you something, but if you're wanting to have full control over what that design looks like, then all you have to do is kind of go through the process of what we just did, and you're going to progress forward with clicking on those things one by one. So AI created these for you, which is a really cool feature. So then all you have to do is click on that contact section there, okay? And AI created it and it added it to the bottom. Now, notice that it doesn't have the phone number. Notice that it does not have the email. And that's because AI is trying to do its best to figure out, with the information you gave it, what it needs to create. This is mainly trying to get you something automated and closer to what it is that you're looking for, but you will still need to, in certain scenarios, edit this information. So once you're done editing that section, you would have seen how you used AI to get you a brand new section that aligns to your respective requirements. Now, there's another thing also called strips. And so a lot of people confuse sections with strips, but these two things should not be confused. Your sections are the information, of course, that's on your website that is within a certain section, but a strip is giving you the ability to be able to add another type of section in the inside of your existing section, right? So I'm going to click here on strip to show you what I mean. So right here, this is a strip, okay? And this strip is another area inside of your strip, but this is allowing you to have almost like an additional row. So with that being said, you see here, I have a strip and I can go ahead and change the size of it. And then what's going to happen here is I can say, okay, in the inside of this strip, which is not a section, I do want certain information, or I want something specifically. So you'll go ahead and you'll change the color. Let's say you want it to be pink, or let's say you want it to be gray, whatever it is. And this strip is in the inside of the section. Now, in a previous version of the Wix editor, we only had strips to work with, which is also why a lot of people get confused. But now we're using sections for those areas, and you can still add strips in. So if you did want to add kind of like another area in your section, you could do that. You would actually add that strip in, you could change the height of it, and you could put whatever you want in the inside of the strips. But please be aware, it's in the inside of the welcome section. So that is how you would go through the process of adding in the strips, and you would put those into the respective actual section. In this lecture, we're going to do an overview of adding in text, and it's very easy to get started. The first thing is you will make your way over here to the left to the navigation shown vertically, and you're going to click directly on Add Elements. Once you've clicked on that, you're going to see text, and you're going to see 6 options for text: themed text, titles, paragraphs, collapsible text, text marquee, and also text mask. The first thing is themed text that you can add in one of 2 ways. The first thing is you can click directly on it, and it adds directly onto the screen. The second option is you can take the text here and you can drag it from the left to the right, and with this area here that you see highlighted in blue, that's me with my cursor moving it around, and once you've identified where it is that you'd like it, you let go of it, and that also is a way to add in text. Now, the next thing is editing text, and of course the most exciting part, because this is where your website begins to have the messaging that you're looking for. So, to edit text, again, one of 2 ways. The first thing, you can go ahead and click on it, and you can double click, and you can then go ahead and enter in whatever it is that you'd like to see. The next option is you can click directly on it, and you can click on edit text, and you can also do it again. So again, you can click on it, and edit text, or you can double click on it and edit text, whichever it is that you'd like. Now, when it comes to actual text that needs to say the messaging that you're looking forward to having, you have three options. The first thing is you can go ahead and type directly in the box. So you can type directly in the box, or if you have something that you've already created, such as something you've done in Google Docs or in Microsoft Word, you can go ahead and copy and paste it in. All you do is you get rid of the text in there, and then you'll copy, and then you can paste. Copying, of course, you would right-click within the editor of your choosing. Again, it could be Google Docs or Microsoft Word. You would copy that wording, and then from there, you can go ahead and paste. All you do is right-click and then click on paste, and then it will be pasted right here in this area. So, with that being said, that is the second option. So, again, you can type directly in the box, you can paste it in the area, and the third is with the help of artificial intelligence, also known as AI, and this is where Wix is going to give you access to their AI tooling. You can create something new for the very first time, you can rewrite text, you can make it shorter, you can change the tonality to something enthusiastic, you can fix the grammar and spelling, or of course you can edit with Text Creator. This is giving you the opportunity to be able to leverage automation to make that messaging fine-tuned and tweaked in alignment to whatever it is that you are envisioning your respective audience reading. So right here it says paste it in this area, but instead I'm going to say I am cool, and then from there I'm going to go here and I'll click on rewrite text. And what's happening now is when I've said rewrite the text, it says right here, alright, I am awesome. So then I will click on use text, and when I get outside of this box, now it says I am awesome. So, with that being said, that is how you would enhance text. Again, you can rewrite it, you can make it shorter, change the tonality, fix grammar, or edit with Text Creator, but there is also another option, and it is to generate brand new text. When we click on generate new text, this is the opportunity for us to do something a little bit more conversational here with the AI Text Creator, and I said write a welcoming message for my accounting agency, and then I clicked on enter. This is where you want to be a little bit more specific, saying this is what I am, this is how I want it, this is what it's for. Therefore, you can get a little bit more information to use. So it says right here, welcome to our accounting agency. We're dedicated to providing you reliable financial solutions, etc., etc. And if I were happy with it, then from there I can click on use text, or I can rephrase it, make it shorter, change the tone. And also another thing here is you can also translate as well, guys. That's another big feature that you can take advantage of, whether you're using the AI Text Creator to create something new, or of course if you are enhancing it in general as well. So with that, I will click on use text, and then right here on the screen it has all of the information that we of course just saw. So do not hesitate to use the AI tooling. Now, we already went over editing text and AI tooling, and of course when we click on create AI text, it pops up again. I did want to point that out because this is duplicate functionality. Some people get confused when they see the AI tooling, generate new text, and then create AI text. It is the exact same thing, but the next thing is going to be formatting, because you guys probably thought that's a lot of text in this area, and the text is quite large. So because of that, this is what we're going to edit in terms of the formatting to make it look a little bit better on the page. And when it comes to that, all you do is click on edit text, and instead of us going ahead and changing the wording, we're now going to make some settings changes to the text. The first thing is going to be with the styling. You can go ahead and select any of the styles that you've already preset. You can change the font. You can use any of the fonts that Wix has provided, or of course you can upload fonts as well. Scrolling down, you can change the font size. You can type in a smaller number, such as 30, or you can scroll it from left to right to make it larger, or of course you can make it smaller. Now notice how much better that text looks now at 19. Also, what you guys can do is you can bold it, italicize it, underline it, and you can also change the color. You can use your theme colors. You can also add more colors as well. You can go ahead and scroll through these colors. If you know the color code, which would be hex, RGB, HSB, you can put that in. Another cool thing is you can use this toggle here that will find a color on the page if you're trying to match something and you're not exactly sure what it is. But once you have that color added, all you have to do is click out, Another option is you can go ahead and have that actual text highlighted. So of course that text is blue, so then by doing something like this, it can be seen a lot better. You do want to think about the color contrasting when you do this, because you do want to make sure someone can read it. And then the next thing here is you can link. Now, it's really important because in a situation like this, you might not want to link everything. You may only want to link, let's say, one word such as success. And if that's the case, you would click on link, and then from there you could choose the page to link to. You could also have it go to a website URL. It can open in a new window or current window. You can have it linked to a section on a certain page. You can have it go to the top or bottom of the page. You could link to a document such as a Word or PDF. You would just upload it. You could link to email, so you enter in the email address in the subject of that email. You can link it to a phone number, or you can do a Lightbox as well, which is a pop-up that will show on the screen. So that is how you would go through the process of linking. Now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to change the alignment. So right now it's left, but you can also make it center, or of course you can have it go to the right. Also here you can do bullets and numbering. Here's where you can do indentation as well, decreasing and increasing. And then of course we can change the text direction too. Scrolling down a bit more, we also have effects. Now when it comes to effects, you definitely want to think about the background, because sometimes when we add on an effect, it might not show well, or it could be distracting. So with that being said, you do want to take your time with this, but notice here, as you can see with the shadow, it doesn't look as good because that background is light. Here, we have a little bit of a bevel to it, so that could stand out, let's say, on something where there's a very busy background. Beneath here, we have character and line spacing. So the character spacing is the spacing between your letters and numbers, and the line spacing is the spacing between the actual lines. Right now it's set at 0, but notice here now it's at 0.25, and we have a lot more spacing in between. When it comes to lines, we have it at 1.4, but when we increase it, notice now more spacing is in between the lines. Right here, we have vertical text as well, where we can enable this. And when you do vertical text, as you can see, it's vertically shown. That can be a little bit harder to read, so definitely think about that. And we have SEO and accessibility as well. So for those of you all who are a little bit more advanced, you can go ahead and choose the HTML tag for that. But if you are not aware of what this is not extremely important, so you can go ahead and skip it. The most important thing is going to be for you all to make sure that you have the right wording that you need entered into a text box. You have it positioned on the page in the right way, and you have it to where you have a good sense of flow, such as you have a title here to the left, the wording of course to the right, maybe the wording at the bottom, and then the title on top. You do want there to be balance of space, and you ultimately want to think about how this is going to be read from your user. Is it going to be distracting, and ultimately are they going to comprehend and then take whatever respective action that you are envisioning that they take post reading the content. Now this was only one type of text, so with that being said, you can go ahead and delete that if you're not interested in using it. When we go back to elements, here we have titles, we have paragraphs, we have collapsible text, text marquee, and text mask as well. Now with your titles and your paragraphs, these are very similar. It's just pre-formatted text, meaning the titles are a little bit bolder and bigger, and then with your paragraphs, you have it to be where it's a little bit smaller because it assumes that you're going to lead with a title and then your paragraph will shortly come after. But here we also have collapsible text, which is really exciting. So we're going to go ahead and click on it. And when we click on it, all we see here then is this, right? You have the collapsible text is great for longer section titles and descriptions. It gives people access to all the information they need. Right here, you click on change text. And what happens then is you can enter in all of the information in the inside of here. And the reason why you do that is it's going to shorten it automatically for you, okay? And then it says, okay, what does the button do? So you can have it to be where it expands, and when it expands, it's going to give them the ability to read more based on what's in this box up here, or of course they'd read less. And also you can have it link, meaning they got a little bit of a snippet of the wording, and then from there you said, all right, I want it to go to this area. So when you click on choose link, it can go to a page, it can go to another website, or any other destination as you would envision them going. So we're going to have this set to expand, of course, just to test this out to show how this could work. And we're going to click directly on preview. Right here, when we click on read more, notice now how it goes from read more to read less, okay? And it collapsed and then it went back. That's another good way of having text on your website, because with that being said, you're giving people an option to be able to see a little bit more if they want, and then if not, it's not overwhelming on the page with a lot of wording. So that's another option for your text. Going here, you have your text marquee. This is really exciting. We have Let's Talk. So this is here on the screen, and you can do change text, and you can change the design if you'd like. You can enter in that text first, and when you click on custom design, you have your options. You have your font size, your styles. You can do capitalization, your character spacing, and your item spacing. You also have your separator, which you can add in a media or shape, and you also have the movement as well and the speed. This is going to move from right to left, but you can move from left to right. You can pause on hover, and you can adjust the speed as well. But to share with you all how this looks, this, of course, yes, is the scrolling text. This is really exciting, especially for those of you all who are wanting people to take note of something. So this is a really good way of saying, all right, call to action. I want you to do this thing. Look here on the screen. And then this, of course, is scrolling. So this is a really good way to bring attention to the text. And then, of course, something else. The next thing that we have here is text mask. And this is also exciting because normally when you add in your text, you only have the option to have it colored with a certain color. But when you do text mask, you have the option of having a photo, a video, or also a gradient. So this is giving you some additional design versatility in terms of the coloring of the letters. So once you've added in the text mask, you can click right here on change text. You can identify whatever it is that you'd like it to say. Then you will click on custom design, and then from there you can change the media to a photo or a video. You also can do a gradient, which is a combination of colors. You can change it from linear to radial to conic. Then you can also click here for the text, and you can change the font, the style, the alignment. You can also do capitalization as well. And then also you can have a shadow added contingent on how the background looks. You might need it to stand out a little bit. But again, this is providing you another option in terms of design for your text, especially if you're looking for something a little bit more so along the realm of something that might match your theme in a different way to where this stands out. And text masking is a really good way of making that happen. In this lecture, we're going to be adding in images, galleries, as well as sliders. Images aren't just visual relief from text. They're also a way to brand as well represent your business visually. The first thing that we'll do is we'll add in an image. I'll click on add, and then I can click on image. I'll go right here to my image uploads, and what I can do is I can upload an image, or I can select something free from Wix, or I can purchase something from Big Stock Images. What I'll do now is I'll select something from Wix. I'll go ahead and add to page. And there I have it. There's my image. Now you might be wondering all of the different formats that there are for implementing an image. You can always just add an image, or essentially you can add in an image in between what you already have, such as text. A really great way to describe something that you have is to add it in between text. Having a header, such as a title, and then the image, and then the remainder of the text. This is quite common. It's a layout that you see on many websites, and it's where you have a paragraph, your title, and then your image. Another common layout is with your text either to the left or the right, and then you have your image. A lot of times this is utilized to describe something, to where you describe something on the left and there's that image on the right, or it's utilized as visual relief, such as there's a lot of text, and now, not to be overwhelming, you don't add more text, instead you add a photo. And then you can also just lay out your photos. If you ever want to utilize them as such as having an example, of course you can do that just by putting in the images, or of course if you just want to show something, you can add that for those purposes as well. The next thing that we're going to add is a gallery. This is a fantastic way to show multiple images at the same time. I'll go ahead and click on add, and then I'll click on gallery. I can look through all of the different layouts that they give me for a gallery. The most common is under Grid Gallery, and it's a 3x3 grid portrait gallery, so I'll click on that. Anytime you click on adding a gallery, you're going to see that it comes default with Wix images. You'll want to change those images, so when you click on the gallery, you'll then click on Change Images, you'll hover over the image, and then you'll click on Delete to get rid of them. And you'll go through the process of deleting every single image. The next thing that you'll want to do is click on Add Images, and you can add your images that you've uploaded, or you can select something free from Wix. What I'll do is I'll just select multiple images to add in new ones. And then I have 9 selected. I'll click Add to Gallery, and then of course I can click on Done. But if I wanted to add in a title for the image or a description, I could do that for each image simply by clicking on it and editing that title and the description. And once I'm done, I'll click on Done, and then all of my images are shown right here beautifully. Now, when I go to preview mode, I'll hover over the image, and that title will pop up along with that description. I'll click on it, and then here it is. That image blown up, or as we'd say, zoomed in. I can use the arrows to go from one image to the next, and then I can click on the X to get out of that image. I'll go back to the editor. I'll delete this gallery. Now, as I had said prior, there are tons of different opportunities to add a gallery. So there are full width galleries, there are showcased galleries, there are tons of different formats, but ultimately you want to select the one that's best for you. A new popular gallery is Pro Gallery, and I'll add that, and that is a collage and it's full width. Anytime you see full width, it means it goes from one side of the screen to the other. So of course keep in mind that it's going to take up the entire section in width. Now, if you don't like this concept of having it to where it's full width, I'll go to Add, and I won't select Pro Gallery, and I won't select anything that's listed under full width gallery. I'll go back to where I was under Grid Gallery, and that will not take up the full entire screen. That's only going to be in the center. So, of course, I can select whatever I'd like from here. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to add a slideshow. I'll go right here to slideshow, or as they say, slider. This is one of the most popular things that you see when you go to a website, and that's because a slider is an opportunity to add introductory content that's sliding. So you have ultimately multiple slides in the same spot. The first thing I'll do is I'll click right here on the full width slider. I'll click this one, and then here's the slider. When I click on it, I can see it says slide 1 of 3. I'll simply go from one slide to the next. This is a great way, again, to show introductory content. So for instance, let's say I had 3 services. I'd put one service on one slide, one service on the next, or whatever I feel as if would be most appropriate. Now, quite similar to as I showed with strips in the background lecture, this operates quite similar to a strip. I can change the slide background with a color, image, or video, and then I can add different elements such as text, an image, and so forth over top of it. And this is all within the one slide. So all I have to do to edit this is, of course, I can select it and I could put in, let's say, slide 1. And then, let's say I'm happy with this design, I can go next and I can type in slide 2. And as you can see, I'm editing each slide as I go from one to the next. Now, once I'm happy with my slides, I can go through the process of clicking on settings, and I can click on the duration for the slide. So how long between slides? 3 seconds. Ultimately, your slide is going to be up for 3 seconds until it goes to the next. So if I don't want it to be 3, I can make it 5. If that's too much, I can make it 2. Ultimately, you'll want to test it to find the right speed. If you don't have a lot of text, you can typically make it a little bit faster because there's not anything to read. Now, you can also set it to autoplay on loading or stop autoplay on hover. If someone hovers over it, it's going to stop. And that's a great feature to have on if, for instance, there is text. Scrolling down a tad bit, you can apply transition, which is how will one slide transition to the next. You can look at all of these animations, but essentially you'll want to test them out. And then you could put how long does each slide last, and then where do they start, from left or right. From right is default. And then, of course, to click on manage slides, I can do that. And when I click on manage slides, I can delete a slide by simply clicking on the circle and deleting it. Now, if I want to duplicate a slide, let's say it's a very similar format that I want to use for another slide, I could click on duplicate, and it's going to make a duplicate of that one slide. I can also rename the slide as well. I'll click X. And then last but not least, I can click on design. And this gives me the opportunity to adjust how the design will look, primarily within the navigation icons at the bottom of the slide and on the left and the right. So these are my arrows, and then right here is the little icons at the bottom. So I can change the format of how they look. Notice how they're changing simply by adjusting the design, and then of course I can change the color. And that's ultimately how you adjust your slides. Now, I'll delete this one out. I'll go right back to add, and I'll go right back to slideshow. There are many formats for the slideshow. So right here, these are full width, so they're going to go from left to right across the screen. But if you don't want it to be full width, you can click on box, and you're going to see something just like this. It's the exact same as the full width, except it's not from left to right all the way. It's in between the grid lines, but you can still adjust it the same way. Changing the background, adjusting the settings. Of course, you can adjust the layout, and you can adjust the design. As you're clicking on it, look for the pop-ups and make the changes as needed. You can also add in different elements as well. And once you're happy with something, you can then go to the process of going to the next slide. I'll just exit out, and I can go to slide 2, slide 3, and there you go. I can click on manage slides, and of course I can add in something new, duplicate, and or delete as I showed prior. Now, as I said before, sliders are great for introductory content, but of course, sliders can also be great for other purposes. Another great way to showcase a portfolio is also by having a slider, and it's also great for videos too. If you're going to go to one page and you want there to be a video to show first, you could put that on a slider, and then it could transition to another video, and so forth. Ultimately, make sure that you have fun with your sliders, and definitely do not hesitate to reference Wix templates or going to themeforest.net to see what they have as examples, because with ThemeForest, they do have a lot of websites with sliders, so you can utilize that for inspiration. In this lecture, we're going to review adding in videos. Now, by no means do you have to have a video, but it is a popular choice for media in terms of being able to showcase another aspect of your website. The first thing that I'll do is I'll click on the plus sign for add, and then I'll go directly to video. I can add in a YouTube video or a Vimeo video. Now, the reason why I might select one of these providers is because you might already have your video uploaded to either of these two providers. Now, additionally, the benefit of having your video on YouTube or Vimeo is that the video will also get exposure in these markets as well. So for instance, let's say you have a cooking tutorial and it's on YouTube. It's in another market, which is YouTube, and it might get more exposure because it's there, as opposed to just being on your website. But if you did want to upload a video directly to your website, you could do that with Wix Video. You can click on Strip to have the video go across the page from left to right, or if you just wanted to add in the classic gallery of a video, you click that and it will show up. All you have to do is add it, and then you can click on Manage Videos. And then from there, you can go through the process of uploading your video or multiple videos, and then it will show quite similar to what's in this format right here. It has your video, you could search for it, and then it will show your channel. Now you might be wondering, what are the options for showing videos on your website? You can show your video as a standalone, meaning it's on a page by itself, or you could show your video in a format quite similar to this. You could add in your videos in the formats of having them involved with text, such as columns. You can also have your video complemented with text, such as having it to the left or right. And, of course, you can also have your video showcased as a demonstration. Now, don't forget that also you can change your backgrounds anywhere on your website and you can add in videos. So, for instance, if you were to add in a strip, you could change the background and that could be a video. Or if you, let's say, wanted to change the background on your page, you could change the page background, and then from there you can also add in a video. There's plenty of opportunities to add in video footage. It doesn't always just have to be a representation of a video that you've created as it's applied to a service or about you. It could also be something that's abstract, where it's moving colors and moving shapes, just to give your website that visual balance of having something different visually that looks sleek and modern. Thus far, you've learned just enough to where your website can look quite similar to this. You've learned how to create a header, as well how to create a footer. Additionally, you've learned how you can change the background. You've also learned how you can add in text and the different formats for text that might be the most visually appealing. You've also learned how you can add in an image or video. And lastly, how you can add in a slider or a gallery. In this lecture, we're going to be reviewing how you can add in icons, shapes, and boxes. And these elements give your website another visual appeal, just because you're seeing right now just a lot of text and images, and with the icons, shapes, and boxes, it gives your website another feel of professionalism and it gives it more visual appeal. So the first thing we're going to do is click on Add, and if I hover over Box, which is what we're adding in, you'll see boxes. Now boxes are typically used in the background of something. So when you add a box, you could put something on top of it. So I'll click right here, and I just added this yellow box. So what I'll do is I'll resize it, and then what I'll do is I'll copy this text box here, delete it, and then I'll resize it to where it fits snug right next to the other column. Okay, and then I'll paste that text right back on top of it. And then as you can see, we have this box with a new background color, and it stands out from the other columns. The next thing that we'll add in is an icon or shape. I'll click on Add, and I can go right to Shape. And as I'm scrolling through the different shapes, you'll also see sections that not only say shapes, but arrows. And then if you scroll down a tad bit more, you'll see a section called Icons. So when you click on anything, it automatically adds it. I can resize it accordingly. And then I can click right here on Design to change the design, which allows me to change the color of the icon. I'll make it yellow. Once I'm happy with that, I can exit out. But if I'm not happy with the icon or shape that I've added, I can click on Change Shape, and then I can select between arrows and all of the other options that they give here. So I'll go to Icons, and I'll click on the Settings icon, and I will apply it. And then, of course, that icon or shape has changed. What I can then do is go right back to Add, and I can add in another icon, and I can do the same exact thing that I just did. Notice that above these columns, I'm adding in different icons, and ultimately I have continuity because it's the same thing across all of the columns. And then what I'll do here is I'll make this icon black, and then I'll go right back to Add. I'll scroll down a bit. Let's see, I'll take this coffee cup here. I'll resize it, which will look great. I'll add it right here to the yellow box. I'll resize that yellow box. There we go. And then I'll change that color of that coffee cup to white. And then what I'll do is one last thing. I'll click on Add once more, And I'm going to go and get an arrow. I'll click right here, and I'll add this arrow right under this section here. I'll change that color to yellow. And then what you have is not just a basic website with text and images. Now it has a box, and it has the combination of icons, shapes, and of course there's that arrow as well. In the previous lecture, we reviewed how to add in an icon, a shape, as well as a box. Now, these aren't elements that you have to have on your website, but what I would recommend having on your website is what we're going to review in this lecture, which is adding in a link as well as a button. Now, links and buttons typically will lead an individual to another section or to another element of your website. So it can link to another document, it could link to another website, it could link to another page, or it could even link to another part of the same page, which is called an anchor. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how you can add a link. The most common link to add in is a typical hyperlink inside of text. So, for instance, let's say I have something in the paragraph that says view here. You've already provided a description, so then you're wanting to add the option to go somewhere else. I click view here. I'll then highlight the wording, and then under text settings, because as I'm in the text box, there's a pop-up, I can click on link. And what I'm doing is I'm linking the view here somewhere else. The first thing I can do is I can link it to another page. I can also link it to an anchor, which essentially are opportunities to link it to another section on the same page. This is something you find on landing pages, and I will definitely get into that a little bit later in another lecture. You can link it to a web address, which of course you can enter in that web address, such as google.com. I always recommend, if you're going to an external website, have it open in a new window, which means the current window you're in stays open and a new tab opens, which goes to this destination here. You can link it to an email, a phone number, a document. You can link it to the top or bottom of the page, and then you can link it to a Lightbox, which is a pop-up. And I will also get to that in another lecture. But most commonly, you'll link to a page, an email, or another website. So what I'll do is I'll link it to google.com, and then I'll click on done. Once I'm done, as you can see here, that link inside of the text is underlined, and that is my hyperlink. So what I'll do then is I'll click on preview, and then I'll click on view here, and as you can see, it linked directly to google.com, which is fantastic. Now, going back to the editor, inside of your Wix website, there are many opportunities to link different elements to different links. So an example is I can click on the logo and I can click on link. I can link this logo. I can also click on an icon, which is, where here is an arrow, and I can also link that. So let's say if I wanted to link the arrow to, let's say, the bottom of the page, I could have it click right here on bottom and click done. Then when I go to preview and I click on the arrow right here, it goes automatically to the bottom of the page. It works quite similar to an anchor, which is where it drops to a specific point on the page. The only difference is when you're linking the top to bottom, it goes all the way to the top or all the way to a bottom. But with an anchor, it could, let's say, link to a specific point on this page. And that's best described once again in the landing page lecture. I'll go back to editor. I will now review how you can add in a button. Buttons are quite common because they give the user an opportunity to click on something that stands out, and it takes them to another destination. So I'll click on add. I'll then go to button, and I can add in a variety of different types of buttons. Or, of course, I can just click on the button right here, which is the one that goes to my theme. And if I do want to change the design, I can click on the design icon, and I can go through the process of clicking on custom design, and I can change the background as it is. I could change the hover color, which is what is going to show up when I hover over it. I can click on text and change the text color when it's hovered, and the regular color as well, and of course the font. Once I'm done editing the button visually, I can then click on link, and I can have it link wherever I'd want it to go. What I'll do this time is I'll have it linked to the About page. I'll click on Done, and then there's that button right there under the column. Now, buttons are really great on your website for if you want an individual to learn more. So I'll click again on this button, and I'll change the text to learn more. So let's say if on this page I had a service, I could make it say Service 1, and then I could have it here to say Service 2. And what's ultimately happening is I'm listing ultimately everything I have for my services, and then I'm giving the user the opportunity to click on Learn More if they want to learn more about a particular service. This way, as I mentioned previously, you're not overwhelming the user with too much text. You're giving them just a snippet, and then if they want to learn more, they can do that. So what I'll do now is I'll click on Copy, I'll click on Paste, and then there's another button. That's always very friendly. You can do Control-C, Control-V, which is copy, paste, keyboard command, or you can right-click, copy, right-click, paste, and then there's that button. However you copy and paste, that will work best. And then there you go. You have your buttons added in. You have this arrow that's linking to google.com, and you have these buttons that are linking to the individual pages where a user needs to go. Now, the last thing that we're going to be adding in are social icon links. Now, we added it in the header as well as we added it in the footer, but to get a bit further into it, for the depth purpose of understanding the full extent of what you can do with social media, I'll do that. I'll click on Add right here. I'll click on Social, and then you can see all of the options provided for linking to social media. Now, these are live feeds, which means that different snippets of the live website will show up. Some people don't want to have it show up. Let's say you might not want to have Pinterest, this big box here. So most commonly, individuals will stay right in the social bar area, and then you'll add in a social bar. So you'll click on that, and then by default, all of these icons show up right here. And then what you can do is click on Layout to either decrease the size of the icons, increase the size of the icons, and then the spacing, you can bring it in, or you can spread it out to make it a little bit further apart, which looks great. And then last but not least, you can go back to layout and you can make it vertical or horizontal. Now, this looks great vertically, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pick up the social bar, and I'm going to drag it all the way up to my banner. So what I give the users the ability to do now is click on my social media right when they first arrive to the website and they see it on my banner. So the next thing I'll do is I'll click on Set Social Links. And when I click on any of these, it's giving me the opportunity to edit the link. I just click right here on Add a Link, and I can add in the actual link to where it needs to go. So if it's Pinterest, you could put in Pinterest, whatever the URL is. Going back to, let's say, YouTube, I could click on Add Link, and I could put in YouTube, whatever the link is. And then that's how I add my link. To change how the icon looks, I click directly on the icon, let's say for Facebook, and I can click on Replace Icon, and then I can go to the Facebook category, and I can select between these icons here. I can select on ultimately what looks best. Now, if you don't see something that you want here, you can click on Upload Images, and you can upload any icon that you might have found online that you want to use instead. But by default, you're always going to see these here. Once you're happy with what you have, I can go right back to what I had before. I'll click on Choose Image, and then it shows up. For Twitter, I can replace that icon as well. I'll go to Twitter, and let's say I decide I want to put in this white icon. I can select that and choose Image, and then there I go. Now, to delete something out of the social bar, you hover, and you can click on Remove Image, and it gets rid of the icon. So let's say I don't want Facebook or Google or YouTube. I can, of course, just get rid of those, and then all I have to do then is make sure that I have the right icons for what's left. And of course, I'm just going through the process of finding the right category and swapping out my icons. And then of course, I'm done. I've added my links, I've changed visually what I need to, and then I've deleted what I don't need, and then I'm done. Then what you see here is my social bar listed right here, just like I want it. It's a vertical menu, it looks great, and it's right here on the home page. So now you know how to add in hyperlinks, a button, and how to add in your social bar. In this lecture, we're going to be reviewing adding in forms. There are 3 types of forms that you can add to a Wix website. The first is a newsletter form, and this is where users will fill out their email address, and then you're going to send them a newsletter, or let's say promotions or sales or updates. Second, we're going to add a Wix contact form. Typically, you add this to the contact page, and once a user has filled out the form and you've received it, you'll follow up with them later. And then third, we're going to be reviewing third-party applications that also do provide forms. And this is great for you just to know all of the options that you have for your forms, but it is going to be important that we review those other providers because some of them will give you more features than the typical Wix contact form will. Let's begin. The first thing that we're going to add is our newsletter form. I'll go right here to the plus sign, add, and then I'll click on contact, and then I'll make my way to a section called Get Subscribers, and I'll click on here, and this form is the newsletter form. You'll want to go ahead and drag that to wherever it is you want it to be placed. But ultimately, the greatest thing about the newsletter form is that once a user has filled it out and entered in their information, you then have the ability to be able to send them updates. Once again, you can send them sales and promotions, new information, whatever it is that might be beneficial for the users in this particular group to know. Once you have it positioned the way you want, you'll click on it, and then you'll click on Settings. You'll see all of the setting options that you have on the left. And the first thing that you can click on is Manage Form. What you're doing in this section is you're editing the form and the content that's shown. So the first thing that you'll see is new subscriber notifications. You most likely do want to receive the notifications for anyone that's filled out the form, so you'll leave that checked and you'll enter in your email address. The next thing is what you want to show as the information to collect. So if you don't want it to say email address, you might want it to say email. You might also want to collect their name, so you can click on name. Then, if you do want to make something required, you can click this info is required. You can also collect their phone if you want to collect that. The next is the title. This is the primary title of your newsletter sign up. So you can click on the title and then type in newsletter sign up. The next is your subtitle. So for your subtitle, you could put in, let's say, receive promotions and sales. And then if you didn't want the button to say subscribe now, you could hit subscribe today. Whatever it is that you feel as if will work best. Clicking outside, you can then see how our content has changed. The title, the subtitle, the different fields, and then the button. Now, clicking back to this section, I'm going to go to layout. With layout, I can change how the form looks. I can make it vertical to where everything is side by side, and you can conserve some space this way. I'll click back on it, click on settings, go back to layout, or I can make it vertical. I can also adjust the header alignment as well. And what that does is it makes the header centered along with the subtitle. Going back to settings once more, I can then go back to layout and I can shift the body alignment as well. So if you want everything to read from the right side, you can also do that. Now, the next thing I'm going to click on is design. You can change ultimately how this entire form looks. You can first select between a variety of different styles. I'm a big fan of strip, so I'll go back to that. Then I can click on header. I can ultimately adjust the color of the title itself and the subtitle. Also, because it is a title, I might want to adjust the sizing of the title to where it stands out a little bit more than the subtitle. I change the size. I can make it bold. Okay? Then I can go back and I can change the background. I might not want a border, so I could take that away. And then I'm happy with the background being white. I'll go back. Then I can go to a section called Fields. So right now the fields are gray. I don't necessarily like that, so I can make them white. Then the text that I'm going to enter in the fields would be blue, but I want that to be black. Going back again, I can then, last but not least, click on Button, and I can change the color from this light blue to the yellow. And I might not want a border, so I'll change the width from 1 to 0. And then once I'm done, I can click the X, and here you have it. It's our newsletter sign-up form that goes along with the theme that we already have of black and yellow. Clicking right back on this form again, I'll click on Settings, and then I can click on Pop-up. So if you do want to add in a pop-up, which is also known as a Lightbox, you have this ability. You can, of course, click on Got It, and you can create that. In another lecture, we're going to be reviewing Lightboxes, so we will return to this. But of course, I wanted a lecture dedicated to Lightboxes because you don't have to just have a Lightbox committed to utilizing a newsletter sign-up form. You can use a Lightbox for many different things. So if you do want this to pop up, go to the lecture called Lightbox. Once, of course, you're done identifying if you do want the Lightbox or not, you can come right back to this screen, and then you can click on Publish. The next thing that we're going to review is adding in a contact form. Now, typically, when you add a contact form, you're going to add it to the contact page. So we're going to navigate there, right to the contact page. Once you're there, you're going to go right back to the add section where you were before. Then you're going to go to contact, and this time you're going to scroll down a bit and you're going to find the contact form that you might want. Now, there are a lot of colors, but ultimately you can change the color, so don't be discouraged. I can click right here on the green, and then this contact form is added. Now, this is a Wix provided contact form, which they don't give you a lot of options. It's basically just asking for a name, an email, a subject, as well as a message. But this is the basic of what an individual might just want to see on a contact page anyways. So the first thing you'll do is you'll click on it, and then you'll want to set your email. You can put your email in, and then there are a couple of more options that you can fill out, such as phone and address if you want to add that. But typically, everything you see here is the minimum of what you can request on a Wix provided contact form. If you don't want something there, you can unselect it. If you want it back, you can click it. If it is required, you can click on the star. If it's not, of course, you can unselect it. If you do want to change the field name, you just click on it. So if you don't want it to say name, you could say title, whatever it is you feel as if is most appropriate. And then scrolling down a bit more, you can see right here for the contact form messages that pop up. So right here, success, you've received the message. And then if the email is missing, you can enter this message here. Or if something is wrong or missing, you can add this here. It's just a message, but for generic purposes, you can leave it there if you'd like. Clicking X, I'll then click on Layout. So you can, of course, change how the text is aligned. The most common is what's already selected. You can then click on Design. You can change the design of your form. So if you're happy with the layout of this form, you can go ahead and click on Customize Design. If you're not, you could scroll down and you can select another layout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on Customize Design. The first thing that you're going to see is the opportunity to change the layout once again. You're going to see different formats at the top. So of course you can click on any of these and notice how the style is changing. The next thing we're going to do is change the colors. So the field background is white. I'm happy with that. The next thing I'll show you is the button background. I want that to be yellow, so I'll make it yellow. Here is the border. It is green, so right now I'm going to make it black. Going to the corners, you might want them rounded, so of course you could type in any number here or there. A shadow is enabled shadow on the form. You can kind of see it on the button. It's kind of a halo effect, but it is a shadow. And then last but not least, you could change the text. If you want to change the label color, you could change that. So you can, of course, make it whatever color you want. I'll make it yellow. Once I'm done with that, I'll go right back to text. And the user input info, I'm happy with it being black, so I'll select that. And then, of course, I can change the fonts as well. And I can also change the button as well. I'm happy with the yellow, so I'll leave it. But if I wanted to, let's say, change the color, I would have that option to do so. And that's it. You have your form added to your contact page. The next thing that we're going to review are the form providers in the Wix app market. Now, the reason why we're going to review these other providers is because if you do remember, with the generic Wix contact form, you can only request certain types of information. Going back to settings, if you notice here, you can only request name, email, phone, address, having a subject, and a message. If you wanted to have something else, if you wanted a more extensive form, you would not be able to do that with the Wix contact form. Therefore, we're going to look at other providers of forms where you get a little bit more. The first thing we're going to do is click on App Market. The next thing that we're going to do is type in forms here, or if you scroll down a bit, you'll see a category called forms. You'll go ahead and click on that. All of these providers are form providers. The most popular are at the top. If you notice that at the bottom left, you see the reviews, and at the bottom right, you see the download number. So for 123 Form Builder, there's been about 1.8 million downloads, so that lets you know it's popular. Form Creator has about 421 reviews, 125,000 downloads, and if you scroll down some more, you can see all of the other providers. Now, again, the reason why we're doing this is because these providers will give you a tad bit more, but not all of these are free. They do have free features, but to have the full content of what they're going to provide, you might have to upgrade the application to get that premium feature that you might be looking for. So for instance, I'll hover on 123 Form Builder, and you'll see right here that it says free and premium. So the first thing we'll do is we'll click on it, and you'll see an overview of the application. So you can first read the description. The second thing is you can click on demo, and what this will give you the ability to do if they have it is to see a demo of what they have in here. The next is features and pricing, which is very important to look at because you wouldn't want to add the form or the application thinking you're going to get access to everything, and you won't. For example, with the 123 Form Builder, they only give you 10 forms at a minimum under their free package. With the premium, you get 30. The premium starts at about $3.99, and that's $3.99 per month. You can, of course, scroll down a tad bit more to see everything that you're going to get with the premium option. If you click on reviews, you can also see the different reviews that individuals have left for this application as well. You can also add a review if you have a review to add. Once you're ready to add this application to your website, you'll click on Add to Site. Now, please remember that you're only going to get the basic features that are here under free. So we'll click on Add to Site, and then you'll click on Add App, and what happens is you see this application added to your page. I'll delete the contact form from Wix, and then you see the new contact form through the 123 form provider. Now, quite similar to any app, you just click on it, and then you click on settings, and then from there you can make changes. I'm not going to go into this in a lot of detail because there are 29 applications and all of them are uniquely different, but I will say most common, when you add it, it's going to pop up, and then you click on settings. If you are ready to upgrade to the premium features, you click on upgrade, and then what's going to happen is you'll be able to upgrade to the new level that they have inside of their application. And for them, it's upgrading to get 30 more fields, you get 1,000 submissions per month, you get to have 8 forms, and then everything else they have listed here. When you're ready, you can click upgrade now to pay annually, or you can click on to pay monthly. Ultimately, take your time when selecting an application. You do want to make sure that it's giving you all of the features that you want, so you don't have to commit to the first provider that you see. You can always go back to the app market, and you can go back to forms, and you can look at other providers. Just click on them, and then make sure you're reading about them, and ultimately go to features and pricing and compare what you're getting. Right here for free, This right here with the Form Builder Plus will give you 20 form fields, okay? And you're going to have a form submission limit of 100, and there are a lot of other features as well. So you might get more under the free package with another provider, but ultimately you want to search through all the apps to make sure that you're getting the bang for your buck and they're providing exactly what you need. In this lecture, we're going to review adding in the newer version of the Wix blog. Let's begin. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to click on Add Apps. From there, we'll search for blog, and Wix blog right here listed at the top is the newest version of the Wix blog. So we'll click on that, and then we'll click on Add to Site. Once you've added it to your site, you'll note that all of the demo content is here, and this is inclusive of all of the posts showing photos as well text. You'll see your categories listed at the top, and then login sign up at the top right as well. To be able to click on any of these links, you'll go to Preview, and then you can simply click on any category, and you can see how it works by filtering in the applicable content. And then where it was login sign up, because you're an admin that's technically signed in, you see the icon, which of course can be a picture of yourself. You can click on it and you can create a new blog post, or of course you can log out. Going back to the editor, I'll click directly on the blog section here, and I'll click on Settings. Via the Settings section, I can click on Create Post or Manage Posts. I can also click on Categories, and I can add a category. So to add a category, I simply click Add a Category, and then I can name it something new. I'm adding in this category, and then once I create my blog post, I'll be able to assign that particular post to my newly added category, something new. When I click on the circle next to a category, I can rename it, I can edit it, or of course I can delete it. Going here to Settings, I can of course click on a blog subject. Let's say it's entertainment, I'll leave it at that. I can also have my language as English or any other language of my choosing. I can then set the blog privacy. So right here, who can write posts in your blog? Owner and writers only, or all members? More than likely, if this is a blog that's about, let's say, yourself or your business, you only want it to be you as the admin that has the right to be able to write, so you'll leave this selected. But if an individual did sign up for your blog and you wanted them all to have, let's say, access of writing on your site, you would click on all members. The next thing, I'll click on Display, and I can identify what shows on the feed. Then I can do Layout, and this is the layout that shows on a particular page. I can also do category pages as well, and when I'm clicking on the individual category pages, I can change the layout. I can also click on Design, and I can adjust the navigation. I can change the font. I can also change the color of the font, the alert icon, and so forth. And I can do the same thing visually for the header, category pages, and all post feed. My individual posts, I simply scroll down, and of course for the buttons and the background, all of these are visual changes. More than likely you'll be making these in alignment with your particular theme. If I do need support, I can of course click on that. And then the best part are add-ons. Now, this is one of the big differences between the older version of the Wix blog and the newer version. So you can of course do a custom feed. So you can display posts from any category anywhere on your website. So you can click Add to Page, and you can add to any page that you like, which is very nice. You can also do a recent post feed, which is showing your 3 most recent blog posts. You may decide to put this at the footer of, let's say, your website, or of course on the home page as a snippet of what you've just perhaps published. Then there's the members page. So right here, you can add this to your site to be able to see all of the members that have signed up to being able to read your blog. So let's say that you have a really popular blog, or just content that individuals are wanting to read frequently. They may register as a member on your website. So I'll click on Add to Site, and this is one of the most popular features, so I'll go through all of this. And once I click on Add Members, it automatically creates a new page. all of the members will be listed in here. So I'll be able to see individual members listed right here on this page. Now you may be a person where you want to, let's say, hide this page, so you'll go to menu, you'll click on the circle, and you can hide it. Even though you, let's say, hide this page, it'll still be existent. This is just a way of hiding in the information that you may want to see. But if you want an interactive community where individuals can search for other members and see whom is a member, then you would leave this page public. When I go to preview once again, I'll be able to see all of the links. So the first link here, when I click on it, okay, it doesn't take me anywhere, but it would take me to members. Here, right here are notifications, and I can click on view members, but again, there's nothing here. I can click on my profile, and the difference between when I clicked on my profile when I was actually at the front of the blog is when I'm on the front end of the blog, I can create a post or log out. When I'm on the members page, I can also click on settings and my profile. So when I click on settings, what you're going to see are your settings on this page, or if you click on my profile, you're going to see your individual profile. So with that being said, when you scroll down, you can click directly on edit profile, and there are several things that you can do. You can upload a cover image. You can also select here to change your icon, which is also something that could be your photo of yourself. Then you can also change your about. You click on create about. So the reason why you're going through this exercise is essentially when an individual is going to the members page, you want them to be able to see you as a member. More than likely, if you are the contributor of the blog, the sole contributor, then you may find it to where it's beneficial to put some bio information. And if you have multiple contributors, such as all of your members can write on the blog, you may find it beneficial to kind of have them flush out the team on your website, so having the members page could be rather beneficial. So once you're done either editing your profile by changing the banner or changing in your profile pic, and when you're done putting in your about information, you'll simply click save and or cancel, okay? And then you're done. You have your actual membership page complete for yourself. I'll go back to editor, and now I'm going to go back to the blog page, and now it's the fun part. It's adding in the blog posts. I'll click right here on the blog posts. I'll click on manage posts, and then from here I can change my name if I want, and then I can scroll down here and I can make adjustments. So I can click here on edit to edit something that's already here. I can click on the circle to duplicate it, delete it, or turn off commenting. If you don't want an individual to comment, this is beneficial. Or of course you can create a post. So I'll click on create a post. I'll put in something brand new, and I'll put in the title. Then I'll put in a little bit of new information. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to flush this out with a lot of text to make it look full. Okay, and then from there I'll be able to scroll down, and I can click right here for a camera. I can select something from my images, social or free from Wix. I'll take something free from Wix. I'll add it to the page. I can also add a video. And then I can also choose my category. Remember, I put in something new, so I can click right here on something new. I can also go to settings once I'm done selecting my category, and I can identify the URL, the title and search engines, kind of what the post is about as far as the description, and that's also what's going to show in the search engine. Okay, and then I can edit when this post was published, and then I can select done on that. Scrolling back up to the top, last thing I do want to point out, getting back to settings, you can simply go to the top and click on post settings, but once you're happy you can click on publish. Now when you click on the square next to publish, you can also click on save as a draft if you want to save it in draft mode. So I'll click on publish, and then this brand new post is published. So what I'll then do is I'll click X. My something new category is right here at the top. Then I have my post that I just added. I'll go to preview. Here's my photo, which looks nice. I have right here my text. You can see I can heart it. I can also see the admin, which is myself who wrote it. Okay, and I'm scrolling down and I can see everything else in all of my posts. When I click on something new, notice that it only filtered in this one post. So essentially I did everything correctly. Now this page once again shows all of my posts, and if I want to filter something in, I can of course use the menu at the top. But let's say I want to have an individual page with a particular category. And this is very popular, especially if you want to have your primary blog page and then you want to have individual pages on the drop down that are your categories. What you'll do is you'll click on Add Page, and you'll add a new page, and let's say you name it a category of something new. I click on Done. I'm going to drag it under Blog. So right there, I have my something new on the drop down. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my primary blog page right here. I'm going to click on the blog. I'm going to click on Settings. I'm then going to click on Add-ons, and remember where we were before, I can identify if I want a custom feed or a recent feed on a particular page. I'm putting in a custom feed right here on my something new page. I put in something new, I clicked it, okay? Now notice that on the something new page, I have right here a feed. What I'll then do is I'll click on Settings, and what I can do is I can click on Choose Category, and I can change it from all posts to something new. And here you have it. The one something new post that we created is now here on the something new page. I go to Preview. I can go back to Blog, which shows me everything. And then when I hover over Blog and I click on something new, I'll only see the post assigned to something new. In this lecture, we're going to be reviewing setting up a store. This is where you have physical and virtual products for sale on your website, which makes this also known as an e-commerce website. One of the prerequisite steps to having this type of site with Wix is ensuring that you have the e-commerce hosting plan purchased. In order to check to see that you have the right plan, you would navigate back to the dashboard, and then you would check right here next to Website Plan which plan you signed up for. Another way to check which plan you've signed up for is clicking right here at the top and then going into premium subscriptions to seeing what you're subscribed for. Now, when it is time to upgrade to an e-commerce plan, you can simply click on Upgrade Now, or you can go to Compare Plans. Then you would go to Business and E-commerce, and then you would select one of the 4 plans. Just review the features, and then which of these would be best for you is up to you. And then you will click on Select and you would purchase it. Once you've done that, you can navigate back into the Wix editor and you can add in the store component. So we're going to be doing 2 things. Once we add in the store component, we're going to be reviewing the design of your store pages and how visually a store looks on your website. And then second, we'll get into the back-end components of your store. So this is adding in your products, it's editing your products, deleting your products. We will also do an overview of shipping, as well as taxation, as well as making sure you have the right payment method on file. So you can add in the Wix store component by doing one of 2 things. One, you can go to Add Apps, and you can type in Store. And once you have that selected, you can then go through the process of clicking on Wix Stores. You would click on the Add button here. The second option for adding in the store is by going to right here on Add, and then for Store, and then you would do Add to Site, which is what we are going to do. You'll wait for that to load. It'll take about maybe 10 to 15 seconds. And what's happening is Wix is putting together your store and it's creating several pages, a total of 4. So what we'll do is we're going to check to see what was created. So right now, when we go to Menu and Pages, in addition to Site Menu and the pages that you already had, you also have 4 store pages. The current page that we are on is the Shop page. This is where you can see all of your products. The second page is your Product page. This is where you can see the individual product. The third page is your Cart page. This is what the user will see once they've added in all of their products into the shopping cart and they are now ready to check out. And then the last page is the thank you page. Once the customer has added in the products and they've transacted and paid, then they will see right here this confirmation thanking them for their order. The first page that we're going to start with is the Shop page. Now again, as a reminder, we are going to go over setting up visually how this is going to show in the Wix editor first for all 4 pages. And so the first page is for shop. So we're going to click right here on settings first, and you do have several options to the left that are shown vertically. The first option is collection. You have the option to show all products, or you can show a specific collection. And so via using Wix stores, you'll find that a collection is synonymous with a category. So as an example, let's say you have a boutique where you're selling clothing. You may want it to be set to where you have one collection that shows pants, another collection that shows shirts, or a third collection that may show accessories. And then at this level, when you are right here selected on collection, you can decide if you'd like to show all products or if you'd like to show a specific collection. And so what a lot of people do is they have one primary page that shows all products, and I would leave it here under shop. And then this is what you can also do. You can create more pages, and what you would do is you would go here to add, and under store, you would simply add in the grid product gallery, and then when you go into settings on that page, you would then denote which collection that you'd like to show on that page. And so then also coupled with having these multiple collection pages, you would also perhaps have a shop page here on the menu, which we do, and then on a drop down you would have pants, shirts, and then accessories, or all of the collections, or just a few that you're wanting to show. Now we're going to go into layout. So this is visually how this page is laid out. So you have several options. The first right here is where your text is left aligned. You can also do it to where you just show the photo. You can also have it to where everything is inside of a border, or you can do center alignment. Another option is between your imagery. So you can do crop or fit for how your image is resized, and you can also do image ratio. Now the thing here is making sure that if not all, a majority of the photo can be seen, because the goal is to make sure that as people are getting a preview of your product, you have a really good photo that they can see and reference, which is also helping them to incentivize them to buy. If they see a really nice clean image, they see this is a black watch, it looks like it's a quality thing, they may click on it, which is why you do want to make sure that you are going through the process of checking out your imagery. So right here, when I did the 4:3 ratio, you can see how it cropped it a bit. Here, 2:3, now it's a little bit vertical, still doesn't look bad. The main thing I'd say in best practices is as you're uploading your photos of your products, going ahead and keeping them all around the same size. So let's say, for instance, you had 1:1. That's a square. So if you had a photo, and let's say if it was 1,000 by 1,000, that's good. It's a square and it will fit inside of here. But if you had something that was, let's say, 1,000 by 2,000, that wouldn't necessarily show as well within the 1:1. It would be cropped, and you could check and go through the process of seeing if something more horizontal or if something more vertical would be appropriate. Scrolling down now a bit more, we'll see you have product text alignment. You can change it from center to left to right. You also have the option to identify how many columns and how many rows that you'd like to have. Right now we have 4 columns and we have 5 rows. If I decided to reduce the quantity of columns, as you can see, our photos got bigger. So I'll put it back to 4 because that looked best. I can also identify the spacing in between my products, and then I can do some product info padding. So that's the padding around the information that's displayed beneath the photo. Now we're going to go into settings. I can identify what content I'd like displayed. There's also text. You can identify what's going to show for out of stock and then for load more. And then last, there is design right here. And I'm going to say that design is definitely one of the things that you always have to check and make sure that is shown correctly, because this is how you would make your store align with your already existent theme. So on the site, we have black and yellow. So I would more than likely want to make sure that everything I have here is either black or yellow. So I would make this yellow. I could make the name black. I can also change the font, so I'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to select this, and you can see it's changing right here nicely to the right. And this is all what's happening visually. So you can do this for everything, even the name and the price, and then also for your quick view button. And so if you are wondering, well, what is a quick view? I'll go ahead and show you that. I'm going to go into preview. And then when I hover, you can see that it says quick view. Now, normally I would click on the product and it would take me to that actual product page. But if I did quick view and I clicked it, it would open up in a Lightbox. This is also known as a pop-up or an interstitial. And that way someone can quickly see this product and then hopefully they would add it to cart and check out and purchase it. So we are going to go back into our editor. And then we'll go back to our settings. Now, everything that I went through thus far is definitely a must-have. You always want to check your collection, your layout, your settings, your text, and design. Now, a few other extra options that you have available to you are filters, sorting. We also went over what quick view was, so you can turn that on or off. So I'll start first with filters. So I will do show filters. And the great thing about having filters turned on is that you're giving someone the ability to identify what products they're seeing based upon a set criteria. So right now it's showing products that are $750 to $130. So if you wanted to give them the ability to say, hey, you know what? I only want to see things that are $750 to, let's say, $30, they could go ahead and drag this. And what would end up happening is they would only see products that are in that product range. So I'll go ahead and bring that in. All right. And then they're only able to see things that are in that price point. Also, they can filter in things by color and they can also filter in things by size. This is quite nice, primarily because if you have a lot of products or if someone is only interested in seeing, let's say, all black items, they could click on that and then it would only show them things that have black in it. Going back, we are now going to take a look at our next part, which is our sorting. So sorting is a little bit different than filters. This is more so looking at sorting the product. So once you have the filter set, or even if you have the filter off, you're now telling someone you can sort by newest, pricing low to high, high to low, name ascending or descending. This also helps them with seeing products and getting a little bit closer to what it is that they're looking for. And then right here, there's quick view. We already went over what that was. You can turn that on or off, and you can also customize how this is shown. So you can set up your colors, change your font, and so forth. And that is how you would go through the process of setting up your shop page visually. The next page that we're going to navigate to is our, and I'm going to go this way so you guys get familiar with the store pages in that category here. Another way is by going to pages, but we're going to go right here to product page. And so at the product level, what we're going to be able to do is the same thing we did on the shop page, except just for this product. So this is the template that is applied for all of your products. So you do want to make sure that you're having something that is going to work well for everything in your store. So I clicked on settings and our navigation again is shown vertically. So the first thing is we'll go to layout. So quite similar to what we did for our layout before, we can identify how this layout looks. Sleek is one. So you could see it took that photo and then it put the wording beneath. We can also do stunning. So now it took that wording and it split it into columns. Photos still at the top. Spotlight or simple. You can also stretch to full width. You can also decide how your other product images are going to show. And then you can also go through the process of resizing your imagery. Right here under settings, this is another option. So when the button is clicked, so opens mini cart, goes to cart page, stays in product page. And so what we're basically saying is when I clicked on add to cart, what's happening next? So right now it's mini cart. And what that means is this. So I'll go to preview, add to cart. Okay, I'll select the color. And then it opened up a little mini cart. So this is what is shown right here to the right. And so if I turn this off, let's just say I wanted it to go to add to cart, that little mini cart pop-up that just showed would not show. What would end up showing is we would go right into the cart page, which would take us there simply by clicking again on the add to cart button. So add to cart, okay? And then now I'm taken to a completely different page. So it is totally up to you to identify which actions happen when someone is going through the process of clicking on a particular product. I would say best practices is always having it to go to mini cart or the cart page, but when you do go back here to settings, you will also have the option to stay in the product page as well. I don't like that per se because then I'm not sure if it's been added to cart. I'm just relying upon that customer looking up here to see if that number changed, and that may not be the most user friendly. Going up here, you can also identify on the product level page what's shown. I'd always recommend having all of this information show, your pricing, your SKU, your quantity, navigation, info sections. That way someone can read through everything you have to offer. And then especially for the SKU, if they were ever to call in or if they were referencing something via email about a product, they would be able to reference that SKU if you had one entered in. And then scrolling here, another great feature that is offered is social media bars. So if you did want someone to be able to share your product on social media, this is someone saying, hey, I love this product. I love the way it looks. I love the information, pricing, whatever it may be. They can then click on any of these applicable social media icons and they can share the link to this specific product on their social media medium. And then when someone clicks on that link, it'll take them right back here to this product page. Another option here is for text. You can identify which shows for the cart. Right now it says add to cart. You can change that. Same thing with out of stock. You can change what is shown. Another feature is wish list. So if you do have it set to where individuals can register and be members of your site, they can also create wish lists. And this is also like creating a favorites list. So, hey, I love the product. It's great. I'm not ready to buy it now. I want to go back later on to check it out. Or if they are interested in purchasing more, they might have already purchased it. They would still maybe want to favorite it. And this would be under their wish list. The last thing that we'll go over is design. Quite similar to what we did on the shop page. You can identify the backgrounds and the borders, your product details and what shows. You're going through the process of selecting your fonts as well as your colors. Same thing that we're doing for button. And then the same thing that we do for the informational sections. And so your info sections are not the description. So the description is here, right? But your informational sections are listed here. And I'll show you what that means when we get into the back-end functionality, how you can set that up. That's creating additional supplementing information that's going along so with your description. So if you may have a little bit more to say, and you can customize how this looks visually. The main thing that you're wanting to do right here at the design level is you're wanting to make sure that your font and your colors match your theme. Again, our theme is black and yellow. Yours may be green and red. Whatever it is, you're wanting to make sure that with your store component, everything aligns and coincides correctly, because when you add in your store component, not everything is going to match exactly. So you do have to go back in and make sure things visually still look nice. The next page we're going to navigate to is our cart page. So this is what is shown when someone has added in a product or all of their products in their cart. And it's great because what I just went through the process of adding in were these boots. So you can see here they're shown. There's two, color black, pricing, total price. It did that 85 base price times 2, free shipping, and then someone can check out. And so we'll change visually what is shown here as well. We'll click on settings and then we'll go right here. And you can identify what is shown on this page, delivery rates, tax cost, adding a note. You can also add a link to continue to shop if you'd like that to be there. Okay, so there's continue shopping. And then also when someone clicks on this link, where does it take them to? I'd always recommend if you have this link, having it link back to the shop page, not the home page. That way they're taken back to a page that has more products for them to buy. Right here, this is design, so you can change the design of this page. Again, we're really just making sure it matches our theme. And then for text, you can change the text on this page as well. So you can change in all of the verbiage that's listed here. That way it's displayed here. And then the last page that we're going to go over visually is our thank you page. Again, this is what is shown when someone has completed the transaction on your website. So they've added the product to the cart, they've checked out, they've made their payment, and now you're thanking them for their order. So what is automatically populated that you don't have to worry about is the order number, the total, and then the ship to. This is going to come from what they've already put in through the e-commerce fields when they were checking out. And so then when they're looking at the thank you page, it's automatically populating it in these applicable sections. So I'll go to settings. And so you can set up the design first, changing the font and the color. And then you can also change the text. I would highly recommend not changing this, primarily because you do want to make sure, excuse me, that this categorical information is still here. So you wouldn't want to change order number, because really what's populated next to order number is an order number. So you would not want to change what this says more than likely. The same thing with total and then shipping to. Now what you can change is the title as well as the subtitle, which is shown up top. And that way you can give them a more of a customized message. Okay. And you can also add in the link here for continuing to shop, which is always a nice way to allow someone to go through the process of purchasing more products. And so right here, that's where that link is, continue shopping. So now you guys know how to visually edit the shop page, the thank you page, the cart page, and your product level page. And so the next step of this lecture is going into setting up the back-end components of the store. So gaining access to that can be done many ways. You can click on Manage Store at this page, or as you saw on other pages, you can click on Manage Products. It all takes you pretty much a little bit closer to where we were when we first logged in, and you won't have to go into the Wix editor every single time when you're wanting to go ahead and manage the back-end components of the store. You won't have to go into the editor to click on Manage Store, Manage Products. You can simply go into the dashboard here, and then you can click on any of the applicable information that you need. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to look into going ahead and editing our products and setting up our collections, which again are also known as our categories. Now, the first thing that I would recommend doing is actually setting up your collections. And the reason why I'm saying that we should do this first is that when you're setting up these collections, again, categories, when you have them already set, when you are editing your products at the product level, the collections are already there, and that way you can assign your products to the collections. So what I'm going to do first, because we have a store where we have clothing, is I'm going to put in collections with clothing names. So first thing I'll do is, let's say pants, that's one, save. I'll do another one, and I'll call that shirts. Okay, save. So you kind of get the gist. And so what you can do is when you are at the individual collection level, you can add in the products that you already have into the collection. This is one way. Or you can do it the way that I'm doing it, which is where I already have the collections created, quantity of 0. I haven't added anything yet, but when I am editing my products, I'll be sure to assign it to a particular collection. So now I'm going to go over to products. And so when you add in the store component for the first time, Wix does preload all of these products for you. So it's giving you something to start with. To delete all of it, you do select all. And then you would click right here on the delete icon to delete all of these. And then you could add in your product. So what I'm going to do to start is I'm going to show you how to edit a product. So I'll click on this one as an example. So we're editing our boots. And this is the same process that you'll go through when you're setting up a product for the first time. So the first thing you always want to do is to put in the name. You can put that at the top here, or you can put the name here in this section. The next thing you're wanting to do is you'll want to add in your photos. I'd always recommend having high resolution, very clear imagery, primarily because you're trying to sell this. And if someone can't come into your location, if you don't have a brick and mortar, they're just relying upon your website to purchase these items, you do want to ensure that you have something in place that incentivizes them to purchase, which is why you always want to make sure that you have really, really good photos. So when you have those photos in, you can go ahead and shift them around. All I'm doing is I'm changing the main image, and then I'm changing what the other images are, so I'm just moving it. So I like this image. This will be my main image. To add more, you can click on plus to add more imagery. You can upload that. What I discussed previously was that I can assign this to a collection, so I can assign it right here to pants or shirts or whichever collection. I can also add another one at this level as well. And by adding it here, it automatically, yes, does add it here. So this is now assigned to shoes. A great feature is visibility. If you, let's say, are not wanting to show this product in the store anymore, you could turn off the visibility. But this is nice because if you're interested in having it show again later on, you can simply click on show. You don't have to worry about deleting this product and then recreating it. You're just changing the visibility. So once you have your photos and your name and you have your collections identified, we're now going to get to the next section. Right here is ribbons. So when we were in the editor, you saw that we had a ribbon, which was here, bestseller. This is denoting right here what you may want it to say on top of the image. So instead of, let's say, bestseller, you could put new arrival. Okay. And then when you go back into the editor, new arrival would show on top of this product. Another option here is that you can have your base price, or a great thing is you can identify if something is on sale. I know a lot of people, they just put the sale price in here, but I love leaving a base price and then putting in the sale price. That way I'm showing that I'm offering a reduction in price. So if the base price is 85 and let's say I have a sale for 65, I'll go ahead and type in 65 and you can see that there is a 20% discount, which is nice. Another option is you can also add a description if you'd like. So you can type in about your product. I'd always recommend at a minimum having something in the description. That way someone can know more about your product. So let's say if it were these shoes as an example, I would say black shoes. I would put what they're made out of. I would also put, if I had an option of sizes that were available, I'd say these are men's shoes, sizes ranging between 7 and 15. So that all gives you an opportunity to add that in right here in this section. Now, if you do have additional information that you want added in, you can add as many sections as you want. So product info, you can add that there. Return and refund policy, you can add that there. Shipping info and so forth. Now, for me personally, I don't like putting in this at the product level because I have to actually create it every time, which is why I'd always recommend having a frequently asked questions or a policies page on your store. That way a customer can always reference that page for any information in reference to your refund policies, your reimbursements, your returns, or shipping information and the turnaround times that they can expect for delivery. But of course, add additional information as you see fit. Another option is for customized text. So if you are giving someone the option to add in customization on a product, then this is where you do that. So you're saying, hey, are you interested in having your name on this product? Are you interested in having something written out in particular on it? That's where you would add custom text fields. So you're saying right here, please provide name, and then they can type in their name and you would see that on the product page. Or if you were saying please provide number, let's say you were selling jerseys, you would say please provide number, and so then this is shown as a field label and then it has a blank field next to it and someone can simply add in whatever it is that they're needing to provide to you. You can also make it a mandatory field and you can add more of these. That way you can have, I think it's a maximum of 2 now. It is one of the Wix known requests, which is to have more, but at a maximum you can have 2. So you have please provide number, you can do please provide name, and you can make them mandatory or not mandatory, and then you have the character limit set on that. And then what will happen is when that order does come through, you'll have to go back to that order to see what information they put on this order, and you can check that out to know how to customize that particular product for that customer. So now we're going to go into product options, also known as product variants. This is a variation in your products. So right now we have color set and we have 2 options for color, but I'm going to add in another one as well. I'm going to put in size, and because it is applied to shoes, I'll put in shoe sizes. So 7, I'll do 7.5, I will do 8, and then I'll do 8.5. Okay, and then I will go ahead and click on add, and you can see that we have 2 colors and we have 4 sizes. So what ends up happening is when we are managing our variations, you want to do multiplication. So right now you have 4 times 2 is 8. You have 8 variations of your product, and I'll show you what I mean. So I am going to click right here on manage pricing and inventory for variations. This is almost you have to do it primarily because you're going to have different inventory levels for different variations as well. So I'll turn this on and you can see we have it here. You have black 7. You have a brown shoe in size 7, black 7.5, brown 7.5. This is what product variations are, is that it's automatically taking your variations and then it's creating these little line entries, whereas you're going to be able to have to come in here and you're going to update your stock keeping unit. You're also going to be able to change your pricing, and then you can change whether it's in stock or not. You can also put in the weight too. And then you can also turn on track inventory. So you are going to be able to manage the inventory levels that you have, which is something that's very, very important because you wouldn't want someone to order more than what you have in stock unless if you're wanting to have something on back order. So we have black shoe set size 7, that's 20. We have 63 of the brown shoe size 7. So I'm simply going through and updating the inventory. You guys can also put in those SKUs, and then you can also do surcharges. So your base price is $65. So let's say if you wanted your larger sizes to be a little bit more. Let's say you wanted this to be $75. You would not type in 75 here. You would simply put in $10. So you're adding more on top of the base price. So that way this would then show as $75. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead and populate all of these numbers as well, because I do want to show you all what will show in the back end now that we have this additional variant added in, which is size. So I am going to click on apply. All right. And then I'll just double check and make sure everything is as I want it to be, which it is. So then I will click right here on save. So the exercise that you pretty much go through every single time is you're putting in your title, you're putting in your pricing, you're putting in your description, you're identifying your variants if you have any, you're also assigning it to a collection, and then you're double checking everything, and then you're saving. So I just edited again this shoe. So I am going to go here into our store. Okay, I'm going to click on done, and I'm going to preview the changes that we just made. I'll click on shoes. And then now you can see here we have the option to select a size. So size 7, size 7.5, 8, 8.5, okay? And then I can also click on here, black or brown. Notice that when we had the brown 8.5, we wanted to charge $10 more, okay? Also notice that we do have a base price of $65, okay? But what ends up happening is we're saying that it's on sale, so it crosses out that number and we're showing the sale price. We also set customization, so we have our customization fields as well. So what I've just done, again, is I've gone to the process of editing the product, but then I went to the live store and I checked it out to make sure everything looked as it should. So now we're going to go back, and then it will be the same process for setting up a new product. So I'll just click on new product. I will do physical. And then it's the same thing again. Put in your price, put in your title, put in your imagery, add a ribbon, put in your pricing. You can denote if it's on sale, add in your description, add in additional information sections if you'd like. You can add in the option for someone to submit text to you. You also can add in your product variations or your variants right here through add options. If you don't have variants, then you can just track inventory, turn it on, and you can just manage the inventory for the one variation of the product. And then when you're done, you can click on save. And that is how you would set up a new product. Now, when I was on this page, you did see something else pop up when I clicked on new product, and that was digital file. You may be interested in selling digital products on your website as well. So this is not a physical item. You're not sending something in the mail. This is something where they're going to download it themselves. So this is an ebook. This is a guide. This is a song. Anything of that nature you can also sell. So you would click on digital file. And then instead of, okay, I know normally here you saw the photo, but instead of having that section here, you're putting in the title first, and then you're uploading a file. So you're uploading whatever digital file that you have. You're still going through the process of putting in your title and your pricing. You can say if it's on sale. You can put in the description. You can add in that ribbon. You add your imagery down here. You can also add in videos, info sections. You can also track inventory. There are no variations though for a digital product because it is a digital file. There's not going to be, well, okay, I'm interested in this size or color. That typically just does not make sense. So what ends up happening is they have one file that they're downloading, or contingent on how you bundled it up, they could end up downloading multiple, but the whole idea is that they're purchasing it and then it's ready for them to download after they've purchased it. And then what they're getting is the file that you've uploaded. And once you have this done, you would click right here on save. The great thing I love about the Wix store is they make it very, very easy for you to sell a digital product. You're just setting the price, putting in the description, you're uploading the file, and then you start to think, well, what else could I sell that's digital? Which makes that a very nice feature. So now you have all of your products that are shown, and once you're happy with what's shown here, you can always again just go to your store and you can check it out and make sure everything is as you need it to be. And then the same thing also with your collections. All right. Now I am going to show you an example of setting up a collection page, because now we have one item added into this collection here for shoes. Remember when we were back here on this page? I'll take you right back to it. We were on our shop page. We were here and we saw all of our products at once. And we may think, okay, that's great. I want everyone to be able to see these. But you may say, okay, I'd like to have a collection page, also known as a category page. What I would do is I would go to Menu and Pages, Site Menu. I would add a page, and I would call this the name of my collection. I would do shoes. I would take it and I would make it a sub-menu item under shop. Now we have our shoes page, okay? And then I'm going to go into add. I'm going to add the component of the grid. So the grid was already on shop, but now I'm adding this right here on my shoes page. So remember also settings, we were able to select which collection. So all products, pants, shirts, and there we go, shoes. So what ends up showing is what I assigned to that collection, which were these shoes. And so what I just did was I said I created a category page or a collection page simply by adding a new page, adding the grid, and then identifying which collection I'd like to show, which are these shoes. And that's how you would create multiple pages on a drop down for your store, making it a little bit easier, you see, for someone to either see all of the products that you have to offer by going to the shop page or by going in right here to shoes to see all of the items that you have under a particular collection. So now we're going to go into a little bit more into what we have around setting up the store. So we're going to touch on payments, shipping, and then also taxation too. So to get access to that, the first thing that we'll do is we'll click right here on settings, okay? And then we have the option to accept payments. Now I do not have this plan upgraded, so you won't be able to see all of everything tied into my individual logistics for my store for payments, but the user interface does look exactly the same, which is PayPal is enabled, and then I'm accepting credit or debit cards with Wix. This is going to be a personal preference in which payment gateway that you'd like to set up. Really all this is saying is, hey, what is going to be the medium between your website and the bank? So if you decided to have PayPal, right? Again, I don't have mine set up, so you can't really see all the information, but I would click on Connect Me, and then I would connect my PayPal, and then what would end up happening is when someone's transacting on my website, that money would go directly into PayPal. You would get notification that you did receive money. It would show under your charts around financing for your store there, but the money will sit in PayPal, and then you can transfer it from PayPal to your bank. Now you do have the option to also use other gateways as well. You could turn this on or off, but if you'd like it on, you can go ahead and click on Connect Me, and then you'll do I can confirm I'm not doing anything of the above, and then you'll be able to select Square or Stripe or any other provider as well that they have listed, and you can set yourselves up with them, and then they would also serve as a medium between your website and the bank. So if you had Stripe, the money would sit with Stripe, or if it were with Square, the money would be with Square, and then you would transfer it out of there to your bank. Now, the next thing we're going to get into is our store shipping, which is always very fun because we're now talking about the logistics of getting our products to our customers. And so one of the ways to ensure that we're accurately charging someone for shipping is by going over the shipping options and being also aware of your own shipping costs. That will be a little bit of the pre-homework, is really thinking about how you're going to make the process work and how much your courier is charging you to ship the item. That way you're charging that directly to the customer. So you have two options on your shipping page. One is for domestic, you'll want to set that, and then the other is also international, rest of the world, or you could set up multiple regions. You could do United States, Mexico, let's say Brazil, and then you have the rest of the world turned off, or you could just have it to be where it's your domestic location. Shipping is really going to be up to you. I will say one thing to think about is when you are shipping something out of your native country, that is when you typically can incur a little bit more in shipping costs, primarily because it has a lot further to travel, and you may actually have to use a different courier. So I will click here on domestic first for the United States. And this is the destination that I have in here. You can add multiple destinations under the shipping rule, or you can just leave it as the country that you're in. Once you have that set, you can scroll down And this is where you will select your options for shipping. Now, typically for free shipping, this is when you're saying, okay, the shipping is free, there's no cost to the customer. Usually this is when you've also accounted for the cost of shipping and you might have rolled this into the price of the product. So let's say if your pricing of your product is $100 and you're saying free shipping, I would only assume that the shipping cost is somehow in there to where it's not affecting your profit margin, or you may just have great markups to where you're able to say, okay, I'm going to offer free shipping. I don't mind spending 5% on this particular product to get it out to the customer because it's worth it, right? So you will have the option for free shipping, and when you do that, you'll want to put in the estimated delivery time. Very, very important. You do want to make sure someone is aware of when they're going to get their product. It also helps you kind of cut down those emails and inquiries around, hey, what's going on with my order? You already told them it's going to arrive in 3 to 5 days, 7 to 14 days, whatever the turnaround time is. Now, another option that you have is store pickup. Now, for store pickup, this is also kind of something where it would be free. They're not paying to pick up an item, but you can also allow this. This is in addition to shipping. So if you're wanting someone to go ahead and identify shipping on your website, they can do that in addition to if they're wanting to pick up. Or you could have it turned on to where they do store pickup only. The main thing is that for store pickup is that you're putting in the title right here, so pickup in store, and you're adding in the address of where they can pick it up. And then you're putting in additional instructions too for how to get this item. I do know some people, they have brick and mortar locations. As an example, this is a store where we're selling clothing. So you may say, hey, if you're ordering clothing on the site, you also have the option to pick it up in store. That's a very common scenario. That is also a scenario where technically they wouldn't pay anything in shipping. It would be free. So you can do any shipping option in addition to allowing store pickup, or you can only just allow store pickup because you may not want to have shipping enabled. You may just want to have it just like that. Now, the next option for shipping is flat rate. This is when you're charging someone the same amount every single time for that order. So as an example, if you have 5 items in your cart or 1 or 50, they're paying the same amount no matter how much is there. So you could say flat rate $7. Again, doesn't matter how many products I have, I'm paying $7. The only thing with this is that you may run into several scenarios where you have a bunch of orders that come through and it's for the same person, or it could just be a lot of items under the one product, and you're having to spend a lot in shipping because this person ordered 15 items. This is where flat rate could be a little bit of a con because you have not accurately charged enough, which is why I'd always say be very, very careful with flat rate. I don't want to say charge too much, but you don't also want to charge too little. So be very mindful of how much you actually need to charge a customer for a particular item. I do know some people, they make assumptions for flat rate, which is, hey, my average order is 3 items. It can typically fit inside of this small box. That's why I can have it $7. The best thing to do is to just do a little bit of homework with your courier of choice that you're going to be using to send out the product, to familiarize yourself with how much they're charging you. That way you know how much to charge the customer. The next option is you can do rate by weight. Now this is also pretty neat because you'll be able to just go ahead and put in that title again, and I'll do standard shipping, and I'm going to type this in. And what you're going to do is you're going to put in a range of weights. So 0 to 1 pound is this amount. So we'll do 0 to 5 is this amount. 5 to 10 is this amount. And 10 on up, okay, is another price. Remember when we were at the product level, we were able to identify the weight of a product. This is where weight-based shipping comes into play. And this is when you're saying, okay, the item is, let's say, 3 pounds, right? And let's say you're charging $10 for anything within the weights of 10 to 5 pounds. They would pay $10 for shipping. And then, and so forth. So anything 0 to 5 is 10 pounds, 5 to 10 pounds is 15, 10 on up is 20. So if you did have, let's say in your shopping cart, 10 pounds total, because it's doing the totality of what's in the cart when they're checking out, not just, hey, individual product, I'm charging $10 for that product, I'm charging $15 because it's 5 pounds for that product. It's doing a sum of the weight. So if the sum of the weight in your shopping cart was $10, it's within this range and someone is paying this price. And typically you do rate by weight when your courier is doing a weight where they're weighing the item and they're saying, okay, this item weighs this amount. This is how much it's going to cost. I would say this is where you run into the homework schema. And this is something that I'd always recommend doing when you're doing rate by weight. Once you've completed your schema and your rubric, you can take those numbers and you can plug them in here, and then you can click right here on Save. Now, another option for shipping is rate by price. I'm not the biggest fan of this option, primarily because it assumes that if someone is paying more, then that means that they should pay more in shipping, and that is not always the case. So just because my order is $500, it doesn't necessarily mean that I should be paying a lot in shipping costs, because as an example, let's say if I had a 14-karat gold necklace that I purchased, again, $500, me saying that because I paid $500, I should pay a shipping cost of, let's say, $50, that would be a poor assumption because that necklace is only less than a pound or so, and then it can fit inside of the smallest box. So by using this logic here, that might not actually be the best way of foreseeing what the cost would be to ship. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, in one of the worst case scenarios, is when you're not charging enough. So let's say someone had an item that they paid for that was $10. Assuming that because it was $10, okay, that they should pay $5 in shipping, that may not be accurate because that item could very well be 50 pounds and be sitting inside of an extra large box that you would have to spend close to $30 to send, and you would be undercharging the customer and not necessarily forecasting the amount that you would need to actually charge to the customer for that item that is heavier and that it also does require a bigger box. Now, another category is rate by product. I do like this. This is where you are able to group products together based upon category. So right here, you can see there's makeup. You could say, hey, for makeup, put this all in one group, or hey, for this t-shirt or this sweatshirt, put this in this one group right here. That way, based upon groups of items, you're saying for this group, charge this amount. For this group, charge that amount. And what this does is it's not saying, okay, you are going to only find the items in a shopping cart that are of the same category. It's saying if you do have this, let's say, sweatshirt here, charge it $1. For every sweatshirt that you have in the cart, charge $1. For every makeup item that you have in the cart, charge 50 cents. And by grouping these items together, it gives you that ability and that control over the categories for your individual shipping. So you kind of have shipping classes based upon type that you can set up. I always recommend is that as you're adding in more products, and if you're using the product grouping, always come over here and double check and make sure that your products that you've added are correctly assigned to the correct group. That way you're accurately charging the customer the amount of money that you need to for shipping. And so the last option that we have is USPS, calculated rate. This is a live rate. It is an API. It comes from USPS. So for all of those that are located in the United States, you do have this available to you. So you can select priority mail. You can put in the duration for how long you think it will take. You can also put in your packaging type. So for flat rate envelope, and you can put the amount of maximum that should go in there. You could then do medium flat rate, the maximum that should go in there. And so you're setting up your own schema as to where you're saying, okay, and I'll just go through this, is you'll do flat rate maximum 6. You could do, let's say, your medium, you would do maximum 15. And so once you get to the threshold that you've set for each of these packaging options, it's then upgrading to the next box and so forth. And based upon USPS, it doesn't necessarily look at how much weight is in each of these by doing it this way. It's more so saying, okay, for no matter what's inside of this box or no matter what's inside of this envelope, this is how much it is going to cost. You also should fill out the from information, and then if the API fails, so meaning that the live rates aren't coming from USPS, you should have some backup shipping rates as well. So if you do decide to use the backup, you will need to go into your products and you'll need to still put the weight on them. That way it can charge the amount per pound for your items. So now I'm going to take us back to where we were before. I'm going to discard these changes. And so we will see again domestic and international, rest of the world. When you are doing a deeper dive into the rest of the world or for wherever else that you're looking at setting up shipping classes, you will still need to go through the same exercise that we went through, identifying what is that process for actual shipping. Are we doing rate by weight? Are we doing flat rate? Are we doing the rate groupings based upon category and product type? It is very important you especially figure this out for international, because if it is turned on as we have it now, you will need to make sure you're accurately charging the customer the right amount. It's very, very easy for people to assume that, okay, this is turned on, it's fine. If I have to send it to Germany, I will. And if you're in the United States, that will significantly cost a bit more than it would be to send it over to another state that was within closer proximity to where you are. Now, another item that we're going to go over is store taxation. So this is something whereas you will need to make sure that you understand how much you should be charging for tax based upon the country that you are within, as well within your state and local area. So I'd always say just go to add country, find where you are, and then put in the area. So I'm in Texas, so I'll put that in add, and then figuring out the rate. You can usually do a lot of research. I'd always recommend consulting with someone just to be sure. But on a lot of these scenarios, especially in the United States, as we are collecting taxation on our orders, later on we will then need to take that taxation and we'll need to pay the comptroller, or we'll need to pay the state, or we'll need to pay someone else. I'd always recommend kind of having that in the back of your mind, is that you're collecting it now, but you will have to still pay that to someone else later on. So the next thing we're going to review are our store settings. So now that we know how to add in our products, we figured out shipping, we figured out taxation, what exactly do we want to set up for our store to customize the process and make it work better for us? So right here, you can do creating invoices for every new order paid online. This is totally up to you. You do not have to do this because every order that comes in will be stored, and we will get into that next. You can see right here, you can create your own policies, terms and conditions, privacy policy, returns, contact us. You can customize the checkout experience by filling in this information. Okay. You can also invite customers to subscribe to your email list at checkout. You can also require that they checkbox on a policy. You can also then go through the process of looking at all of the order email notifications that are also going to go out. So that is very important because these are communications that will go to your customer as they're getting more information about their order. So now we will take it up back to the top. We will go to Overview, Main Menu, and then we're right back on our dashboard. So we're now going to go into Store Orders. So if I did have any orders, they would show here on this screen. And the most important thing about an order is that you're wanting to go ahead and check to see if they're in there and if they've been fulfilled. And if not, you ask yourself, well, what action should I be taking on this particular order that's now shown up? So this is an example of what an order looks like. I actually have gone into one of my customers' stores and I'm going to show you guys what the back end of this looks like. So what happens when an order comes through? First, it says it's unfulfilled. And so a lot of the actions that you guys will be taking will be to look to see what they have ordered. You can see the price. You can also then click on Add Tracking Number to add a tracking number. You can also create a shipping label too if you'd like. There are a lot of integrations that you can have for this. And then you can also click on More Actions. And when you click on More Actions, you can mark it as fulfilled, you can send it an email, and you can also refund. Now, a lot of questions come up around refunds. Exactly how do I go about doing that? It seems like it would be hard. It's actually not. I'd recommend doing refunds through the system, meaning Wix, as opposed to going in through your payment gateway. Even though, let's say if you had PayPal configured, the money would be sitting there, I would say to still push the refund back through Wix. Therefore, you still have it on the books that you gave a refund, and it comes out of the total amount that you've had in your store, because there are a lot of great reports that can come from your orders and analytics and all of that. So I'd recommend still pushing the refund through that. But the overall thing you're doing here, checking the order, preparing the order, once you have it prepared, putting in the tracking number, and then marking the order as fulfilled. That's really it. So once you have that done, you can then go back and you can do the same thing for all of your other orders that may still need to be fulfilled. Now there's also a feature for abandoned carts. This means that someone added the product to the cart, but they never checked out. You can set up an automation right here that will allow them to get an email from you that says, hey, please come back, come to our store, check it out. Whatever verbiage you'd like to have on that email, you can set that up, but that can also help you with new customer acquisition or retention around the realm of they were about to buy, but for some reason they didn't, and now you're saying, please come back. I invite you to my website to complete on your transaction or to check out something new that we have. So now we're going to go back to main menu. Okay, and we are now going to go to analytics and reporting. So under analytics and reporting, we can see sales, we can also see traffic, and we can see people. We can look at the total number of sales, the total number of orders, average order value, so how much are people spending on average, and then you can also check your revenue over time. So that's going through the process of seeing, hey, on this particular day of this month, of this particular year, how much were our sales, how much traffic did we get? That is going to be extremely important as you guys are analyzing this over time. Another option that we have available to us is traffic. So this almost serves as Google Analytics, whereas you're able to see the total number of sessions, unique visitors, average visitors, the top referring sites, visitor retention, traffic by location. Looks like they're all coming from the United States for now, and you can analyze this. As an example, if you were saying, I'm trying to see if I can get some traffic a little bit more right here, you see in France, or maybe you wanted to get more traffic in Australia or South Africa or wherever, you would know that you could launch a campaign in those areas, and you can see if perhaps a little bit more traffic is coming from there, and then you can compare that to your sales as well. Now, another thing that you can see are people, and this also falls under analytics. So this is people overview. So we'll wait for this to load up. And this is also a very neat feature to have, and you can also always change the range as well, which is important. So we have 12 customers, 1 new site member, 14 new contacts. You can also see the numbers going up or decreasing over time. And then the last thing is you have reports. I love reports because you can always take this data and analyze it, but you can also input it into other systems as needed. You can look at sales over time, by item sales over time, sales by coupon. You always have these reports that are already pulled for you. You can simply do this by going through and seeing all of the options that you have available. And you can also click on Create Report to create your own customized report. That way you're seeing only what you're needing to see. Now this is our weight range schema. And so what I've done is I've created 5 categories based upon shipping. So I have shipping categories A, B, C, D, and E. A could be a extra small flat rate box. B could be a small, C could be a medium, D could be a large, and E could be an extra large. It really is contingent on the products that you guys have, as well as how you may want to go about setting up this rubric. And so what I have done is I've said, okay, for category A, extra small flat rate box, 0 to 5 pounds, I'm going to be charging $10. And so the pricing of $10, that came from me identifying how much it will cost to ship this item based upon the weight and the price of the box. This is an exercise that you more than likely will need to take care of at your courier or at your home when you're weighing your products and you're looking on the courier's website to identify how much they're going to charge you for a certain item to put it in a box based upon that weight, and then also with the price of the box. And then the whole goal behind this exercise is then being able to charge that price to the customer or accounting for this price in some way. It doesn't matter what it is that you're doing with the price. You may even say it's okay if it comes out of the bottom line of the product. It's just mainly having knowledge of what your shipping costs are. That's the only goal of shipping, is to be aware of that expense to you or to the customer. In this lecture, we're going to be reviewing adding in Wix bookings. Wix bookings is a tool that gives users the ability on your website to sign up for an appointment or a class. It can be something that's set for free, or of course you can request payment. Let's begin. The first thing that we're going to do is click on the app market. The next thing we'll do is enter in the search bar bookings. Once you've entered it, you can click enter and you'll see a screen that looks like this. Now we're going to be adding in Wix bookings, but if you do want to look at other booking providers, feel free to do that as well. We'll click directly on Wix bookings. Once I click on it, I'll see a screen that looks like this. There's a description of the tool on the right. I can of course look at a demonstration. I can go to features and pricing to compare the free package to the premium package. And then once I'm ready to add it to my site, I can click on Add to Site. Once you add the booking app to your site, it automatically creates a new page. And on that new page, you're going to see information that's entered by default. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to click on Settings. And what Settings gives us the ability to do is customize what's on this page. The first thing that I can do is I can adjust ultimately what shows. I can have private services as it's listed right now, or I can show private services and have it in a calendar format. And as you can see, it doesn't show where it's listed, it shows the availability. I can click directly back on Settings, and of course I can change it to anything that's listed here. I'll change it right back to what I had before, which was private services. The next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to click right back on Settings, and I'm going to go to Design. I can also change the colors affiliated with what's on this page as well. I can also do the same thing for text. Once you're done with customizations, you can then click on Manage Bookings. Once you click on Manage Bookings, you have the ability to add in different services, either private or group. This is where you'll enter in your appointment, or let's say the classes that you're offering. Now before you add in any service, you might want to come down here and add in staff members. And the reason why is, as you're adding in different services, you are going to want to assign a staff member. So you don't have to go back and retouch all of your services. You can go ahead and add all the staff members that you have ahead of time. Then as you're setting up your classes or your appointments, you'll already have the right staff member names entered. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead and add a private service. I'll click on Add Private Service. It's quite simple. The first thing you do is you enter in a service name. The second thing you do is you can assign a category if you'd like. You can go ahead and select something here if you've added one. If not, you can click on Add New, and you can put something else as well. So what we have now is the service name and then the category Women's Haircuts. I can add a photo, and I can also add a description. And then, as I had mentioned here, you can add in a staff member. You can also add in a staff member here for the first time, but again, as discussed before, you might want to go ahead and do all of that before you get started with adding in the services. Scrolling down a bit more, you could set the service duration, add in hours, and add in minutes, and then you can do time between appointments. This might be something that, let's say, a hairdresser would do because they might need time to clean up in between a particular service and another, or any other type of class that there might be offered. You want to go ahead and make sure you're entering in the duration correctly, because this is the time that's going to be blocked off on your calendar. So you want it to be as accurate as possible. And then the last thing that you're going to see here is for pricing and location. So you can set the service for free, or you can set a price. If you do want it to be paid, you can enter the price in here, and then you can select accepting payments just on the website, in person, or both. And then for location, you can enter in your place as you have it, or of course you can enter in another address, or you can select the customer's place, whichever works best for you. Scrolling back up, I can then click on Calendar. So when I click on Calendar, I have the ability to view my calendar and all of the scheduled appointments that I have. You could view it weekly, and you can also view it daily. You can also scroll here to change the different weeks to see things in advance. The next thing that I'll show is for payment. If you are requesting payment from users when they're signing up, you do want to enable a payment gateway so you can get paid via PayPal or you can get paid via Stripe. The next thing that you want to set up is business setup, and you can enter in your business information, and then also you can click here for booking options. You can customize your calendar, you can add a booking policy, and you can also send auto emails and reminders. And then once again, there's staff, so of course you can enter in as many staff members as you need to. And then last but not least, there are customers. So you can manage all of your customers here in this section. If needed, you can add in a new customer, but as individuals sign up, you're going to see the customers right here in this section. Also note that as individuals are signing up for classes and so forth, you will also receive emails, so it won't just be archived here, you'll also have them in your inbox. So ultimately, that's how you manage Wix bookings. It's quite simple between settings in terms of how you want it to look, as well as on clicking Manage Bookings, you can adjust the services that you have offered, either private or group. And then, of course, if you do need to upgrade this app to something that gives you more features, you can also do that as well. In this lecture, we're going to review adding a Lightbox. Now, a Lightbox is a pop-up that appears on one or many of your website pages. And the reason why individuals use Lightboxes is they serve as more so as a call to action. You're trying to alert the users on your website of something, either it's a sale or there's something new, or you want them to sign up for something. It's the thing that they see when they go to the page for the first time. Many individuals have it on the home page when they first arrive to the website, or on the store page, especially if you have some type of promotion or sale going on. To add it, it's quite simple. You click on the add, and then you go directly to Lightbox. Now you can scroll through to find the layout that might suit you best. I would say keeping it quite simple will always work well because it's going to pop up on the screen. You don't want it to be overwhelming. So I'll click right here on Welcome to my site. Once I click on the Lightbox, it shows directly as it pops up on the live website. The background of your website is blurred out, or it's gray, and then the Lightbox itself is what's in full color because this is supposed to get the user's attention. Editing the Lightbox is very similar to how you would edit the other portion of the website. You simply click on Add to add in any element that you want, or of course, to edit what's already here, you can hover over any of the elements to see what it is, and you can make changes. You can click right here on Edit Text, and you can put in right here new information. You can click here to edit this text as well. You can of course change the font, you can bold it, you can do whatever you'd like. And then here is a button that says Go to Site, which when an individual clicks on it, they're going to link directly to the home page. You can also link it to any other page that might be there, or of course you can link it to any of these items listed here. Now what I'm going to do is something that's very, very common. And what that is that I'm going to add in a sign up for the newsletter. That's something that individuals sometimes want users to do for the first time. So you click on Get Subscribers, and then you can add this directly to the pop-up. This way, if an individual is interested in your business, they can automatically sign up right here when they arrive on your homepage on the website. So I'll go ahead and readjust everything so it looks good. I just added in the newsletter sign-up form. So then now individuals can go through the process of signing up for the newsletter if they'd like. And then the next thing I can do is begin working on editing the design. So I can click directly on the Lightbox, and the first thing I can do is click on Design. I can ultimately change the background. Let's say I want it to be black. I can also add an image or a video. I can click on Layout, and this is how the Lightbox will be positioned on the page. Most popular is in the center. And then next, I can click on Settings and set triggers. It goes to the same exact area which is here. So I can automatically display Lightbox on pages, yes or no. I'll go ahead and click yes because that's what's going to automatically pop up, which is shown here. Then next it asks what pages does it show on. So Home, About, Services, I can select as many as I'd like. But as mentioned before, the two most popular pages are Home and Shop. I can also hit the delay right here to adjust the delay. This is how many seconds it's going to be delayed until it pops up. So let's say someone gets to the home page and it's fully loaded. If you put in a delay of 5 seconds, it won't pop up until 5 seconds has passed. I would say for best practices, have it between 2 to 3 seconds because you want it to pop up as soon as possible. Scrolling down a tad bit more, you can then identify how the Lightbox closes. So you can have a close button or you can have an X icon. Ultimately, you want there to be some way for a user to exit out of this. Otherwise, after they're done, let's say, filling out this form, they might not be able to get to the remainder of the website if there is no X icon for them to click. So you ultimately want to make sure that this X icon is here, or there's the option for a close button. So now what I'll do is I'll click here, and then I've identified where my X button is, which is at the top. I can resize it as needed. I made it a little bit more visible, and then there you have it. You have your Lightbox with your X button, and you can click on preview to see essentially how it's going to look, which is just like this. I can then fill out the newsletter, subscribe, and then if I want to get to the remainder of the website, I can click the X, and then here I am. Now, to get back to where your Lightboxes are and to edit them, you can click right here where the pages are, and then you'll click here for Lightboxes. So then you can click on the Lightbox and you can make changes. What some individuals like to do is add Lightboxes for specific pages. So as mentioned before, this might be good for the home page, but then I might want to add a Lightbox for, let's say, the shop page. So I could add another Lightbox like here, and then what I can do is go to settings, and I can assign this particular Lightbox to the shop page. And then what would happen is when somebody goes to the home page, they're going to see the Lightbox that we just created previously, which is here. And then when they go to the shop page, they'll see this Lightbox here that I just added. Lightboxes are, once again, a really good way to have call to actions. Definitely make sure that you're taking full advantage of what they might be able to serve as a purpose of getting someone's attention, of something that you might want them to know, but ultimately make sure that you have it to where it's a little bit non-intrusive to the user. Don't have pop-ups on all pages. Make sure it's just on a few, and then make sure it's very user-friendly as well. In this lecture, I will review how you can create a landing page. A landing page is a page that a user lands on after they click on a button or a link on another website. Historically, this was the only purpose of a landing page when a person would click on, let's say, a button or an advertisement, and then it takes them to another website or a longer page, as we call a landing page. But now individuals are using landing pages ultimately as a purpose for not just having users click through to get to the page, but they're also using landing pages as their entire website. So what you find for landing pages is that they're typically a tad bit longer than your normal page size. And because they're longer, individuals will then add in anchors, which basically connects to a menu. And what that means is that an individual can click on the menu and it will drop to an anchor, which is somewhere on the page, so they can view specific content. Ultimately, you're on the same page, but the menu is taking you to different sections on that same page that is put together with anchors. And the anchors is what's separating one bit of content from the next. Let's begin. The first thing that I'll do is I'll go to a brand new page right here as I have it set as landing. On this page, notice I have different sections listed. So what I'm first going to do is I'm going to add in an anchor. So to add in an anchor, you click on add here, and then you want to click directly on more. Once you click on more, you'll scroll down a bit and you'll see this called anchors. So I'll click on that. And what you see is a very light blue line that represents what is an anchor. And the reason why I've added this anchor is because when I add in the menu, what I'm going to find is as I'm adding in a menu item, the website on this one page is going to drop specifically to where the anchor is. So I'm going to add one more anchor, and I'll show you ultimately how anchors work. I'll click anchor here again, and then there's anchor 2. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add in a link on my menu so I can drop to these specific anchors on this one page. Let me show you how you would do that. The first thing you do is you go to Pages, and then you click Add Page, and then you're going to add a link. So I'll click directly on Link. The link can go to Anchor 1 or Anchor 2, what I have currently in place. So I'll click on Anchor 1, and then I'll click on Done. Then what I can do is I can add in a name for it. So let's say if I wanted to have services, I could make it say Services. Now I'm going to add another link. So I'll click Add Page, Link, then I'll go to Anchor 2, and then I'll put in another section here called About, and I'll click Done. So now I'm going to show you ultimately how the anchors work with the menu. So I'll go to Preview here. So right now when an individual comes to the landing page, this is what they see. If they click on About, they're going to be taken to the About section on this page. But if they click on Services, they'll be taken to the Services section. So you know the Services section is connected to Anchor 1, which is here in the back end, and then About, the anchor is right here above this section, which is the About. So essentially, you're putting your landing page together with individual sections, then you're putting in your anchors, and then you're adding it so you have a menu. Therefore, an individual can go to whatever section of the landing page that they need to go to review information. So you can make your landing page as long as you'd like, and you can put as many anchors as you'd like, but ultimately remember that you need to link it to the menu so they can drop to the specific section that you want them to see. Landing pages are fantastic for websites that have just a tad bit of information where you don't have a lot, but they're also great specifically for if you want an individual to land on this page and then they don't have to navigate off of it. So when you are ready to go ahead and launch your landing page, you always want to make sure you have the anchors where they need to be in place, and you always want to double check that you have your menu set correctly as well. You can also have a landing page, and you can have other pages on your website as well, so an individual can still use the menu for the landing page, but they can still go to other pages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make, let's say, the contact section shown right here on the menu. So I'll go to Preview, and what I can do is I can click on About, and it's going to drop specifically to this part of the landing page, on the landing page that I have named. I can click Services, it'll take me to the Services section, and then I can click Contact. So ultimately I can use the menu to go to specific positions on pages, or of course I can go to individual pages. Ultimately, you have a lot of versatility with a landing page. You just want to make sure that you test everything and it's showing the way that you need it to show. And ultimately, you want to make sure that the landing page represents what you want it to represent, whether it's the website that they go to after clicking on an advertisement, or if the landing page serves as the entire website for you and or your business. In this lecture, we're going to review Wix applications. So the Wix App Store has third-party hosted applications that provide differentiating features that might be beneficial to have on your website. You don't have to use them, but there are a lot of features available that you might want to be aware of. Let's begin. The first thing that you'll do is click directly on App Market. Once you click on it, you'll be taken to a screen that looks quite similar to this. You can scroll down to see the categories that there are. There are categories within photography, forms, socials, and tons more. You can click on a section such as Chat to view the applications in that category. Then you can scroll through to see the differentiating providers that there are. When you are interested in an application as it's shown, you can click directly on it to see exactly what it is. This right here is an easy customer contact application. You can see the description on the right. You can click on Demonstration to see a demonstration of it, and then you can see features and pricing. So with many of the applications that there is a free version, and then there's a premium version which does cost. You always want to scroll through and see the comparisons of the free to the premium version to make sure that if you need to purchase something, you can upgrade, but if it gives you exactly what you need within the free package, you don't have to purchase it. You can also see reviews as well for the individual applications to see what individuals say about it. Now, please remember that Wix does service many different countries, so you may see some reviews in a different language, but when you do see the language of your own, you can of course read about it and see what people have to say. You can also add a review if you'd like to add a review to the review section. Even if you don't stay with an application and you go to another one, you still may want to add a review on how that application serviced you. You can also then click on Add to Site if you want to add the application directly to your site. The same process applies to all of the applications that there are. You can click on it, you can learn about it, do the demonstration, look at features and pricing, and of course reviews, and then you can also add to site. The greatest thing about apps is that there are a lot of them. So when you are utilizing the Wix editor and you find that you might not have the functionality in the ad section, you can of course check the app market to see if there's something there that might service you well. A very good category that I like to go to at least once a month is the newest apps category. This shows all the latest apps that Wix has added in to their Wix platform. So you can scroll through and see if there's anything in here that might serve you well. You can also go back to categories and you can check out everything else they have and all the other categories as well. You can also click on search if you're looking for something specific, and you might find that it's affiliated with any of the applications that Wix has. Ultimately, you do not have to use applications, but I would say that if there is not a feature that Wix provides, you might want to check in here first to see if it is available. In this lecture, we're going to review how you can create your Wix mobile website. Currently, we've been creating your website that's specifically for laptops and desktops and tablets. But it is important that you also have a version for phones, because on phones, typically websites show a little bit differently because the phone screen is a lot smaller than a laptop, desktop, or a tablet screen. Therefore, you want to make sure there is a website specifically for what users will see when they're using their mobile device. I typically like to wait until I'm done with my website before I work on the mobile website, because therefore I can look at everything as it's in place and then I can rearrange it accordingly to where it will look good on a mobile device. Let's begin. The first thing that I'm going to do is click right here at the top on Switch Editor Views. There's a mobile phone icon. I'll click directly on it. Then I can switch between the desktop view and the mobile view. There is a check here that says make your site mobile friendly. Now, if you have it unselected, what's going to happen is when a user goes to your website on their mobile phone, they're only going to see the desktop view. Now, that could be a good thing or a bad thing. If you have a landing page to where an individual doesn't have to do a lot of navigating and moving around, it might be okay, but you do have to keep in mind that if your desktop version of your website is on a mobile phone, a user will have to zoom in to see wording and other types of content because, again, it's not sized correctly for a mobile phone. So if you do want to make your website mobile friendly and essentially have a mobile website, you'll want to make sure this is selected, and then you'll click directly here on Edit Mobile View. Once you click on that, you can see your website in the mobile view. Now notice that things don't show the exact same way in the laptop version as they do in the mobile version. This is why it's important that you come here and you make sure that you're moving items around to where it fits best. So the first thing you might want to note is that you can transition from page to page. You can click right here on Pages, and then you can navigate from page to page to then edit the content for mobile phones. When you do want to go ahead and have the page that you want to work on, you click outside of the pages, and then you can see your content right here. There's an option to change the background for mobile phones because some backgrounds just don't show well. They're a little bit too zoomed in and you can't see the quality of it. So you can click on background and of course change the background as needed. You can also click on mobile right here, which gives you the ability to see mobile view. And of course, you can transition between desktop and mobile, which is what I just did. You can add a back to top button, which is a button that goes at the bottom of your website. And then when they click on it, they get back to the top. And then there's a mobile action bar, which is pretty nice because it stays at the bottom of a mobile website the entire time. And an individual can use the menu. They can click on a phone number to call. There's the option for email. And then there's also the option for an address and then social networks. And then there are hidden elements. So not all elements will look good on a mobile phone. Some of them just will never show correctly because of the size. So if you ever want to hide something, let's say right here for Good About Us, you can click on it and then you can click on Hide Element to hide it. Then you see a list of hidden elements for each page, and then to bring, let's say, this About Us button back, I'd click on the eye and then it would show again. So of course you can transition between hiding elements and then bringing them back so they're visible. So there's one important thing to remember when you're in the mobile editor, and that is you can't add in any new content, you can only resize it. So let's say if you needed to add more text or a button or add another picture, you cannot do that. You have to do it inside of the desktop view, and then when you go to the mobile view, you'll see that live right here in the mobile section, and you can resize it accordingly. So just keep in mind, the editor section for mobile is just for resizing to where it looks good for phones, but when you want to get the full view of being able to edit your website, you need to keep your Wix platform inside of the desktop view so you can maintain the editor on that side. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and edit the website that we have in the mobile view. So I can go ahead and pretty much move anything around. It's drag and drop. I can click here to scale down with the letters and make it smaller or bigger. I can do the same thing with every type of text. I can decrease it, I can increase it, and then when there's a photo, I can click on it and I can move it in to make it smaller, I can move it out to make it bigger, but ultimately I can move things around. And then once I'm happy with, let's say, a particular page, I can transition to another page. Now, quite similar to the desktop view, there is a header and there is a footer. So it is very important that you get your header in the position that you need it to be in, because the header is going to show at the top on all pages, and the same thing is applicable to the bottom with the footer. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the header to where it looks good. I'm going to put the same content in the header as I have it right now. I have the Call Now button at the top. I have my About Us as well, which is great. I then have my social bar with my social networks. I have my cart as well, which is great. And then last but not least, I want to get my logo inside of the header, and I also want to get my menu in the header as well, because the menu needs to be in the header so an individual can go from page to page. Now ultimately, you want to make sure that things are visible and they're shown correctly with the thought of that a user will be using a phone. So you want to resize it to where it's not too overwhelming, but it's just enough. So it will require that you resize things to where it looks best. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and resize that logo a little bit more. There we go. Now I'm pretty much happy with the way the header looks. So the next thing that I'm going to edit is the mobile menu button right here. So the first thing I can do is I can change the design of it by clicking on Custom Design, and I can change two things. What shows when the menu is open and what shows when the menu is closed. When it's closed, it looks like this. So let's say I want to change the background. I can make it white, and then the icon is gray, but I of course can change that as well. I'll make it black. I can also change the border, the corners, and as well spacing is needed. The next thing is what shows when the menu is open. This is once someone clicks on it. I'll click Open. And what opens is the list of everything you have on your menu. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first change the icon. I'll change the X from gray to black. Then I can also change the button background. So let's say I want the button to be yellow. I can then also change the menu background. Right now it's white, but I might want it to be, let's say, gray. Then I can go right here to text and I can change what shows. So right now, the font that's shown is as it is. I can scroll down here to change the font, but I'm going to change the color of the lettering. So I'm going to go ahead and make it white. And then for the selected page, which is the page I'm on, I'll make that yellow. So then this is what's shown when an individual has the menu open. This is what they see when it's closed. And then there you have it. The header is set and everything is good to go in this section. The next thing that we'll do is we'll edit the footer. This just requires a little bit of resizing. So I'm going to go ahead and stretch out my text there. I can then also click on settings and I can change the alignment as needed. And I can also change the color if I choose to. And then there I have it. I'm happy with my social bar. I'm happy with my text. Scrolling back up, I can then start making changes to the actual page. Now what I'm doing now is a lot of resizing. So I just grab onto an element and there's always an arrow that allows me to bring it down or up. So what I'm doing now is I'm just adjusting the spacing to where it shows best. So as you can see, there's the header. There's the little slider that we have currently as it's shown on the desktop version. But what I might want to do is edit the size of the text to make it to where it's a little bit smaller because it is very large. And then as you can see, I'm just resizing everything to where it looks good. So I'm just moving the text around. And then once I'm done, I can take a look at everything. I can then click on different sections and essentially do the same thing. I can decrease the size, I can increase the size. I can also click on settings, change the alignment, and pretty much make any changes that I need to where it looks good. Scrolling down a bit more, let's say this is too close here. I can scroll it down. And notice as I'm using this arrow here to move down, everything else is moving down with it. That's good because as I'm moving something down, like the service box, I don't want to move it down and then it overlaps. I want to move everything together to give myself more space. So I want to grab this arrow here, so where I'm moving everything. Okay? Then let's say I want to click on the Learn More box. I can use the same arrow and everything kind of moves back up. There we go. And then I can do the same thing here for Service 2 and Service 3, essentially spacing everything out and bringing it back up accordingly. And as you can see here, I'm making sure that everything is set correctly to where I'm giving myself a little bit of space. And then of course I'm also checking to make sure that everything shows well as well. And then I have my home page complete with my header, with my footer, and then the edited content in between. The same thing that I just did on the home page, I can do for all of my other pages as well to make sure that everything shows correctly on the mobile website. Now the one thing that you might note is that when you do have an application such as with booking or the shopping cart, you sometimes want to go through the process of clicking through to see ultimately how everything looks. Let me go to the shop page to show you what I mean. So right now on the shop page, this is what an individual sees. And I'll click on preview so you can see how it will appear. So let's say someone wants to buy the backpack and they're on their mobile phone. They'll click backpack, and as you can see, it's going to the different pages, and you just want to double check and make sure that as you're doing these different functions, it shows great. I'll add to cart. It's added at the top. And then as you can see, this is essentially what a user is going to see. What I'm just doing is I'm testing the process on mobile to make sure that everything is shown correctly, which it is. Then a user can click on checkout and go from there. So everything looks great. I can also cross-check for booking as well. I'll just go to preview and I can test everything out to make sure that it's showing properly. And if it is, then I'm good to go and I can continue editing everything else. It is important to keep in mind that when you are working on your desktop version of your website, you always want to come over here to the mobile view to make sure that things also look good. because as you're adding in new content, it does not automatically show correctly on mobile phones. Notice how I had to readjust what was in the header as well as in the footer, as well as what was on the individual pages. So definitely as you're done creating what you need to in the desktop version, you go to mobile and you make sure that it looks good as well. When you're done in the mobile website, you can click on Save to save your draft. You can click on Preview to preview how your site looks, and you can click on Publish so the website goes live. Now we're going to focus a little bit on search engine optimization, also known as SEO. SEO is the process affecting the visibility of your website in search engines. When you do create your website, it is important that an individual can find your website by searching in a search engine. There's no point in having your website created if a user can't find it. That's why we focus on SEO to help make sure that you can be found. So there are several things to keep in mind when you are trying to make your website SEO friendly, and ultimately when you're trying to have your website found in search engines. The first thing is content. Make sure you have really good, well-written content, and that you're focusing on keywords and phrases that users might search for in search engines. It's going to be very hard for you to show up under something in particular when a user types it in when you don't have that wording on your website. An example might be Los Angeles Steakhouse, but you only mention the word restaurant on your website one time, or Los Angeles one time. And if you don't have the phrase Los Angeles Steak Restaurant or Los Angeles Steakhouse, you may never rank under that phrase. Therefore, you do want to do a little bit of research to find out ultimately what type of content may work best for your specific website. Another common thing to think is that if you do have the right keywords, you're going to rank very high in search engines, but that's not the truth. And the reason why is because you might have, let's say, 2,000 providers that have the exact same keywords and phrases that you have. So then, how is it determined how those individuals rank? Well, it's ultimately ranked based upon popularity. The more views and the more traffic that's going to the website, Google or Yahoo or another search engine may feel like this website is very popular, so it's very important, so it will rank a little bit higher than those websites that don't have that type of traffic. That's why it's important that you market your business and you use your website as a tool to ultimately make sure that you're getting users and views to your website. You can use different types of marketing strategies, and you can use things that are provided online, such as advertising or email marketing. You might be able to do print distribution, such as brochures, business cards. Ultimately, what's going to work best for your business. That's what's going to help you have more responsiveness in terms of getting those views and that traffic on your website. The next thing is making sure you have the right meta description for every page. Now, when you are in the back end of the Wix editor, there's an opportunity for you to enter in a title for each page, a description, and keywords under your search engine optimization settings. And one good way to make sure that you're being found in search engines is that you're putting in the right description as well. You're given a limited amount of characters that you can enter to write in a description, but ultimately you want to use all of that space to put a really good, thorough description of what it is that that page is about and ultimately what your business is providing. Keeping in mind also of the most popular keywords and phrases that you might show up under. The next thing is keeping fresh content because it can help improve your rankings. So for instance, if you have a business that just added an additional service, or if you've added an additional product, you want to focus on also making sure that you're optimizing that new page or that new section and helping it be found. So with that in mind, if you find that there's a particular product or service or information that needs to be optimized, you also want to make sure you're making updates to ensure that that can also be found in search engines. Next, you do want to know your market. This is very, very important. How you create your marketing strategy should be in alignment with the demographic of people that you're trying to service. So if you are, let's say, dealing with a lot of senior citizens, you might not want to put all of your content on Instagram or Twitter or Snapchat because they might not be checking those social mediums to find out particular bits of information. You might want to do some research on what it is that they're using to learn about specific types of things so you know exactly how to market to those types of people. Really focus on knowing your market so you know how to set your marketing strategy. And then last is business consistency. You have to make sure that as you're continually doing what you have to do for your website and making edits, you also make changes and you maintain search engine optimization as well. The reason being is that you want to make sure consistently you're doing what you have to do to market your business so you can be found. You also have to keep in mind that there are competitors. So your competitors might be doing a lot of SEO work. And with that in mind, they might be ranking higher than you, or they might be getting the customers that you could potentially have if you were consistent. So always do research. Always make sure you're setting schedules and you have plans around what you're going to do for marketing, and ultimately make sure that you're agile, as you do need to be able to understand that over time, you may have to change your marketing strategy. In this lecture, we're going to review how you can set up your SEO settings inside of the Wix editor. Each page has its own specific SEO settings, so you do want to make sure that for every page you're going in and you're entering in a title, a description, and keywords. Let's begin. The first thing that you want to do is click right here on the top to see all of your pages. Then you're going to click on the circle right here, and then you're going to click on page SEO. When you are on this section here, you're going to see title, description, and then you're also going to see the option to enter in keywords. So you want to make sure that you are putting in ultimately everything you need to for the title. So Wix Master Course. Now for this, I'm going to put in essentially what I feel like individuals would search for and most recognize my site by. So if I am giving, let's say, a Wix tutorial, I could put inside of here, Wix tutorial, Wix classes, Wix training. Whatever I feel as if would work best. Now, I haven't done any market research, so there is no guaranteed accuracy of this, but this is just an idea of what you might want to put in. The next thing is the description. So you're going to put in a description of what it is that the page is about. So this is the home page. So typically on this page, you enter in introductory content. So good information to put in for the home page might be this. Wix Master Course offers Wix online classes, Wix building workshops, Wix training course. So you see how redundant I'm being. That can be a little bit overwhelming for some individuals as they're reading it, but you have to remember this is ultimately what's going to help an individual get to your website via the search engines. So you want to put in what an individual might type in to find a service provider like yours. So that right there is the description. Now I can scroll down a bit and I can put in keywords separated by commas. So good keywords for this might be Wix, Wix online classes, Wix training. Essentially, I'm putting in what I feel as if that a user might put in as they're trying to find a service provider like me. So then when you're done, what you're going to find is that you have your completed title, your description, and then your keywords. And then right here, this is how this listing will look when an individual types it in on Google. Now I can go to the About page, and I can also type in the same information if I'd like. I can go to the Services page, I can go to the Gallery page, Contact. I can always put in my title, my description, and then my keywords. Now, some people say, well, can I leave the keywords the same? You can, but if you do have something that's changed as they're navigating from one page to the next, such as if you have one type of service that's different than another type of service, you might want to change the description and then change the keyword to make sure that that service is also being optimized. You want to make sure you're putting in the correct description and keywords as it's applicable to the content that you're trying to market. When you're done putting in the SEO settings, you of course want to make sure that you click on Publish so the changes have gone live, and then an individual can search for your business via Google or Yahoo or Bing and then of course you begin to show up. In this lecture, we're going to review how you can submit your website. Now, you don't have to submit your website to search engines, but you can use different tools that will speed up the process and making sure that your website is found inside of search engines. So there are two providers that I would recommend, the first one being entireweb.com and the second being freesubmission.com. And via both of these sites, all you have to do is put in your website URL and then your email address to proceed to submitting your website to search engines. The same thing is applied on freesubmission.com. You simply go to the website, scroll down, and you can put in your website URL, your name, your email address, and then you agree to the terms. Then after that, you will receive a series of emails that are asking you to confirm to have your website submitted. You can go ahead and confirm, and ultimately over time you will see that your website has shown up. Now, there is no exact time for how long it will take for your website to show up, but a really good way to see where your website is in the process of showing up is you can simply go here and take apostrophes and put your website inside of it. So if your URL is yourwebsite.com, you'll go ahead, start the quote, end quote, hit enter, and then it will show you specifically what shows up for your URL. What I'll do is I'll put in my actual business website so you can see, luxuriouswebdesign.com. What shows up is this. First, it is my website. Second, I have a presence on Etsy, there's Facebook, and a tad bit more. But ultimately, you're putting it in between here, the quotes, to see if your website is showing up in search engines. Then from there, you can see how your website ranks when an individual will type in specific keywords. So an example is luxurious web design. If someone is interested, let's say, in a luxury website. And then there you have it. There is my business. I show up as number 1. The same thing might be applied if you type in, let's say, your business. Let's say you are in Houston, Texas, and you own a seafood restaurant. You could type in Houston seafood restaurants, and you can see how your business ranks. You can scroll down and see ultimately what might show up. Now, there are a lot of providers that have lists of seafood restaurants, but as you can see for ads, there's Pinch Seafood, there's Eddie V's, and then there are a tad bit more at the top affiliated with the map. You can type in a variety of different keywords and phrases to see ultimately how your website over time is ranking and how it's showing up. But as you initiate SEO, you just want to go ahead and check to see what your website is showing up as, or if it's showing up at all, and you can go ahead and check that. And then your listing here will show the title that you entered, your URL, and then your description. In this lecture, we're going to review some Design Like a Pro tips. Now, why this might be beneficial to you is because as you're just starting out with utilizing the Wix platform, you might not understand how to have the best eye for design. So with that in mind, these pointers are going to help you create a website within Wix, but also to where it looks professional. The first thing that we're going to review is font and color continuity. And what I mean by this is having consistency within your font as well as with the colors that you use for those fonts. On this page, notice I have consistency with using darker gray, yellow, and white. Also notice how I have pretty much the same types of font. Right here, it's DIN Next Light. I also have DIN Next Light here. And the same thing in this section. And then also in the remainder of the bottom of this page. I also pretty much have the same font across all of my other pages. Now, I'm going to show you another page that's the exact same as this, but things are just a little different. This is the same exact layout, but notice how things are a tad bit off. Right here to begin, I have different types of font, they're differently sized, and I'm using colors that aren't consistent. Remember my colors were darker gray, yellow, and white. Here I have light blue and red. Also in this section, it looks a little bit off. Notice how I'm using different types of font in the title and in the paragraph. Also here, I have different types of font with different colors, and they're not sized correctly. These two columns look great, but this one is not necessarily lined up. So for best practices, I'd want to have my second column the same as my first and my third. And then scrolling down a bit more, this is a tad bit off as well. It's bold, it's green, and it doesn't go with my theme of darker gray, yellow, and white. So that's the first tip, having some consistency with the fonts that you use and the colors that you choose on your website. The next tip is to have your elements properly spaced. Now, what I mean by this is as you put together your website, it's very common that you have certain things that are overlapping or you have too much space in between certain elements. On this page, things are spaced properly. You can see under the slider, there's a good amount of space. Then in this section, there's a good amount of space before you get to the columns. And then beneath the columns, there's a good amount of space before you get to the picture, and then this paragraph. And then right before the footer, there's a good amount of space as well. Now, an example of the same exact layout where things are not spaced correctly is here. Right here on this page, you can see how the top line of text is a little bit too close to the one beneath it. Another example is right here. You can see how everything is pretty much close together. You would want to space that out. As I'm scrolling down, you can see how there's a little bit too much space here because the columns are too far away from the buttons. And then scrolling down a bit more, you can see how the paragraph is not next to the photo that it might be describing. And then scrolling down a tad bit more, there's too much space here above the footer. I would want to eliminate this space and give myself just a little bit of space above the footer. There would be no need to have this blank space here unless I was going to add something else. The next tip is text and image balancing. And what this is having a good combination of text and images on the page so things flow correctly. Let me show you an example. This right here is the services page. And what you see at the top is the services title, a little bit of information maybe about the services, and then you give a user the opportunity, if they want to learn more, to click on service 1, 2, or 3. Therefore, you don't have all of the information listed for each service on the one page. That could be a little bit too much for a user if, let's say, they're only interested in one service. This way, it gives them the opportunity to click on what they want. Also notice that I do have a photo and then I have a paragraph. Overall, this page is quite balanced. You have a little bit of the intro, you have your columns and buttons, you have an image and text, and it's properly spaced. Now, an example of the same exact thing would be this Services 2 page. So, what you see here is only one title. Then you see two columns with no separate titles, so you don't know what they're about, and then you have a lot more text. This could be overwhelming for the user, especially when they're just trying to read what it is that they're looking for. Having something just like I showed right here on this page will be a little bit more appropriate, because then if a user wanted to read something specifically, they could click on the button, or if there were a particular title, they would at least know what it is that they're reading about. The next tip is quality image selection. Now, if you use pretty much any Wix image that's already in the Wix database, you typically just don't have to worry about there being a quality issue with that image. But if you are uploading your own images, there might be a quality issue if the image isn't high enough resolution and the dimensions aren't necessarily big as they need to be, especially for backgrounds and things of that purpose. Let me show you how you can tell what dimensions that you have for your photo. Image 1, for example, I'll right-click on it and I can click on Properties. And then I can go to Details and I can see that these dimensions show it's 268 by 185, which is very small. You can guarantee that if anything in the dimension says at least 1000 or 700 and or upwards, that the image is going to be a little bit bigger and it can look good in bigger spaces or small spaces. This image in particular would not look good as a background because it's so small, so when it's zoomed in, it's going to be very, very blurry. Now, this image being the same one, I click on Properties again, I click on Details, and for this one, it's about 1125 by 750. So this is a lot bigger, so it's going to look great in a larger space, and then it's also going to look great in a smaller space. And what I'm going to do is show you the comparison of both of these. So I'm going to upload both of these images into my Wix website, image 1 and image 2. Image 1 is smaller than image 2. So this is image 1 that's selected here, and I'm going to go ahead and add that to the website first. So I add to page. It's quite small. So if I go in and I add an image, clicking on image 2, it's going to be a lot bigger. So let me show you the differences between these two and what happens. So right here, this box is an average size for an image. I'm going to upload image 1, which is a smaller image. Notice how I swapped out the image, and notice how blurry this image is. That's because the image is not a good enough resolution and it's too small. But if I go and I click on image 2, which is a lot better quality and it's bigger, it's going to be just fine. And as you can see, the quality has gotten better because I have an image with a better resolution. Let me show you this example again, especially for this area here. A strip background is quite common, so I'll click on that, and I'm going to change the background, and I'm first going to put in image 1. This is a lower quality image, so notice that I'm going to go ahead and take that off to where it's not tiled, but it shows the scale to fill. Notice how it's extremely blurry. So if I go here and I put in image 2, notice how it isn't blurry anymore. And that's because the image was big enough and the resolution is good. When you select high quality images with a good resolution, it looks good in a big space, it looks good in a medium sized space, and it can also look good in a smaller space. This is why you really want to select quality images, because therefore they're going to be versatile anywhere you put them on the website. And the last tip is making sure that you have an all-inclusive header. And what I mean by that is you want to make sure you have enough content in your header. At the minimum, you should have a logo as well as a menu. Now, I would say for just an additional thing to add in, it might be to have a contact source appear, such as a phone number or an email. You maybe can add a button to go somewhere external or internal, like a page, and then social media as well. Social media is very, very common in the header, so of course, please make sure that you're being conscientious of including it here if you do have social media pages. Now, another thing to add in the header would be, let's say if you have a shopping cart for your store, maybe if you have booking on your site, you could make this button a Book Now button, and then anything else that you might find beneficial to the user to basically see across all pages, you want to include this here. Now notice if I take away the menu, and let's say if I take away the call now and social media, that I really don't have exactly what I need. That's why you always want to make sure you have pretty much everything a user needs to transition from page to page and to contact you somewhere in the header. The same thing is also applied to the footer. On the footer, this is also going to show across all pages, so you want to include some information here. A good thing to include would be an email address or a phone number, and then maybe social media. You don't have to include as much, just a little bit of what you had in the header, so at least if a user's at the bottom of your page, they still have a way of following up with you.